He's not doing that, so that's good. So, I mean, that's really encouraging because I was really worried about that. I personally think that Dusty will actually be feeling better. He had a horrible earache, he had a headache, and I think all that pressure is going to be relieved. I think he's actually sighing a sigh of relief now.
Oh, darling.
Pop star Pluto is going home with his biggest fan, owner Annie.
He's a bit under the weather. He's got a rock star size hangover.
Oh, Pluto.
After concerns about cancer and vocal paralysis, it turns out the singing Dalmatian has a case of laryngitis.
Very happy to see his mum.
Okay, so here are his medications. Antibiotics,
Cold and flu tablets.
basically. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatories. So they're going to treat the infection that he has in his throat.
Okay, fantastic.
Now, I'm going to speak to your neighbours, and if I hear anything even close to Billy Joel, Bruce Springsteen, or any other guy who sings the harmonica, there's going to be trouble, all right?
All right, and we promise to, when he returns to full voice, to serenade you.
That would be a delight. When you consider what we could have been dealing with here, this is really the best possible outcome. In a few weeks, Pluto should be back to his old self, probably singing away. I can't wait for that encore performance. Take care. He's out of here. All right, exit stage left. Bye.
Hey, Dusty. How you going, mate? How you doing? You looking all right? Shall we get you out and put you on the ground? See if you're not all wobbly?
Days after Dusty's drastic ear surgery, the moment of truth. Has the operation affected his balance?
How are you doing? One of the big problems with this surgery is when we're deep in there, we can potentially damage sort of his balance centre. Then they can literally wake up with their head on an angle like this and even rolling around in their cage. Gee, that looks all right, doesn't it? Hey, how's that balance? Hey, that's pretty good, isn't it? I think I was worried about nothing.
With Dusty given the all clear, it's time for him to go home.
Come on. Come on.
In reception, a special visitor has come to welcome Dusty back to the family.
So we've brought Mia, Dusty's sister, with us today. She's been very lonely without him. She's pretty attached to Dusty and she's been at home crying. So hopefully it'll be a happy reunion when she finally sees him.
Hey, Dusty. Who's that? Who's that? Ah, there you go.
Hello. Very much. Oh, I like your mohawk, mate.
You like his haircut?
I love the haircut.
Hey? Oh, wow. So he's got a bit of swelling just in there.
Yep.
But yeah. So his ear canal used to be there. I know.
No, when I'm touching it.
Stop mucking around.
Dusty looks really good. Yeah, really happy to see him.
Yeah, he's good.
Obviously well, but you know, the ear looks really kind of clean and he's just a different dog. Good result all round. Thank you so much.
That is a pleasure.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, well, no, it
Such
is
a relief.
It's a lovely dog, and I'm sure he'll be feeling so much better. Yeah. See you later, guys.
See you later. Bye-bye.
See you, Dust. When Dusty gets home, his life will be totally different. He's not going to be in pain anymore. He's not going to smell anymore. Paul and Jeanette don't have to put up with that smell, and they don't also have to put up with having to medicate him every day, twice a day. It's going to be so much better for everybody.
Look what I've got. Look what I've got.
It's good news for the 3 orphaned kittens that were found abandoned and infested with fleas.
These little kittens' lives would have been very different if they weren't brought in. They probably would have become feral cats, and it's our job as vets and the wider community to get these cats off the street, de-sex them and find them forever homes.
Betty and Leo have found homes. Today, it's Mario's turn.
Where do you think this kitten's gonna sleep?
My room. And my room. And my room. No, you're scared of it. No. Yeah. It can sleep on the floor.
Karen and her 3 daughters, Chelsea, Jessica and Carly, are eager to make little Mario part of their family.
I think it's really nice that we can take in this little boy and look after him, and he has a home.
Hello, must be Karen.
How you going?
Lisa, nice to meet you. Hi, girls.
Hello.
Are you excited to meet your new kitten?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Can I go do that?
Oh, of course you can. You guys have the same hair colour.
Going a bit, just a little.
So, girls, we called him Mario. What are you going to call him?
Tango. Tango.
Tango. Well, Tango is officially a ladies' man now. He is just being passed from girl to girl. They can't get enough of him. There's lots of cuddles and kisses and affection, and I think he is going to be absolutely delighted with his new home.
Oh, you're here. You are home. Where? Okay, follow you. Fine. Of course.
It's been 8 weeks and Chris is back to see if pop star Pluto's voice has returned.
Oh, I know. She's in the studio, isn't she? He's quite the doorman, isn't he? How are you?
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Good to see
Lovely
you.
to see you.
And how's he?
How was your greeting?
Thorough.
Thorough. Well,
Yeah.
he's a lot more enthusiastic about life at the moment.
It's a very different Pluto today. Not only is he seeming happier and healthier, he's being very welcoming. In the vet clinic, he didn't want to bar at me. But today, in his own home, he's the perfect host. Let's have a little feel around his lymph glands. Make sure they're not still raised. Okay, they're a normal size again, which is good. I can look into where these tonsils are at the back there. Yeah. A lot of that redness is gone.
So how are we going to test this voice?
There's only one way to test this magical voice. I have the musical ability of a 5-year-old. Pluto, it goes a little something like this. Good. Let's go a little higher. Better. Oh, good note. Going on how Pluto looks and sounds today, it's safe to say that his laryngitis has been cured. It's always going to be a risk that it could come back, but at least then we're going to know the trademark sign. That's those not so perfect pitch notes. See you, buddy. Oh, wow. Couldn't resist.
You really are the flavour of the month, aren't
I'll
you?
see. That was just my way of rubbing it onto you.
Thanks.
I'll see you later. See you, Pluto. Bye-bye, buddy.
Bye, Chris. Thank you.
That's all right, no worries.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
You make my world a better place.
Yes.
He's walking with me.
I can depend on you.
Hey buddy, he's just waiting. Wait for the nice vet to come along and have a look at you. Okay, mate?
At the Bondi Clinic, Mel is anxious for Chris to check out his newly adopted mate, Benji.
Relax, Benji. It's okay, mate. It's okay. Benji is a rescue dog. I found him at an animal shelter and fell in love with him, and I decided to adopt him. At the time, they did advise me that he had a heart murmur that required further investigation. And I guess that's why I'm here.
Mel is already besotted with a 12-month-old Australian Silky Terrier and is desperate to make sure his little buddy is okay.
I've grown very attached to him. It's almost like a life-changing moment for me. I guess I've never had to have responsibility before my life, and caring for him and looking after him has been the best thing that's ever happened to me.
How you going?
Hi.
Is this Benji?
Yes.
Yeah, how are you?
Hi, I'm Mel. Nice to meet you.
Mel. Come on through.
Thank you.
Cute dog.
Yeah, he's a little angel, he is. Very naughty. Okay, buddy. He's nervous.
I know, he's so shaky.
Yeah.
How long have you had him for?
3 months.
Yeah.
He's a rescue dog.
Yep.
And when I adopted him, the vet at the shelter said that he picked up a little heart murmur.
Okay. So, even though you were told he had a heart murmur, you still adopted him?
Yeah. My heart went out to him. He was in a little cage with 2 other big Labradors. He was very scruffy, very unkempt, looked scared, and he just leapt out at me and put his paws up on the cage and said, "Please take me." And I couldn't say no.
It's one thing to take on a dog from an animal shelter and give it a second chance, but to take on a dog that has a heart murmur, a really quite serious medical condition, that shows a lot of faith and a lot of belief in the fact that you're going to be there for them.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, Steve and Linda have arrived with 3 6-week-old kittens.
Are you comfortable?
They found the tiny strays living in their garage. Although the couple have done their best to care for the vulnerable babies, the kittens have suddenly become sick.
The long-haired kitten, she ended up losing her actual balance and started throwing up. She got the runs a little bit. I'm worried about her because, being so small, they can go downhill really fast.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm
G'day.
Lisa.
G'day.
How are you?
Good, thanks. Steve and Linda.
Nice to meet you both. And who's this?
This is a little stray kitten. There actually was 5 of them. We lost 2.
Okay.
But the
and
other one's okay.
how old are they now?
They're around about 6 weeks old now.
Okay, all right. Look, we don't actually know what's causing the problem with these kittens. The most important thing that I can do is actually give them a full medical, make sure that they haven't got any life-threatening problems that we need to deal with straight away. All right, let me take a look at them. So pop him down. The little guy, has he got a name?
No.
Not yet?
I don't know what they are. Males
Because we're not quite sure, yeah.
Sorry, honey. It's a little boy.
Little boy, okay.
Let's just have a listen. Just going to check if he's got a heart murmur.
How's that sound?
He does have a little heart murmur,
Yeah.
and he's obviously had some vomiting and diarrhea, so he's definitely got something going on with his gastrointestinal tract. And being this age, the most common thing is something infectious, the fact that the others haven't seemed quite right. If he hasn't been wormed, we could be dealing with some sort of parasite like worms. The other thing that might be happening is just simple malnourishment. So if their mum's not a great feeder, they're not going to thrive. I think if you would have waited a few more hours, he would have come in here probably collapsed. That's how quickly things can change. Linda and Steve have done an amazing job. These kittens aren't even technically theirs, and they're spending their own money to fix them, and these kittens are very, very lucky to have found them. Another little boy.
Another boy, there you go.
He's also not 100%, I think. Yeah, she's a lot smaller than...
Yeah. Sometimes you just worry about them as well because they're also so small.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me take a look at the third one.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in much better condition than the other little guy, hey? Yeah, your belly is a lot fuller than the others. You've been stealing all the food, hey? Yep, you gotta go. So the lady of the bunch has been stealing all the food. Okay. So options are the 2 little boys that seem quiet and are not eating well. The best possible thing we could do for them is probably putting them on a drip. The other thing is that they all are looking pale, and it probably would be a good idea to take a little blood sample and just check how anemic they are. Look, these guys are so tiny that they can spiral out of control. I've seen kittens that come in looking okay and then a few hours later they've crashed and burned. So we've got to act fast, we've got to get those fluids into them. They're only little babies and they need that nutrition fast. Oh, my little guys.
I'm on my way up to Devil Ark. Now, it's always concerning when I get a call for help. It's particularly concerning when that help is for our endangered Tasmanian devil. My Devil Ark manager, Dean, is called and he's got a joey, a small devil, could be in serious trouble.
Australian Reptile Park General Manager Tim Faulkner has been on the road for 5 hours. He's on his way to the remote Devil Ark in northwest New South Wales.
Hey mate.
Hey Tim, welcome.
Yeah, cheers.
Nice to see you. I've got Kira down here if you want to check her out.
Mate, good. Yeah. I've just arrived at Devil Ark and I'm met straight away by Dean and no mucking around, we've got to get down and see these devils.
The Ark is the largest conservation breeding program of Tasmanian devils in Australia. With devil facial tumour wiping out the population, Tim is hoping insurance colonies like this one can stop the species becoming extinct.
So what actually happened?
So we were trapping last night.
Yep.
We're doing our quarterly health checks.
Yep.
And we found Kira with a joey, which is quite unusual.
It's just wild, mate. We are quite literally as far in the opposite direction of breeding season as we could be, and she's weaning her joeys.
We've got a joey 5 months out of a normal breeding season, which is unbelievable. We so don't hear of it this time of year.
Tim and Dean are justifiably worried. A lone joey born out of the regular breeding season is at serious risk.
Mum and Joey are in a yard of devils that are about to start breeding, testosterone-fueled males. If I leave them in the yard and the joey weans, he'll be killed.
How are we going to do this, little one?
At SASH, emergency vet Lisa Chimes is attempting to take blood from one of 3 sick stray kittens.
So tiny.
Lisa is worried that the tiny 6-week-olds may be suffering from anemia.
You can see your little vein.
I need to work out how anemic he is, as well as working out if his blood sugar level is low or not. So he's had not much to eat or drink, he's had some vomiting and diarrhoea, he's only tiny and he can go downhill really quickly.
Very brave. I know, Munchkin.
In reception, foster parents Steve and Linda are anxiously waiting for news.
They're just doing their best trying to survive. Fingers crossed it's all okay.
Yay! Oh, you're all right, sweetie, that's good.
Yay.
You've got normal glucose.
That's not bad.
Let's try number 2. This one is a little bit more of a wriggler.
Well done.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't
Oh,
stay
you'll be a
still. Okay.
Well done. All right, Munchkin.
It's proving quite difficult to actually get a blood sample from him. He's got such tiny little veins. Not a happy camper.
All right, Munchkin. I know, you're all right.
Oh, I got a drop. Right. 12.7, perfect. So we have 2 normal blood sugars. I'm not even going to test the 3rd kitten because she's the one that actually has the most energy out of the lot, so I'm going to save her the pricks. Next step is we're going to pop the 2 little sick boys onto a drip, get some fluids into them. Hopefully they'll start feeling a lot better and get some food into them as soon as possible.
While the 2 boys have to stay at SASH, there is some good news for their sister.
With the actual girl kitten, she's actually coming home with us. She's strong enough to come home. That is a bit of good news. Come on, let's go home and get some sleep, eh?
We're going to attempt to pop them on fluids. They've got tiny little legs and tiny little veins. All right, Bubby, you'll be good now.
Come on, Munchkin.
That was actually really brave. That catheter went surprisingly well. I'm quite amazed how easily we got that vein.
Go back to bed. Let's just hope your brother's as good.
So what did he weigh?
330.
Oh, you're the little one. Yeah, the tiniest one, but the hardest one to handle.
The naughtiest
the pocket
one
rocket.
by
I can't even see it, it's just like collapsed. Okay, kitty can.
With such tiny veins, the question is, will Lisa be able to insert the much-needed fluids into the sick stray?
Look, if we don't get this in, we're not going to be able to give this kitten IV fluid. Right now, he's fighting. It's not making our job much easier at all. Deary me.
There's just something I know he doesn't like me doing this to him, but there's just something I'm interested in looking at here.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris is examining Benji.
It's okay, boo-boo. It's okay.
The 12-month-old Australian Silky Terrier has a heart murmur, and Chris is trying to confirm just how severe the problem is.
So what I'm doing there is I'm actually pressing on his gums. By doing that, what I do is I force all the blood out of the gum and then wait for his own circulation, so his own blood pressure to push it back in. For a normal dog, it takes between about 1 and 2 seconds. With Benji, I'm going to press. 1, 2, it's about 3.
Okay.
So
Slow.
It's quite slow. What that's really telling me is that his circulation isn't really doing its job. It's not forcing the blood around the body to those places where it's needed, and that worries me. Are you seeing any other signs? I mean, is there anything day to day that you notice that you think isn't quite right?
Yeah, he gets overtired very easily, especially on hot days. He starts to almost wheeze, like he's not getting enough oxygen in his lungs. He actually cries, like he gets tears in his eyes. I've never known a dog to cry or anything like that. I just can tell now that he's in pain. It's almost like he had a heart attack a couple of times, Doctor. He just couldn't breathe, and his heart was just going like that. And I just sort of beat on the top here, and his blood started going. So he started breathing normally.
When Mel tells me that Benji has trouble breathing, he wheezes, he looks like he's going to collapse. They're all things that really worry me about this little dog. At 1 year of age, he should be running around madly, having the absolute time of his life. But he's not doing that, and that's a big concern. Okay. So I'm going to listen to his heart.
Okay, boo-boo, it's okay. Let Dr. Chris look after you.
I'll be honest, I'm almost nervous picking up my stethoscope to listen to Benji's chest. You can feel just how much Mel's invested emotionally in this little guy. A bit of bad news here, it could really crush him.
Just be a little bit careful. She's a bit feisty.
Is she?
Yeah. She's protecting her den.
At Devil Ark, Tim and manager Dean need to remove aggressive Kira from her den.
She's a firecracker, mate.
Yeah, she's pretty protective.
The Devil has given birth to a Joey 5 months out of breeding season, and Tim needs to make sure both mum and baby are healthy.
Settle down. Well, it's going to be tricky, mate, but we need to catch Mum first.
Yep.
Separate her from the Joey, and then assess them both.
Yep.
One of the greatest risks here is that Mum's cranky. She's defensive. Now, she's got teeth showing, and she's going to bite. If the Joey gets into the wrong spot because we do something, we catch Mum and she turns around to bite, she could bite the Joey. We don't want that to happen. Okay, so just watch your fingers, mate, because she's going to have a chomp. It's all right, darling. You're all right. You can't see the Joey?
No, I can't see the Joey. It's not running around.
Okay, let's get this lid off. That's it. Okay, that's good, mate. I can see it, mate.
Yeah.
Just under her there. Hey, settle down. If you just wave a boot,
Yep.
as soon as she looks at you, I'm going to grab that tail and lift her up.
Yep.
If the Joey comes off, that's fine. If it stays on, perfect, I'll lift her up and then we'll remove him. Yep. She looking at you?
Yep, looking at me.
1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay. Now just watch out that she doesn't turn around, mate. Yep, keep him there for a sec. That's good. Okay, there we go. Hey, hello, mate. You're all right. You got a little boy, mate.
He's gorgeous, isn't he?
Hey, you're all right. This little devil needs a name. And what better name for a devil born under these circumstances than Lucky?
He's already feisty little, isn't he? Growling.
Yep.
With Lucky now safely with Dean, Tim can make sure that Kira is healthy.
Okay, she looks good. Mum's physically perfect. She's in good condition. There are no scars, no battle wounds. Everything looks good. Now it's time to have a look inside the pouch. And I can see quickly that there's only one active teat. Now the other three, they're tiny, they're inactive, they're very small. It means she doesn't have any more joeys. Let's get Mum away and then we'll have a look at him, hey? But I think we get her in that box nice and quiet now. That's the important thing. Mum's in the box and now I've got to have a look at the joey and I just want it to be healthy. It's a very odd circumstance, but this whole program is about breeding and these joeys. I hope he's okay.
Relax. Let Dr. Chris look after you.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris is checking out a tiny rescue dog with a heart murmur. He's becoming increasingly worried the condition is far worse than owner Mel suspects.
Normal heart murmurs, they're very subtle. This one, it's screaming in my ears.
I'm looking at Chris and it's kind of scared me that he was taking so long. To me, that indicates that it might not be a normal heart murmur, that it could be something more severe.
He's a good boy.
I can almost feel it rather than hear it. It's such a palpable murmur. It's really strong and it's not good news. It's a really big murmur there.
Oh.
So his heart, when it's beating, instead of it being really crisp and boom, boom, it's a big, loud whoosh, boop, whoosh, boop.
Okay.
So his heart's not able to pump the blood that his body needs because it's leaking all through it. I'm actually quite concerned about Benji. It's not like a heart condition that might pose a problem in a few years' time. This is an issue that could kill Benji any day. He's either got some sort of obstruction in his heart that's not allowing the blood to pump out properly, or he's got a hole in there, or some sort of leaky valve that's meaning that the heart is no longer an efficient pump. It's got leaks everywhere.
So it's pretty bad then?
Yeah. I don't like what I'm hearing. I think the best thing is that we organise for you to go up to Sash.
Okay.
And from there we can get a good look at that heart, understand what we're facing here.
Look, if it's a money thing, I'll do whatever it takes. I'll beg and borrow or whatever. I'll do it. I haven't got that much money, but whatever I've got, if you can help him. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I don't want to let him go. I don't want to look after him.
Well, you're giving him every shot at that.
It's not really the news that I wanted to hear. Thinking about the pain that Benji's going through, a bit distressed and a little bit scared about what's going to happen moving forward.
We're together on this now, all right?
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, I don't feel like you've got to fight this by yourself.
Thank you.
Looks like a man. It does, doesn't it?
At Sash, Lisa is attempting to insert a catheter into a tiny, dehydrated and malnourished kitten. But it's making the little 6-week-old too distressed.
Dearie me.
This one's had no vomiting or diarrhea. He's eating on and off. He's just a little flat, so hopefully we can syringe feed him and that will be enough. So I don't think it's worth struggling with him to get that tiny little vein. We'll keep an eye on this little kitten, and I'm glad he's here, and we can watch him really closely. If he goes downhill at all, we can treat him straight away.
He's thinking about eating. You can drink on your own, really. You can drink on your own? It's not 100% sure. It probably tastes a bit strange. Want some more? Not really suckling. Or just jumping the end. You're not supposed to bite it.
It's been a big day for the little strays. The staff at SASH will monitor the tiny brothers overnight to make sure their condition doesn't deteriorate.
The sick little kitten is on a drip, which is the most important thing. He had vomiting and diarrhea, and we're replenishing his fluids. His brother didn't want a catheter, but fortunately he's not the one that had gastro, so he's going to get away with just being syringe fed, and hopefully he's not going to go downhill overnight. All right, let's take you in bed. Okay. Look, your brother's in there fast asleep. Now don't disturb him. You can cuddle up and have a good little sleep as well. All right, he's on a drip and he's getting better. And you follow his lead. All right, kitty, in you get. Oh, good boy.
What are you doing being born at this time of year? What are you doing at this time of year? You got it all the wrong way round. You got character. Hey, like your mum.
At Devil Ark in northwest New South Wales, Tim is about to examine Lucky.
You're all right there.
The tiny Tassie Devil Joey was born out of season, and Tim needs to make sure he's healthy.
Let's get some weights and just have a bit better look at him and make sure that he's healthy. In you go, buddy. He's settled right down now. Yeah. Hello, mate. That's it. He's almost half a kilo on the dot. Well, physically, he's perfect. My main worry is that if we don't do something and we put him back in that yard with Mum and other breeding devils, he might not stay that way. Now, I've really got a dilemma. I've got a healthy Mum and Joey, and under normal circumstances, they'd be fine. But these aren't normal circumstances. They're in a yard that's been stocked with devils that are about to breed. If he leaves Mum and enters that environment in the state that it's in, he'll be killed.
So, Tim, what do you think we should do with Lucky?
Well, that's what I'm thinking about now. We can leave Mum and Lucky Boy in an intensive yard like this, and she can rear him and finish weaning. But that means Mum is not going to breed this year. She's way out of sync. And we need Joey's. This is a conservation project. She must breed. I've made a decision. It wasn't an easy decision to make, but I'm going to intervene and I'm going to hand rear Lucky.
The Devil Joey will now return to the Australian Reptile Park with Tim for around-the-clock care.
Well, this is it, mate. Yep. There's no sentimental goodbyes for Mum. It's natural. In 2 months, she'd wean him anyway. Yep. Plan is that she breeds again in a month's time, and Lucky Boy's back here and doing his own thing in 6 months, hey?
Yeah.
After you.
So, Tim's going to hand rear the baby, which I think is great. We're going to have a nice, healthy baby to come back for breeding in a couple of years, and Mum's going back in for breeding this year.
All right, mate. Well, I'm off back to work.
Well, good luck.
Got the precious cargo.
Yeah.
Good luck with the real breeding season.
Yeah. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah, good on you, mate. See ya.
Chris, how are you?
How are you? This is Mel.
G'day, Mel. How are you?
And Benji.
This is Benji. I've heard about Benji.
Benji, say hello.
Hello, mate. He says a bit scary.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? You got eyes under there? There they are.
All right, come on in. We'll have a look.
Thank you.
Chris is so concerned about Benji's heart murmur, he's come along to SASH with owner Mel to see specialist surgeon Dr. Andrew Marchevsky.
Okay, let's have a listen.
Good boy. You all right?
Yeah, Benj. That's a big murmur. Listening to Benji's heart, you're not getting the normal dup, 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 dup sound. It's really a shh, shh, shh sound. So the blood's, it's what we call a murmur. and the blood's not flowing how it should. Out of 6, which is how we grade murmurs, it's sort of 4 or 5. And generally when they're like that at this age, it means that we have to do something to fix it or he'll have a short life. And that means, you know, you've got a year, maybe, and it might not even be that long.
I knew, you know, there could be bad news, but nothing that severe.
So I think the first thing we need to do is a heart ultrasound, so that we can find out exactly where all this problem starts, and then we can go from there. There are a number of things that could be going wrong with Benji's heart. He could have a hole in his heart, he could have a valve that's leaking, he could have a valve that's too narrow. None of them are good things. Some of them we can fix, some of them we can't, but we need to find out a bit more before we can tell.
So here we've got Benji's heart on the screen.
Specialist cardiologist Dr. Rita Singh is conducting the ultrasound.
My first impression is that we do have some moderate enlargement of the right atrium and some moderate thickening to the wall of the right ventricle. Everything we're seeing now is all consistent with pulmonic stenosis.
Pulmonic stenosis is a rare and extremely dangerous condition, which, if left untreated, can lead to sudden death.
So Rita, does he look like one of those dogs where something can be done surgically?
I think he looks like he'd be a really good candidate for the correctional procedure.
I guess all of this means that I've got to go and tell Mel that his dog needs surgery. It's not something we can ignore, it's not something we can give medicines to. His little dog's going to have surgery, and otherwise he'll die. It's not like open heart surgery. We can do a surgery where we put a catheter into a vein down in his leg, thread it all the way up into his heart, and then we use a balloon to pass across that valve that's narrowed. The balloon's deflated, and then we've got it across there, we blow it up, and it essentially tears open that narrowed area and allows blood to flow.
Given the information overload that Mel's had to experience today, I'd love to be able to say to him, you know what, mate, take some time out and think about it. But the situation with this heart condition is that it's not possible. With every day that goes by, Benji is damaging his heart more and more. He has to go into surgery, and he has to go in right now.
At SASH, life-saving surgery to repair Benji's heart is about to get underway. The little pup is suffering pulmonic stenosis, a condition which could kill him.
Well, as usual, you're in charge and I'll just do what you tell me to do, so.
Okay, let's get in there.
Cardiologist Dr. Rita Singh will be performing the delicate procedure, working closely with specialist surgeon Dr. Andrew Marchevsky.
First thing we've got to do is pass a wire into his heart via his jugular vein.
I can see it right there.
Have you got it?
No, not yet. We're having a few issues here. Just he's so small, he's got such a small vein that we're trying to thread this really quite big needle down, but we'll get there.
Oh. That looks like it's going. Thank you, Andrew.
So can we just have a picture? There we go.
The guide wire is now in place. The next stage of the procedure will be even more delicate.
We've actually got to get a catheter into his heart, and this one's got a little balloon on the end of it.
The balloon will be used to force an opening in Benji's constricted heart valve.
That's it.
Really fiddly, this part. Really hard.
Come on. There you go.
With the catheter now fully inserted,
Wait. Hang on a sec, just stop for a sec.
the surgery is at a critical stage.
The balloon now is sitting just over that narrow valve. It gets a little more risky when we actually start trying to blow it up.
All right, shall we just go? Yes. All right, go.
Ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Away.
Here we go. There we go.
Okay.
Just perfect.
He's not happy.
At this point, Benji's life is hanging in the balance. The balloon has done its job, making an opening in the valve, but the blood can't start flowing until the balloon is out.
The dog's not doing well. We need to move on, Andrew. Dog's not doing well. Which part do you want to do?
I'll pull the balloon out.
Okay.
You got the wire?
Yeah. Just go really
The team has just seconds to get the balloon out
right,
so
I'm
Benji's heart can recover.
All right, pull out.
Pull now. Pull it now. Pull it now. Pull it now.
Oh, I'm happy. I'm pulling it back too, so. All
There you
right, we're good. Keep going, you keep going.
Right.
It's out of the pulmonary artery. Okay.
There you go. All right, we're done here.
The delicate surgery is over and Benji is out of danger.
Basically, Benji's outcome could not have been any better. We've just put a balloon across his valve, opened it up, and now his heart's basically pumping like a normal one. It really can't be any better than that.
I'm down off the mountain and the mountain weather's certainly gone. Little Lucky's safely stashed in my pouch. I hope he likes his new home at the reptile park.
Tim is now on his way to the Australian Reptile Park with Lucky. The little Tasmanian devil was born outside the regular breeding season at Devilark and now needs to be hand-raised.
I'm back at the reptile park and Lucky's had a rest and hasn't had a feed for about 5 hours now, so I'm going to try and feed him straight away. Hey, buddy. Devils are really messy feeders, so I'm going to take him out of his beanie, which is his new pouch, and put him into a little towel. Tuck the arms down and I'm going to wrap it around him. That's it. Good boy. Now it's time for your milk, buddy. This can be a stressful experience for Lucky. If he goes a day or so without feeding well, he's going to become dehydrated and could go downhill really quickly. He's healthy right now. I want to keep him like that. This is an artificial milk and this is what Lucky's going to drink for the next while. Now, there's not much in there and I expect him only to take a little bit of that. It's nice and warm, but I just want him to get a taste for it. It's going to be a little bit different to Mum's, but if he took the littlest bit, I'd be a happy man. Will you take this? Here you go. Good boy. This is the first feed and he's chewing away, sucking away. That's just great. You're doing really good, mate. A little bit more. That's a boy.
It's a positive step for little Lucky. The Joey will remain at the reptile park for the next 6 months. Hopefully then he'll return to Devilark to live permanently.
That was great. I couldn't be happier. Lucky was calm. He didn't drink a lot of milk, but he did drink. Things are looking good for Lucky.
Hey, buddy, huh? Yeah, you're still pretty flat. Why are you not eating well?
It's been 24 hours since 2 stray sick kittens were admitted to SASH.
Your brother's on a drip and you're going to have to go on one too, sweetie.
The 6-week-old brothers were close to death, suffering dehydration and malnutrition.
I'm really worried about the smallest kitten. He's still really flat. We gave him overnight to see if he would start eating on his own or take the syringe feeding, and he doesn't want a bar of it. He's getting progressively more lethargic. So I'm going to put him on fluids and he's going to feel a whole lot better once they get into him.
With the life-saving fluids slowly being administered, Lisa now turns her attention to helping the little kittens consume some much-needed food.
That's good. Yummy. Nice, that's a good boy. You're going to feel so much better, but we can't send you home till you eat by yourself. That's a boy. Look, these kittens are homeless, so they need a lot of love. They need a lot more nutrition and care than they've been getting. Linda and Steve have done a wonderful job bringing them in and looking after them. And without them, they'd be on the street and they wouldn't have stood a chance. As comfy as can be.
Hey, Benj. You coming out? You coming out?
At SASH, it's been just 24 hours since the intricate surgery to fix little Benji's heart murmur.
You're looking far too relaxed in there. And the great thing about what we've done is we've done an amazing thing for his heart, but done it totally non-invasively. So he's got a little nick in his vein there, and yet he's right to go home.
For owner Mel, it's been an emotional ordeal, and he's anxious to be reunited with his brave little mate.
I'm really excited to see him. What they say is true, you know, a dog is a man's best friend. And he really is my best little buddy, and I can't wait to see him.
Who's that? I know. Yeah. Oh no, but there you go, boy. Oh, Bill, goodness me.
I'm sorry, I left you for a couple of days, didn't I, buddy? I feel like a big load or a pressure has been lifted off my shoulders. And just to have him back, I feel so happy. It's just so happy. Benji, yeah, Benji. Benji. Come here, buddy.
When I first met Benji, he was a quiet, just reserved little dog, and he just didn't look happy. But you see him now, and he's bouncing around and just being a crazy puppy. So I think we've made a big difference to him.
Hey, buddy. We're gonna go home now. We're going home. Benji, go home. Yeah. He's a good boy.
It's been 2 days since these tiny brothers arrived at Sash fighting for their lives.
Sorry to wake you, buddy, but I got good news.
But before Lisa gives the all clear for these kittens to return to foster carers Steve and Linda,
It's dinner time.
she has one final test for the 2 strays.
Yeah, it is. It's dinner time. Now show me how you eat. Come on. Hey, look at you. You're a little piggy. Hey, is that yummy? When this little kitten came in, I was worried that there was a chance he wouldn't even make it. And now he's eating by himself, and that is a huge improvement.
His feisty little brother is also showing he has a healthy appetite.
I'm so proud of you, little one. Look at your messy face. Is that yummy?
In reception, Steve and Linda are eager to take the little brothers home.
I thought it'd be great to see them jumping around and see their appetite up, and yeah, it'd be good to see. Fingers crossed it's all good from here.
Look how good they look.
Thank you, Ta. Oh, hello. You guys are standing up and looking alert. That's just excellent.
Yep.
There you go. Hello.
It's pretty amazing how caring some people are. These kittens were strays, they didn't stand a chance, and then Linda and Steve took them in. These kittens are going to warm the hearts of whoever takes them in. It's just like they've done to mine. Do you think you'll find these little guys home, or are you going to...
Well, actually fairly easy, I think, too. Except I want to make sure they go somewhere good.
Otherwise they'll be staying with you. Yeah.
Don't give people ideas. Do you want to go home and see Mum now? Yes, no, maybe? What about your sister? She's waiting for you. Is she all right?
There you go, mate. Go play.
As for brave little Benji, it's been 8 weeks since the operation to repair his heart.
Come on, mate.
No way.
Come on.
I'm seeing it. I'm not sure I'm believing it though. I expected a change with Benji, an improvement, hopefully, but I didn't expect this. I just saw more in 50 metres than I saw before at all.
Oh, Chris, it's amazing. The difference in him is amazing. He would have never have done that sprint ever before.
That run there, it's better than any stethoscope, any ultrasound, because that shows you that not only is he healthy, but he's happy as well.
I can't describe to you in words how happy I feel just seeing him being himself, or being this Benji that I never knew was there before. To see him happy, I feel good inside myself. You know, it's been a journey, and the outcome it's been special. This has gone beyond my wildest expectations.
Yeah.
I can spend the next 15 years hanging out with him and, you know, chilling out and doing all the things that we do.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's really great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No worries, mate. Hang on in, huh?
Cheers, mate.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
You make my world a better place.
Yes.
He's walking with me.
I can depend on
It's not like I don't already have enough variety in my veterinary life, but sometimes it's nice to keep up to speed with animals in the country. So I've been invited by the guys at Hamilton Animal Health to give them a bit of a hand. Now, if past experiences are anything to go by, they seem to save up the special stuff for the city kid.
Chris is on his way to Hamilton in country Victoria to meet up with Dr. Christabel Lewis.
Hello, how you going? Hey, nice to meet you.
You too. You're Dr. Christabel.
I am, yeah, thank you.
Belle, next up to you.
Next up, the patient.
Hi, Chris.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Looking forward to this.
Good, good. Come and have a look around.
Thank you.
The Hamilton Animal Health Clinic looks after Victoria's Western districts. It's a very busy vet clinic.
Good girl. Good girl.
So where would you like me to set up?
Straight to the car, if you don't mind, Chris.
You're sending me to the car.
Yeah. We've got a pig out McFarlane's Road that needs some attention. She's waiting for you.
Has someone told you about my colourful history with pigs? No. Okay, that's probably a good thing.
No.
All right.
Are you okay?
I'm going to be fine.
All right. Good.
Thank you. I'll see you
Waiting
later.
for you. Thank you.
Chris's first assignment is at a local pig farm, just 10 minutes from the clinic.
How are you?
Yeah, not bad.
Been sent out to see your pig. How you going, Chris?
Yeah, Dave. You all
Nice to
right?
meet you, Dave. Dave's got me out here because Pepper has had a few litters of piglets where things haven't exactly gone to plan. She's had a normal number of piglets, but some of them have been stillborn. She's not a small girl.
No, she's fair size now, yeah. 2.5 years old.
So she's had a few litters?
She's had 3 litters. The first litter was all right. She had 8 healthy piglets. The second litter, just noticed that there was a couple of stillborn come out of there, and this last litter, it was an absolute disaster. There was only one that survived. Yeah.
All right, so we've got a problem.
Yeah, we have, yeah.
I'd really need to give her a bit of a check over, and then from there, hopefully, we can work out a bit of a plan about how we work out what's going on.
Yeah, that'd be great, I reckon. Yeah.
You could forgive me for being a little apprehensive when it comes to treating pigs. After all, I've had a fairly colourful history. First, there was Miss Piggy, 175 kilos of Fijian porker. She was about as big as a girl gets, and there was no way she was going to tolerate my ideas for a pedicure.
We had fun, didn't we? Kind of cute.
Then there was Lola. She needed a nose ring, but gave me one hell of a run around in the process. And who could forget Percy the peccary, an aggressive little unit. He had teeth bigger than a lion and an attitude to match. Safe to say, he didn't like me one little bit.
Wow, she's strong.
Yeah, she'll be a bit tough to get hold of, I reckon, really are.
What I'm thinking is that rather than me chase her around, let's play a little bit harder to get. Let's try to push her into maybe that narrow area there. And that way she should be a little bit easier to control. Okay, let's jump in. Much to my relief, Dave has called in a reinforcement. His dad, Colin. Another business to attend to. Come on, let's go. Yeah, I know.
Pepper's gone straight into the race. I think I just had my first ever cooperative pig patient. I didn't see that coming.
Just have a listen to what's happening here.
The heart rate is 90.
Yep.
Which is good. So the amount of muscle and the amount of fat she's carrying there is really encouraging. Let's get a temperature. Okay. That's normal as well. What's really intriguing here is the fact that Pepper is healthy, apart from when she's pregnant. And at that time, something is affecting her and causing her to lose those piglets. Working out what that is here is the big challenge.
Good boy.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, Jane and her Australian miniature bulldog Gulliver are waiting to see emergency vet Dr. Lisa Chimes.
It's all right, Gull. Yeah, good boy. Yeah.
The much-loved one-year-old has a sore eye that is causing extreme pain and discomfort.
Gulliver is one of 4 dogs that we've got, and they have this fabulous game of racing through bushes, and we think that Gulliver ended up with a stick in one of his eyes. He's been terribly sore, really unhappy, really sooky, hasn't wanted to play, hasn't wanted to eat. Just a really unhappy little dog, which is so out of his character.
This must be Gulliver.
It is.
Hello. Want to bring him through?
Absolutely.
Jane has brought Gulliver in today. He's a 1-year-old bulldog, and for the last few days, he's had a really sore eye. Oh, it's very red. You see, that's really red there. Gulliver could have an ulcer in his eye, he could have something stuck in there, he could have an infection. I need to take a closer look at the eyes and do some tests before I can know what's going on.
That's a good boy.
So all we're doing here is we're checking his tear production. If he's got dry eye, if he hasn't got enough tears, then that can contribute to him developing ulcers. Oh no. So I can tell by that that's fine.
Good lad.
Fortunately, Gulliver's tear production is normal, which means he doesn't have dry eye, but we still need to get to the bottom of this problem. Next, I'm going to perform a test on Gulliver's eyes to check for ulcers, which means that the top layer of the clear part of his eye has been scraped off, and that's incredibly painful, and it's something I really hope that Gulliver has not got. So on the surface of this eye, there actually is a superficial ulcer.
Really?
He's got one in that eye too. I know. Ulcers can affect one eye, but in Gulliver's case, both of his eyes are affected. Now that makes me worried that there is a problem with his eyes or eyelids. What I would like to do now is have a closer look at his eyelashes and see if I can see any that are growing in abnormal spots. All right, bud, so that explains it. He's got these little eyelashes that are scratching the surface of his eye. So instead of the eyelid being nice and smooth and spreading the tear film and protecting the eyes, his eyelids are traumatising his eyes. So they're doing the wrong thing.
The only solution is surgery.
We've got to get those eyelashes out. That's the only way that we're ever going to get his eyes to heal, is to remove those eyelashes. Gulliver has a condition called distichia, which means he has eyelashes growing in an abnormal position. Now, if we don't treat these eyes, those eyelashes are going to continue to scrape the surface of the eye. The ulcers are going to get deeper and deeper, and he could lose his vision. In the worst case scenario, he could lose both his eyes.
When you're dealing with a situation where she's having trouble sustaining those piglets right through the 110, 115 days of her pregnancy, something's happening in there to stop her from actually being able to carry them the whole way.
Yep.
In Western Victoria, Chris is trying to find out what is causing Pepper to give birth to stillborn piglets.
What I'm a bit suspicious of is the fact she actually may be carrying a virus. And this virus has a way of just exerting its influence just at the wrong time. So when she is pregnant and she's got those piglets on board, it can actually get into the womb there and will actually attack those piglets and kill some of them halfway through the pregnancy. That virus is called parvovirus.
Oh, yeah.
So that is probably the thing we should be checking for.
Yeah.
I'm sure when most people hear parvovirus, they think about dogs, where it causes a really nasty, bloody diarrhoea that is often fatal. In pigs, though, it's very different. It rarely affects the adults. Instead, it attacks the piglets that are developing inside mum. The way we test for that virus is with a blood test. So we need to get blood out of her without her getting blood out of us.
Yeah, that's right.
There's no doubt the best place to get blood out of a pig is from the jugular vein. It's like a hose. But in pigs, getting access to that vein isn't easy. What I'm thinking is, we don't use the neck.
Where else can we go?
That end. Sitting on the underside of the tail is the tail vein. It's not big, but it is quite accessible. So my hope is to get a needle into that vein, draw out the few mils of blood that we need, and we'll be happy. All right. So you can see, got a couple of mils of blood there.
Yep.
So we'll send it off to the lab straight away. But it makes sense that this parvovirus would be causing what you're seeing with her.
Yeah. Wait to hear back.
Yeah.
The results of Pepper's blood work should be back soon. It will be an anxious wait for Dave until then.
If this test comes back as being positive for parvovirus, it means a few things. Firstly, it's unlikely that Pepper will contract the virus again. They tend to produce their own antibodies against it. But for the rest of the pigs here, they'll need a vaccination because they are vulnerable to the virus. I'll pass this on to the clinic.
Hey, no worries. I'll wait to hear back.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
What a good, brave dog.
At Sash, Gulliver is about to undergo surgery to remove the stray eyelashes growing inside his eyelids. The tricky operation will be performed by ophthalmologist Alison Groth.
The risks if Gulliver doesn't have this surgery are pretty serious. He does have an ulcer, and if the ulcer became infected and the infection was serious, he could even lose the eye. Okay. He's got a lot of abnormal eyelashes.
As surgery gets underway, Alison discovers that Gulliver's eye problems are worse than first thought.
Gulliver has two real problems. The first is that he has hairs growing from the ends of his eyelids, so similar to human eyelashes, except that dogs aren't supposed to have them. The second problem that he has is that he actually has hairs growing from the inside of his eyelid, which is very abnormal, and certainly every time he blinks is just going to be causing a lot of irritation.
Alison now has the painstaking task of removing the multitude of tiny hairs that are aggravating both of Gulliver's eyes.
He's very severely affected.
Every tiny hair needs to be removed if the surgery is going to be a success.
So this is an electrolysis needle, so I'm going to place this tiny filament down the hole that the abnormal eyelashes are coming out of.
As well as pulling the hairs out, Alison must also send an electrical pulse into the hair follicle to make sure it doesn't grow back.
This is more or less the same thing that people will have done to get rid of unwanted hairs.
After an hour, Alison removes the final stray hair from inside Gulliver's eyelid.
That's it. He's done. So a massive number of hairs on Gulliver's eyelids, so it was really important that we remove those, and I'm really happy with how it went.
Great.
Although there'll be a little bit of swelling when he wakes up, I think he'll feel pretty good.
All right, sweetie.
It's been a very good patient.
He's definitely not in there. No, mate, I can see 3, not 4. He's supposed to be in here.
Overnight, Theo the koala has gone missing from his home at the Australian Reptile Park. General Manager Tim Faulkner is justifiably concerned.
Yeah, I got to tell you, mate, I always get worried when koalas are out. I mean, we got dingoes here, devils there. let's have a look at this yard and then find him.
Okay, mate.
Yeah. We have 13 koalas here at the reptile park, and sometimes they go missing. They don't vanish into thin air, but perhaps a keeper leaves a hose or a rake up against the fence, and koala climbs out. Other times, they just get the desire to jump out. It's not easy, but it happens. Well, the yard's good. I mean, there's no obvious signs out, so it's something else, but, you know, our priority now, we've got a koala on the loose.
Theo's on the loose.
Yep, we've got to find him.
Righto, let's get on.
Come on, Theo, where are you, mate? Where are you, buddy? I'm really worried about Theo. Koalas, when they get out, they climb up a tree in a safe spot, go up across a limb into another tree, and they can come down and be someone's lunch. Dingo yard, devil yard, alligator lagoon. We can't let that happen. We've got to find him, and fast. What are you doing up there, mate? You haven't seen anyone about this big, fluffy, black nose? I hope not. Keep looking up.
After more than an hour of searching for the elusive Theo, Tim and Mike have turned up nothing. The situation is getting desperate.
Theo, boy, Theo. What have you done?
We'll look for Theo all day if we have to. He could be up really high in a tree, covered by leaves and foliage, and simply, we can't see him. If we have to, we'll stay here at night. I really hope it doesn't come to that. Come on, Theo, where are you, mate?
I've had a call from one of the vets we collaborate with pretty closely. He really would appreciate some help with some fertility testing on bulls.
Do not tell me that with a straight face, because you know what that is.
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I do know what that is. We're talking testicles. And we're talking measuring testicles.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be on my way.
In country Victoria, Chris is on his way to a local farm where there is a very unusual job to be done.
Oh, you've got to be joking. What am I here for?
Dr. David Rendell is the man responsible for making sure this herd of breeding bulls can father multiple babies.
I've been stitched up, haven't I? I'm already a little bit unsure about today. And then I turn up and see Dave dressed like he's ready for battle. What are we doing? It's a warm welcome. I hope it's a warm welcome. Yeah. Do I need to warm these up?
Well, it won't hurt.
Yeah? They like that more?
They do like it more with a cold hand,
okay.
Cold heart, they tell me.
Should we get to work?
These bulls have to get 30 to 50 cows in calf in 6 weeks, so part of our job is to actually palpate the scrotum, which takes a bit of experience and technical expertise to make sure that they're A1 for bullets.
This is not just a test for the bulls. The city vet is also under pressure to perform.
Are those hands warm?
Yeah,
Chris?
I think they are now.
Let's get stuck into it.
Okay.
Come on, Theo, where are you, mate?
At the Australian Reptile Park, Tim and Operations Manager Mike are searching for the elusive Theo.
Where are you, boy? Where are you?
The koala has escaped from his enclosure and has now been missing for more than 2 hours.
Mike to Tim.
Go ahead.
I've got Theo.
Ah, you little ripper. Good on you, mate.
The good news, Mike's found Theo. The bad news is he's dangerously high up a tree and he plans to stay there.
Well, you found him. Now we've got to get him down.
The fun part.
Yeah. I don't want him to get any higher.
No, I don't want him any higher either.
Theo, no more. The plan now is just to scale the tree, try and get myself up high enough that I can then use the pole. And the pole's got a plastic bag on the end that makes a bit of noise. Now you put that above the koala's head and hopefully it makes the koala come down. I'm coming up, Theo.
That's it, mate.
Come on. Oh, he's going up.
As soon as Tim begins scaling the tree, Theo's on the run.
He's going up.
The higher Theo gets, the more risky the rescue operation becomes.
Come on, pal.
He's going even further, lovely.
I don't want to have to go to the top of that tree because it starts blowing in the wind then and it gets a bit scary. If he goes up too high, I can't follow. I have to pull back for my safety and for Theo's. If the branch gets too thin, it could bend and snap and he's going to come crashing down. No higher, Theo.
He looks big. What's his weight here?
1,200 kilograms.
1,200.
1.2 tonnes.
It's a lot of man.
It's a big man.
In Western Victoria, Chris is about to give this massive bull a very intimate examination. He needs to make sure that this breeder has what it takes to father multiple babies.
The size that matters seriously is actually down here.
Correct.
This sounds like a joke, but there is a really important side to it because if you're a breeding bull, this is the exam you have to pass if you're to enjoy the spoils of your profession. Tape measure. Forget about all that stuff about size not mattering. Here, it is really important. Their balls have to be between 35 and 45 centimetres and just the right level of firmness. 1 is too hard, 5's too soft, ideally 2, maybe 3. So 45, we need to feel you as well. He feels firm, but how firm is too firm?
In a good testicle, it should feel like a firm, hard bicep you'd be proud to show off to your best mates.
Actually does feel the same. So he's firm but not too firm. He's big but not too big. It seems like in the world of bulls, that's the mark of a champion. Numbers that matter, 45 and 3.
Let's go.
Is that a good score?
Excellent.
He's going to be stoked with that. Bull 1. He passes the test.
But before the bull can head back to the paddock, he needs to be immunised and sprayed to make sure he's healthy and at the top of his game.
All clear, big guy. You're ready to roll. He doesn't want to leave. Hey, these hands. Right, buddy, come on. Otherwise, I'll do it again. And this time they'll be cold.
That thread is enough to get the bull moving.
Jeez, you're a big unit, aren't you?
Up next, an experienced older bull.
So his name is 817, a 5-year-old bull. Let's get down to business. Now, David, he's hanging quite low. Bull 2, the moment I look at him, something's not quite right. His right testicle, looking good. Left one, shrunken and soft. The fact is, the size of their balls reflects their breeding potential. How many cows they can meet, greet and do the business with in a very short period of time.
To be a star performer, both the bull's testicles need to be firm and measure between 35 and 45 centimetres in diameter.
His right is quite large and a nice consistency, but his left is quite soft and quite small.
You're spot on there, Chris. The left one is in real strife.
And as for those all-important numbers...
So, 40 centimetres. Didn't like that score. What was he last year? 42. 42.
Small and shrinking testes mean that this bull is likely to have a low sperm count, which is not good news for a breeding bull.
So he wouldn't be fit to breed like this?
He's not going to be fit to join up 40 cows, no, he'll have to have a rest.
Tape measure rules all, doesn't it?
It does.
The harsh reality of Bull 2 not quite measuring up is the fact that he won't be doing any breeding this year.
It's bad news for this patient, but Chris has one more client to see.
Up again, up again. He's a big boy. But I guess the question is he big where it matters? I think we've got a 3 here, David. But let's go for the measure. The one thing I remember from vet school is being told that a bull's ball should look like 2 Coke cans and a footy sock. And these ones actually do. All right. 43 centimetres and 3 for consistency.
That's the same figures as last year.
Yeah? So he'll be breeding
He'll
this
be
year?
breeding and he'll be having a crack at 50 females in his joining group.
His measurements, massive. Firmness, just right. This guy is a standout. Okay. All right. Try to see this as being the tick of approval.
A vaccination and worming drug completes his treatment.
When you're a start performer, you get the start treatment. And so they tell me. That's what happens when you have 43 centimetres behind you. Get looked after.
Bull number 3 gets the tick of approval, but has the city boy passed his test?
Yeah, Chris did a great job today. He's obviously grown up in a farm. I had some farm experience. To get behind a bull like that, it takes a bit of nerve and confidence, and he did a great job.
Firm handshake, a 3.
A 3.
Handshake.
I reckon you're a 2 on the handshake.
Thanks, mate. See you later.
That's pretty high now. No higher, Theo.
At the Australian Reptile Park, Tim is attempting a dangerous rescue operation.
Come on, mate.
Theo has escaped from his enclosure and is now precariously balanced at the top of a tree.
Come on, Theo. Come on, mate. Down this way, please. That's a boy.
Tim must now coax Theo down before the koala falls and injures himself.
Little bit more, buddy, that hand. Come on. Yeah, I know you're cranky, mate.
But Theo isn't interested in coming down.
Come on, Pally. Theo's a man on a mission and he doesn't want to play ball. He's putting up a fight. So I'm trying to unhook one hand while he's grabbing on with the other. He's moving around the back of the tree. Then he starts to bite. It's not easy. Come on, pal. Come on, onto me, mate. Don't forget I'm up in the tree too, buddy.
You got him?
Yep, trying to bite.
Yeah, you happy?
Yep. Settle down. Settle down. Theo's accepted that he's coming down, and once he's on me, he settles. But I've got to get the two of us down safely. Do you think you can grab him, mate?
Yeah, I can get him now.
Please, that claw out of my back.
Come on, Theo.
Thank you.
Come on, mate.
Oh, geez, he's got me now. Oh.
Okay, it's okay.
With Theo now safe, it's time for the cheeky koala to go back to his enclosure.
Well, he knows he's home, mate. He's having a good sniff.
He does. What do you think he got out?
Well, I got a suspicion, mate. Wouldn't be the first time. I reckon he's out looking for love.
Ah, Theo. You little devil, out looking for the ladies. Tim's got a theory that Theo's gotten out because he's after a girl. Now, I'm personally happy to help out any of my little male buddies here. So, Theo, we're going to see what we can do for you.
In country Victoria, Chris is responding to a call for help from a farm where there's a newborn in trouble.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It's Lindy, right?
Yes, Lindy, yep.
Thank you.
You right?
Now, I've heard all about your horse.
Yes. A bit of a surprise packet, getting twins.
Tell me what's happened.
Well, the mare had twins last Wednesday.
Yep.
She had them naturally. She cleaned them up, but she's just been rejecting one.
Lindy tells me she's got a tricky situation here. We've got a mare that's given birth to twin foals, but all of a sudden has started playing favourites. So I'm guessing this is her here.
Yes.
And these are her little babies
They're
here?
her babies, her two little colts.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
I think they're both nice.
Yeah.
Equally. Both as beautiful.
She doesn't think so.
No.
She'd rather have one and not the other, unfortunately.
Okay.
Brothers Dot and Dash are little miracles. The chances of their mother Hope delivering twin foals was 10,000 to 1.
Horses are used to having one baby, just that one foal they can focus on and they can love. The problem we've got here is that with this mare having two foals, it doesn't seem right. To her, she knows that she should only have one foal, and so she's made her mind up and she's chosen one.
Come on, little one.
Hey, little guys. Hey. Okay, so the first one that went there is
That's
the favourite?
the one, the favourite, yes. The other little one is the not so favourite.
So the one with the stripe is the one she doesn't like?
Yep.
So she's fine right now, but she's having little looks around
Yep.
and she's smelling which is which?
Yeah, she knows hers is the one closest.
Okay.
And she's happy with that.
Yep.
And this little guy, he moves out a bit and then she's not quite so happy.
So now this becomes a dangerous situation
For this little fella, yeah.
because they're isolated on either side.
Yeah, and she can start to pick up the hind leg. She starts to want to push him out of the way.
Within seconds of Dot leaving the teat, Mum becomes aggressive to Dash.
Okay, so we're just getting a little nip in there now.
Yeah, she's saying that's enough.
Sadly for this foal, he can never stay drinking long enough to get a proper feed. As a result, he's losing weight and he's falling behind.
Little Dash is now so hungry that despite the danger, he risks trying to suckle a second time.
He's a little gun, he's just...
But I guess he has to, doesn't he? I mean, survival depends on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
See that?
Yeah. So a little kick there, then she fends
He's
him away.
streetwise, he's learnt to get out of the way a bit.
But he hasn't got away every single time.
No,
I mean, you can see little marks on him there.
Yes, she has got him a couple of times.
The situation is critical. Dash is now so malnourished that his ribs are protruding from his tiny body.
She won't let him feed on his own. She just kicks him out of the way or bites him. She really takes objection to him being around her. She just bites and kicks.
If Dash has any chance of survival, Chris has to find a solution.
Why are we doing this, huh? You couldn't open up your heart just a little bit more? Ooh. You look at that little face of his and he seems sad, and it's with good reason. His mother, the only one essentially to guide him through his early months of life, doesn't like him, doesn't even want to have a bar of him. She has rejected him.
He's ready, mate. He's been calling the whole way.
At the Australian Reptile Park, matchmaker Tim is about to introduce the amorous Theo.
There you go, pal.
To his potential new girlfriend, Pia.
Theo is a young male, prime of his life, 3 years old, and this will be his first introduction to a female, Pia. Now, he's a teenager. He got halfway here last night. That's probably what he was after, so it's a pretty exciting day. Hey, mate. Yeah, and he's been grunting, like koalas do, the whole way from the yard to here.
The only question now is, will there be koala chemistry between Theo and new mum Pia?
I'm really excited for Theo. He's shown us all the signs, we've found a perfect match, and we're about to introduce them. The only thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is little Polly. I don't think what we're about to see is something appropriate at her tender age. Good girl, come over here. You might not want to see this.
Let's go, mate. Up you go. There you go. That's Pia. Be gentle. That's good. Oh, no, he's still missing. Lift up a little. Lift her up. There we go. That's it. Good boy. Just needed a little bit of help. Excellent. Successful mating, mate.
Very successful.
She's nice and quiet too. Very easy. Perfect timing.
Oh, Polly hasn't seen a thing.
Good.
No, she hasn't seen a thing. It's okay, darling. Look at the eucalyptus trees out there.
That's it. She's finished. That was good.
That was unreal.
Excellent. That's the most perfect mating you could hope for. Wow, Theo. For a first mating, that was brilliant. He showed all the trademark skills that we want to see in a young adult male koala. Should be pretty impressed with himself.
The hope is Pia will fall pregnant and give birth to another little Joey in 5 weeks' time. As for Theo, he's pretty impressed with his efforts.
Go on, give us a roar. Give us a roar. Good. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy.
Well done, mate.
What a day. Theo, he did get out, but we were able to get him back, introduce him to Pia, and I feel really good because we've been able to help them mate and start the next generation. Our little boy's a man. Theo, Theo, Theo.
Ooh, okay. She seems like a lovely horse.
Yeah.
But she is so conscious of that other foal being around, and she knows that's not the one for her.
Yeah.
Even though it is her flesh and blood.
Yeah.
She's biting, she's kicking,
Yeah.
she's snorting at it. I mean, she couldn't be making it more clear that she doesn't like that other foal.
Yeah.
In Western Victoria, Chris is trying to come up with a solution to help 7-day-old Dash. The tiny foal was born a twin, but now has been rejected by his mother and is being victimised.
You look at this foal and the signs of rejection are written all over his body. He's got bite marks from her grabbing hold of him and essentially telling him to get lost. Wow, like mother, like son. Hey, don't you think he's getting enough from over here? If this couldn't get any harder for him, it just has, because his brother has now picked up on his mum's behaviour and he's also starting to bite him.
And this is where I think it's time to make a decision on what we're going to do, because I just feel sorry for him. He's just getting bashed about.
We have to take action.
Yeah.
Because that foal's only going to get more hurt and fall further behind.
Yeah.
The ideal situation for any foal is that it should be raised by its mother. She gives him food, but at the same time, she teaches him about life. She teaches him how to be a good horse. In this situation, though, it's just not possible. There is something we can do, but it involves a lot of work.
What's that?
Well, you're going to have to hand rear. There really is only one answer here. He has to be taken away from his mother and bottle raised. It's not easy. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, but it's going to be the kindest thing for him.
I travel a lot and I'm not always home, so I don't think it's an option for me to try and bottle rear it. But I have got a good friend in Hamilton who loves doing things like rear animals. He's got a few little ponies in the paddock that he could live with and have a pretty normal life and get onto the bottle. Yeah.
I think that we've reached that point.
Yeah. Unfortunately. I think it's quite important that it has some love in its life. It needs some loving, it needs some nurturing for it to survive and have a reasonable chance of life.
No, I don't believe it now, but you will be better off without him. Huh? You will, mate. Come on.
Dash will leave his mum and brother immediately. His new home is at a farm just 30 minutes away.
The good news for this foal with being bottle raised is the fact he gets all the milk he needs. He'll catch up with his growth. He'll actually become probably as big, if not bigger than his brother. But importantly, he won't get picked on anymore. It's going to be okay, yeah? All right, let's do it. There's no doubt that Dash is a fighter. He's had to be just to survive up until this point. But what he's been missing is love. If he gets some of that, I've got no doubt he'll be a great horse one day.
Hey, buddy. How are you feeling today? Come on out. Let me have a look at you. Alison said it went really well.
At Sash, it's been 24 hours since Gulliver underwent delicate eye surgery to remove stray eyelashes growing inside his eyelids.
They look pretty good.
Tiny hairs were causing painful ulcers to develop on both eyes. Without treatment, the Australian miniature bulldog could have lost his sight.
Gulliver's making a great recovery. His eyelids are a little bit swollen and a little bit pink, but overall he's doing really well. You ready? Should we get out of here? I've got someone in the waiting room for you.
Owner Jane hasn't seen Gulliver since his operation.
Come on, buddy.
I just want him to be happy and feeling happy and relaxed and hopefully with no pain.
Who's there? Not there. There.
Hello, sausage. How are you? Hello. Let's see you. Oh, hello, darling. How have you been? Good boy. So how did it go, Lisa?
Went really well. There were actually a lot of hairs there, so it took Alison quite a while to laser them all off, but she did it in the end. The eyelids are smooth and his eyes can heal, and that's what happened overnight.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so they're pretty
darling.
good.
Look, you've got your blue eye back, honey.
The amazing thing is that Gulliver's ulcers have healed overnight, and that just goes to show how much damage those eyelashes were causing. I'm just so happy that this little guy is no longer in pain and his vision will be crystal clear.
All right, mate, let's go. Thank you,
See you
so
later.
much. Thank you.
Take care. Bye, Gulliver.
Let's go.
Be a good boy.
Good boy. Oh, he looks wonderful. I can't wait to get him in the car and get him home to his family.
As for Pepper, the porker's test results are back.
All the evidence points to her having had parvovirus. She's now been vaccinated, which means there's no reason why in the future she can't have a big litter of piglets that are all happy and healthy.
So with Pepper sorted, it's time for Chris to say his goodbyes to the Hamilton Animal Health Clinic.
Well, Christabel, you promised me variety. You delivered. But until, I guess, you have more bulls or pigs or foals for me to look at, I've got to go.
It's been great having you. Thanks
It's
so
been
much for
really,
coming.
really good. I'll see you soon. That's a 3, by the way. It's a good answer.
Yeah, good. Thanks.
Good boy. Hey? Is that good?
8 weeks later, and the news is all good for little Dash, the foal which was being picked on by his mother and brother.
Oh, okay.
With love and attention from carer Jess,
Come on.
Dash is now thriving.
Chris definitely made the right decision removing Dash from his mum. So had he not been removed, he wouldn't have been able to survive.
Good boy.
He's growing at the rate that we really want him to be. He's drinking consistently. He loves to play. He's a really happy, healthy foal, and we're really happy with how he's going.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
Our friends at Budget Direct provide pet insurance that can help you with the cost of treatments like these.
Hey, a little fighter boy.
This may avoid you having to make a heartbreaking decision about the care your best friend needs. Pet insurance solved with Budget Direct.
You make my world a better place.
Yes.
He's walking with me.
I can depend on
Can I have a look at her? Hello. Oh, look at her. She's like, can you get me out of here, Mum?
She's a bit small and her tail keeps falling off as well, so.
Lara and her mum Lauren have brought an unusual patient into the Bondi Clinic.
We're here today to see about our pygmy bearded dragon. I think it's got a little bit of tail rot and we're not sure. So just want to make sure she's not going to rot away.
I'm hoping that Dr. Chris can find out what's wrong with her and give her medicine.
Hello, how you going? That's Zaza. Yeah, come on through. When I first see my next patient, it's not attached to a lead or in any sort of cage. It's in a small box. This one's going to be different. What's in the box?
The bearded dragon.
Oh, wow. So how old's she?
3 months old.
Okay. And her name's Zaza.
Zaza.
And you're worried about this tail, are you?
The tail. It's quite long and then a little bit falls off and a little bit more and now I'm not sure if it's going to just keep going.
So Zaza's downsizing
Yeah.
when you don't really want her to.
No.
When I first see all of Zaza, something's not quite right. Normally with bearded dragons, their tail is as long as their body. For Zaza, it's a lot shorter. The last centimetre or so is dark and looks like it's about to drop off. Have you got any ideas about what might be happening to the tail?
Tail rot.
Tail right, yeah.
That's all.
So basically what happens is, every few weeks it starts to blacken off and then bits drop off. So you must be a little bit concerned about this.
Yeah. Hoping she doesn't just completely disappear.
Yeah. She's going to run out of tail soon. No matter whether you're a dog, cat, bird, human, or a bearded dragon, if something turns black, it's not a good sign. For Zaza's tail to shorten up so dramatically, all of a sudden we're looking at something that's not quite normal.
What's this? Not food. Not food.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital Sash, Ray and Tracy are not very happy with 5-year-old Angus.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. This free toy has now landed us here and will probably cost us a fair bit.
The cheeky Border Collie Cross has been rushed into the emergency hospital after swallowing a soft toy.
So what has he done?
He swallowed one of them.
Very
similar to that.
Angus. Excuse me, buddy. What have you done? Tracy and Ray tell me that Angus has a friend called Pet. He's the pet's pet, and Angus carries him around. They are normally as close as can be. But today, the relationship was under a little bit of strain because Angus decided to eat his best mate.
Yeah, we're just concerned that if he does have a bowel blockage that he won't be able to get his epileptic medication.
Turns out Angus also suffers from severe epilepsy and needs to be medicated twice a day to control his seizures.
Due for him at 7 o'clock.
Well, we better get you sorted before 7 o'clock tonight, huh, Bud? What do you think? Angus's owners are really worried about him missing his seizure medications, but in reality, I'm more worried about the toy being stuck there. We can always give him his anti-seizure medications by injection, but if he's got a toy stuck in his guts, we're gonna have to pull it out with an endoscopy or even surgery.
So basically what happens is, every few weeks it starts to blacken off and then bits drop off. And that's happening on a cycle.
Yeah.
Chris is trying to work out why Zaza's tail is getting dangerously short.
The thing about bearded dragons, unlike some lizards, they can't just drop their tail and grow a new one. Yeah. So this is sort of the stumpy look for life.
Yeah.
So have you got a few pets at home?
Yeah.
What have you got?
Fish, hermit crabs, dogs, and them.
Wow. Lara's not your typical 11-year-old. For starters, she has 28 pets. Her favourites are dogs and bearded dragons. Clearly, Zaza means the world to her. And the fact that she's so small and at the moment so fragile, you can see she's concerned. All right, let's have a look at you.
She doesn't know.
Yeah, it's sore. Obviously the tail is the area of most concern with Zaza, and as I work my fingers all the way down, it's fine until I get to the tip, and all of a sudden, she lets me know that area is not to be touched. All right, let me have a little listen. It's going to be a little listen, trust me.
It is a very little listen.
There's not much to listen to. Is it funny that the stethoscope's bigger than she is?
Yes.
Yeah. Not only can I hear her heart and the fact that it's beating incredibly rapidly, but also very clearly, I can also hear her breathing. And those two things are crucial in such a small patient. All right, so it doesn't look like there are any other sore spots on her body. Now, she moves around quite freely and quite comfortably.
Yeah, she seems normal apart from that.
So she's getting by, but she's not exactly thriving.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's not.
Well, 95% of her is great.
Yeah.
It's just this 5% here that isn't so good.
Yeah.
So we need to work out what's happening in this 5%.
Yeah.
And so she's in with another bearded dragon.
Yeah.
How much bigger is the other?
It's getting bigger now. I mean, it's still a baby, but
It's not that big. It's that big with its tail.
Or another half her size, would you say?
Zaza shares an enclosure with Rosa, another bearded dragon, about a month older, but quite a lot larger than Zaza.
do you think the other one might be bullying?
Oh, it's a good question.
You don't see it. It's not like they hiss and scratch.
Yeah. The fact that Zaza shares her tank with another bearded dragon, Rosa, it immediately rings alarm bells. We could be looking at fight wounds here.
All right, buddy, well, let's take a look at you. Hey, you're a good boy. You've been to the vets lots of times, haven't you? Too many, that's right.
At Sash, Lisa is examining Angus. The 5-year-old has swallowed a soft toy, and Lisa is worried that it could be lodged in his esophagus.
He actually looks pretty normal, and that's because his owners have really been on the ball and brought him in as soon as they noticed that there was anything wrong, which means that at the moment it's probably not causing an obstruction, but with time it's got the potential to become quite stuck. What I recommend we do now is take an x-ray of Angus's chest, because I want to have a look at his esophagus and make sure that that toy is not sitting in there, because if it is, then we're going to have to pull it out with an endoscopy. But if it's not in the esophagus and it's moved already into his stomach, then we really have 3 options. Now, the first one is to make him vomit, and hopefully he'll bring it up the way that it went down. Option 2 would be to perform an endoscopy and try and pull the toy out that way. And the third option would be doing nothing and waiting and seeing if he passes it. But it could get stuck. And if it gets stuck and causes an obstruction, then that can be life-threatening. You know, it could perforate through his bowel, and that can cause peritonitis. That's potentially fatal, would need emergency surgery. It's one of those things that I just can't guarantee which way it's going to go. So those are the options, and you guys are going to have to decide what you want to do.
Whatever you suggest, whatever you think is the best option.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's not worth the risk to wait, I don't think.
Yeah.
Angus's future now depends on the results of x-rays and just where the toy has ended up.
Hopefully we'll get some information from it, and then I'm going to try and make him vomit if the x-ray is normal, and then fingers crossed that I get another one of these out.
It's brown in colour, if that's of any help.
Good to know. Won't be long. Come on, Angus, this way, buddy. Let's go. Angus has been through so much with his epilepsy and his seizures, and they've all been in and out of hospital, and now he's here again with a toy stuck that could be life-threatening. We need to get this toy out very quickly for Angus's sake and for theirs.
I think if we go looking for causes for why Zaza's having problems, my feeling is that it begins and it ends with her supposed best friend.
Aww. At the Bondi Clinic, Chris has just discovered that Zaza, the bearded dragon, shares her enclosure with a mate called Rosa.
I don't see them fighting, and sometimes I see her sitting on top of the other one, and you know, so I think if you sit on they get on the back.
Yep.
I figured, look, if it was that bad between them, they're not going to do it.
Chris is now starting to suspect Rosa could be the reason Zaza's tail is getting shorter and shorter.
I think Rosa walks around and goes, oh, I'm hungry, what can I eat? And sees this little thing floating around.
It says that's a worm.
And it moves, and it fits in Rosa's mouth pretty comfortably. All it takes is one little bite from Rosa to clamp down, affect the blood supply to the tip of the tail, it becomes black, and then drops off.
That's a shame, your little mate's eating you.
I'm sitting here wondering how we're finally going to crack this case, how we're going to know exactly what's happening to Zaza's tail, when I realise I'm looking at a girl who has 28 pets. She has more pets than I do. Therefore, this one's over to her. I'm going to put Lara completely in charge of this case. I want you to put this above their enclosure and turn it on. Okay? We're going to run that for about an hour. And we're going to see what happens when you're not around, because they won't do this when you're there. If Rosa is taking a little chunk out of Zaza, then they need to be separated. It all comes down to what we see on this camera.
Let's see if that little toy is sitting in your esophagus, huh, buddy? I hope it's not.
At SASH, 5-year-old Angus has swallowed a soft toy. Lisa needs to find out exactly where it's lodged.
Wait there. So we're taking some x-rays now of Angus to see if that fluffy toy is in his esophagus, because if it is there, it could do some real damage. That organ is really sensitive, and hopefully it's already moved into his stomach.
Owners Ray and Tracy are waiting in reception. They're hoping their naughty boy doesn't have to have surgery.
Angus is basically part of the family. We've had him since he was 12 weeks old. We've had him for about four or 5 years now. He's about 5. He's an RSPCA dog. Yeah. So, yeah, he's a bit special.
Okay, that's fine. I can't see any sign that that fluffy toy is in his esophagus. To me, it's more likely that it's moved down into his stomach, in which case we've got to make him vomit right now. If we don't get it out quickly, it could move into his intestines where it could become blocked, and that could mean surgery.
You've got a waiting room full of hot chicks.
These Chinese silky chickens are the pampered pets of the equally colourful Chrissy.
I think the whole world needs more colour. I love colour. And what I do to the chickens, it doesn't hurt them. It's completely and utterly harmless. They are shampooed in Pantene, conditioned in Pantene, and then I put food colouring, which is totally harmless to them, harmless to me, and then I blow dry them. And that's how we get our little coloured chickens.
I knew it was you. Well, who else does this?
Who else does this? Good,
to see
good,
you.
you too.
Now, who can I grab?
You can grab this one if you'd like. Yeah?
Okay.
Fabulous. And that one?
You up as well. Thank you. Chrissy's one of the clinic's colourful characters in every sense of the word. In there.
In.
No, wrong door. Let's go. Over the years, I've seen Chrissy for a number of problems, all to do with her pets. Here we go. Close the barn door. Now it appears the chickens are next up. I've got no idea what to expect with these chickens. What is the crisis?
The crisis, Chris. I have the crisis in here.
Mm-hmm.
This is chook number 4. I have this little one isolated from these guys.
Yep.
This little one is losing weight dramatically. You can actually feel the keel bone.
Yeah.
And she's very sticky in her beak, white sticky in her beak.
And she kind of looks a little tired too. It's clear straight away, looking at the yellow chicken, this is why Chrissy is so concerned, because a chicken just shouldn't look like this. This quiet, you get worried.
We're actually going to give him a meal and then we're going to make him vomit.
Lovely.
Okay? Because I just want to coat that toy up so that when he does vomit, it will hopefully come out all as one. And if he doesn't, then he's going to have an endoscopy performed.
At Sash, 5-year-old Angus has swallowed a soft toy. The race is on to try to locate and remove it before it causes a potentially life-threatening bowel obstruction.
The x-ray showed that the soft toy is unlikely to be in his esophagus, so it's more likely that it's in his stomach. What we're going to do now is we're going to try and make Angus vomit so that the fluffy toy comes out in the easiest way possible. Now, I need to feed him a big meal so that he's got something to coat that toy when he vomits it up. This is as spoiled as they come.
Are you excited?
There you go, Angus. That is delicious.
Angus will now get a shot of apomorphine to make him vomit.
Hey, bud, you're going to feel a bit sick now, and I'm really sorry about that. Here comes the drooling.
There we go. This is what happens when you eat your toys. All right. You get to be sick.
I'm really hoping that Angus vomits up this fluffy toy, because if he doesn't, we're going to have to give him an anaesthetic and perform an endoscopy to try and pull it out. He's really not feeling well. Good boy. Come on. Good on my buddy. Oh, I'm a bit worried now, because that's a lot of food and there's no toy in there. Angus has vomited a couple of times, and as I'm searching through this stinky vomit, there is no sign of pet, which means that Angus has to have an anaesthetic so that we can try and pull out the toy with an endoscopy. Hey, I'm so sorry. Hey, bud, we gotta get that toy out.
This little one is losing weight dramatically. You can actually feel the keel bone.
Yeah.
And she's very sticky in her beak, white sticky in her beak.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chrissy is extremely concerned about her Chinese silky chicken, Goofy.
She's really lethargic and she is sleeping a lot. Whenever I look, she's got a little head in the back sleeping.
I mean, she should be up and proud like these guys are.
Yeah.
Whereas she is very withdrawn.
She has no energy.
She doesn't look good.
No, she doesn't.
Whereas all the rest of Chrissy's chickens are all colourful and active and looking to create chaos, the yellow chicken is completely different. She's quiet, she's withdrawn, almost looks like she wants to go to sleep. It's strange to see anything to do with you being quiet.
I know, I'm not coping. I can't cope. If I lose another one, I'll be beside myself. Last week I lost one. There were the three of them, and I had a beautiful big pink one, and I lost her, and I'm really concerned that whatever the pink one had may have gone to this one.
Sure.
Chrissy is understandably worried. Little Coco, the pink chicken, died without warning.
I thought she was fine, and just last week I came out one morning and she'd gone to chook heaven.
The thing with chickens is you normally don't see a lot wrong with them until it's too late. So for her to be actually showing signs of weakness right now, she must be pretty unwell.
Yeah. I knew she was sick, but she's a whole lot sicker than I thought. So I just hope that I've got her here in time.
Let's get a weight from her and see where we're at.
Bugger lugs here.
$1.6 kilograms.
Big difference.
So she's almost triple her weight.
Almost triple.
So she's eating as much as the others, would you say?
Yes, absolutely, and taking fluids.
Yet, despite all that, she's fading away compared to the rest.
Absolutely.
She does look worryingly skinny there.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at you. There are a few areas in her mouth that don't look spot on. It's all a little bit sticky and...
Yeah, it's sort of got that white sticky.
It shouldn't smell great.
No, it's terrible, isn't it? Oh.
Foul-smelling breath and mucus in the mouth could be a sign of infection. But Chris will need to do a full examination to see if there are any other symptoms.
All right, let's have a little listen to her. Listening to Goofy's heart, it sounds okay. It's when I look at her breathe that I really get worried. You can see her whole body move.
Yes.
In an attempt to get that air in. I just fear that perhaps the infection we're seeing around her nose is actually a small part of what's going on. I worry that she may actually have an infection further down in her air sacs, so actually in sort of the equivalent of her lungs.
Like pneumonia, like we get.
Look how much she has to really push and suck that air in to actually get a breath. For a chicken, that's just not normal.
Yeah.
Good boy. And have a little sleep.
At SASH, Dr. Vibeke Russell has the tricky job of trying to remove the soft toy in Angus's stomach.
Hey, bud, you're going to be all right. We're going to get this out of you, hey? We're just anaesthetising Angus now. We're going to put a camera down his esophagus, his food pipe, to try and see if that toy is in his stomach, and hopefully we'll be able to grab it out and pull it out his mouth, because if we can't get it out and it's in there, he's going to have surgery.
So we're going down into the stomach now. It's not looking hopeful. I don't see...
I mean, it would be pretty obvious if it was in there.
Yeah, this is a fairly small ball of food and I don't see any soft toy there, which is disappointing.
Come on, Angus. It's not a tiny toy. It shouldn't be this difficult. Really.
The frustration is building as the minutes tick by and there is no sign of the stuffed toy.
At the moment, things are looking a little bit worrying, and I don't even know if the toy's in there.
After more than 25 minutes, Lisa and the team are almost ready to give up and take Angus to surgery.
We're looking around and we're really not having any luck finding the toy. We're finding bits of food, bits of hairs. It's all just a big chaotic mess in that stomach.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, what is that? Looks a bit non-food-like.
Doesn't non-food-like?
I wonder if that is the tag. I think you got it, babe.
Well, it's just, so we just have to go very slowly.
Come on, please be there. That looks like a toy.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe those sardines weren't such a good idea, Mark. Oh, that's a job well done, I think. That is a huge relief. We managed to get the fluffy toy out of Angus's stomach with the endoscopy, which means no surgery for Angus. And after a little bit of recovery time, he'll be home ready to take his medication.
Look how much she has to really push and suck that air in to actually get a breath. For a chicken, that's just not normal.
Yeah.
At the Bondi Clinic, Goofy the Chinese silky chicken is in serious trouble. An infection is taking over her tiny body, resulting in lethargy and extreme weight loss.
With every breath, she burns so much energy just getting the oxygen in that sustains her, that no matter how much she eats, she's never going to eat enough to replace the energy she's burning just through doing something simple as breathing. Any animal that breathes like this is a concern. You can see the effort she puts in just to get one single breath. She dips her head, she musters up all her strength, and with one big effort, sucks the air in as hard as she can. That's just one breath. She has to take thousands of those each day. It's no wonder that she is so stressed and she's lost weight. Okay. Well, we need to work out some treatment for her.
Yep, sure
quickly.
do. Yeah, very quickly.
With Goofy so sick and time so tight, we can't afford to choose an antibiotic that doesn't work here. That's why I'm going to use 2, and that way we've got every chance of having success here.
As well as antibiotics, Chris is also giving Goofy a worming treatment.
The wormer obviously removes the chance that the worms are playing a part here, but the 2 different antibiotics are going to try to get into her system now and kill off the bacterial infection that's really starting to affect it.
So, how long before I see a difference?
Look, hopefully within about 3 to 4 days.
Right.
So
okay.
your big goal is to get her through the next 3 to 4 days.
Okay, yep.
If you can do that, then I'm confident that we're going to be okay.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm very happy with what Chris has done. So now we can just fingers crossed and pray. Say thank you, Chris. Thank you. Little smile there.
Hey, buddy. Angus, do you want to go home? You're all ready to go home. Come on, buddy.
Later that afternoon at Sash, sheepish toy eater Angus is ready to go home.
Hey, you can't live without your friend. The procedure's gone really well. Angus has recovered and now his family are here to pick him up and take Angus and Pet home in time for dinner and Angus's medication. Come on, buddy, let's go. Come on.
Relieved owners Tracy and Ray are waiting in reception.
We are looking forward to getting him home and just wait for the next episode of what he gets up to.
Come on, Angus. What's around the corner? Hey.
Yeah, we're over here.
Angus, there.
Hello. Hello.
I'm really glad that Angus is okay. He's a pretty special dog. Like, they've saved his life once here before, and pretty sure they've done it again this time.
All right, so here is your other pet. He's been shampooed, blow-dried a little bit, had the deluxe treatment. So I've spoken to Angus and told him that he needs to be nice to his pet.
To his pet.
So the rest is up to you guys. I've done my vet counselling and
Angus,
you have to mend this relationship.
what did you do with this?
We'll take Angus home now, give him a strong talking to, tell him that friends are not food, and then we'll give him his drugs and cheese, and hopefully everything will be fine.
Okay, thanks again, Lisa.
My pleasure. Take care. Bye, Angus.
You gonna
Bye,
say bye?
Pet.
Come on, home time. Good boy.
are these new babies? There they are. Hello, Mum and Dad. Oh, you can settle down, it's all right. Where are these little chicks?
The following day at the Australian Reptile Park, General Manager Tim Faulkner is concerned about some highly anticipated new arrivals.
I know there's 2 chicks. I saw them early this morning. Right now they're under Dad.
These tiny bundles are just 6 hours old. They're extremely rare bushstone curlews.
They used to be pretty common and widespread throughout New South Wales and Victoria. New South Wales now they're endangered. They're almost gone. On the Central Coast where I live, there's 6 pairs. There should be hundreds.
Breeding programs are now essential to the bushstone curlew's survival. But Tim suspects the latest arrivals are starving.
There's a known problem with curlews in captivity, and that is that they are wonderful parents. They try and defend and protect and feed their chicks. But something goes wrong, and lots of curlew chicks die in captivity if they're left with their parents. So what I'm going to do is scatter some food around, and what I want to see is Mum and Dad come back. They're just there now. Is come back and start and pick up. And the chick should come along and take that from Mum and Dad. That's what would normally happen.
After giving the adults a helping hand, Tim is desperate to see them mimicking what they do in the wild.
I've not seen any of the behaviours I wanted to see. Mum and Dad have had a picket feed, but they've not presented anything to the chicks. The chicks are hungry. They need a lot of food.
Without food, the chicks will perish.
I don't know what happens with curlews. I don't know why that block's there. They're wonderful parents. They're defending the chicks. They're calling them. They're following them. It's just that block with feed.
Tim has had to make the heartbreaking decision to remove the chicks for their own survival.
The main concern is that if I don't do this, I could come in tomorrow and there are no chicks. I'm going to make it as quick as possible.
But the protective parents aren't happy.
OK, hey, settle down, guys.
Tim knows they simply can't feed their babies.
There we go. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Wow. And there's 2 little curlew chicks. Have you ever seen anything as beautiful as that? It's pretty sad, but it's just something that's got to happen. There is a silver lining here. What will happen now is because Mum and Dad don't have to rear the chicks, they'll breed again. Now that might happen 2 to 3 times over the year, and I could end up with 6 chicks instead of 2. Now for a species that's endangered, that's got to be a good thing. What I want to see now that'll make me feel a little bit better is to get these chicks up the top and see them eat.
It's hard to believe you could feel any tension living here, but it's time to see if my hunch is right. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I thought your bearded dragon sounded very
Good,
strange.
yeah, she was feisty. Feisty
All right.
little one. Come on in.
Thank you. Now,
Okay.
I've been looking forward to seeing what we've managed to find out.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you'll be interested.
Yeah.
Let us take you through.
Okay, thank you.
Come on, Byron.
Back in Bondi, Chris is making a house visit to see if he can finally solve the mystery of Zaza's disappearing tail.
All right. So this could be the ultimate fighting ring, is it?
There's the beast.
So that's Rosa over there with the perfect tail.
Yeah.
And Zaza up here.
Yep.
You know what's interesting? Have you noticed what's happened to her tail?
Sure, no.
Yeah. So, hang on. So since she was in the clinic, that's actually dropped off.
Yeah.
Wow. Even though it hasn't been that long since I last saw Zaza, there's been a significant change. That tip of her tail has dropped off.
Does it look like it's stopped doing whatever it was doing?
Well, there's no other darkening of the tip there. I mean, it looks pretty healthy up until that point now.
Yeah.
When you remember that bearded dragon tails don't grow back, it really reinforces the fact that we need to find an answer for what's happening here and find it quickly. There ain't much tail left.
Chris suspects that housemate Rosa has been attacking Zaza. Today's visit is to get the proof.
So hopefully, we put it back in here to rest up. All the evidence we need is going to be on this camera here.
Great.
Okay, shall we have a look?
Yes.
Up until now, Lara's been reasonably convinced this tail issue is just tail rot, whereas I think something more sinister is going on. I think Rosa is taking chomps out of Zaza's tail. The camera should tell us all. Okay, there they are.
Yeah.
So we've got Rosa down here,
Yeah.
Zaza here, so well separated
Yeah.
to start with anyway. It's almost like Rosa knows that she's being watched. She keeps on looking up at the camera.
I know. That's so funny, isn't it?
But now, Zaza's on the lookout because Rosa is now coming up, ooh, and centimetres away from that tail now.
Yeah.
It's tense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, Rosa's breathing has just increased. Zaza's just looked around. So I just wonder if something's about to happen here.
Yeah.
So getting close and oh! Okay, that was our moment.
Yeah.
So
I can't believe we got it.
yeah, it's that lick. I mean,
Yeah.
that's her lunging with her tongue at what she sees as either being food or something that she wants to prove she's the boss of.
Yeah.
And the moment that licking happens, Zaza's out of there.
Yeah.
So I think this couple need a bit of a separation. What do you say?
Sound good?
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think if Rosa keeps on licking her lips at Zaza's tail, Zaza's not going to have much of a tail left. Finally, I've got the proof.
Yeah.
All right, little mateys, time to get weighed. Here you go, just sit in there for a minute.
At the Australian Reptile Park, Tim is trying to save two tiny undernourished bushstone curlew.
Who's first? Okay, you. I'll tear that, back to 0. Sit down, matey. 19 grams. Every day going forward, I want them to be heavier than the previous day.
The fragile newborns have to be hand-reared because their parents aren't feeding them.
Come here, mate. He thinks I'm mum already. That's good. When I have a look at both of them, what I feel for is once they've had a good feed, their belly puffs out and it's full of food. But on these two, I can't feel much at all, and that means they've absorbed the rest of their yolk sac. So what I've done is the right thing. All right, now he's 24 grams.
The big test now is to see if Tim can coax the vulnerable chicks to eat.
My finger is going to be mum or dad's beak, and if they took some feed right now, I would be the happiest man on earth. I'm going to try a cricket. Here we go. Look at the interest. Look at this. Almost, mate. Oh, close. Yes, that's brilliant. I don't know what happens in the aviary with mum and dad, but the food we offer, it's just not right for the parents, but it's right for the chicks. I mean, that's brilliant. Let's go for number 2. Here we go. You can do it. Yes. That's the best thing I could have hoped for because it's tough taking them from mum and dad. I know I can get them to eat, but when they do it, hey mate, I'm here. When they do it, it makes it all worthwhile. I know they're going to be all right. One more bit. Wow. All right, little guys. See you in an hour. You're coming home with me.
Where do you want it?
Just there, please.
Over here. So they can see each other, but they can't touch each other.
Yeah.
All right.
Chris has decided the only way to stop Rosa attacking Zaza is to separate them.
Now, what's this?
Stuff to put in the cage.
You're gonna do some interior decorating.
Yeah.
All right, you go for it. It's not my specialty. What's your style inspiration, Lara? What sort of look are you going for here? Mexican chic?
Australian outback,
Just
rustic charm. What is it?
a lizard cage.
Lizard cage. Of course it is. Who gets the new pad?
Rosa?
Really?
Yes.
She's been put in exile, but she's living the dream. You call this punishment? Shall we see if she likes it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, little girl. You do the crime, you do the time. In paradise. Go on. It's kind of nice that this friendship can continue, but at a distance and with 2 panes of glass separating them. And there's kind of an amusing irony in the way that Zaza's tank, it's higher, which means she's in charge. Well done. I think we've achieved some sort of truce here. You think?
Yeah.
I think everyone's going to sleep well tonight. This is a tale with a happy ending, right? Hmm?
Yeah.
Yep.
Come on, mate. Hey, hello, little guy. You doing well? Look how big you are.
6 weeks later at the Australian Reptile Park, Tim's hand-reared foster chicks are thriving.
You're a big boy, aren't you, mate? Yeah, you're a big fella. You're both looking good. How are your wings? They're looking good, pal. It's pretty safe to say that if I hadn't taken them as little chicks, they mightn't be alive today. And who would want that? Have a look at them. The good news is, Mum and Dad are back on another 2 eggs. That means the decision to take these little guys was the right one. Curlews in some parts of the country are endangered, so they'll play a pretty important little role in part of a captive breeding program. You know, they obviously can't breed together, so we'll split them up into pairs with other curlews, and maybe their chicks could actually go back to the wild.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
You make my world a better place.
Yes.
He's walking with me.
I can depend on you.
The Bondi Clinic attracts a chair of colourful characters, and today Mr. Pettibone and his devoted owner Henry are on their way in to see Dr. Chris. Henry and his West Highland White Terrier are inseparable. Henry on his Harley happy to play chauffeur, and Mr. Pettibone riding pillion backpack style.
You right? Come on. Dogs riding around on motorbikes isn't new. You look in the country and plenty of Kelpies do it. But in the city, as a West Highland White Terrier, facing backwards in a backpack, that's never been done before.
Neil, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Nice to see you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, where's Mr. Pettibone?
He's here waiting for you.
Back the sack.
Usual happy self.
Hello, little fella. So happy there. All right.
I need to see Chris.
All right, I'll let
that
him know
ear
that
of
he's
his
here,
is
if you like.
back in trouble.
All right.
Great.
All right, just take a seat and I'll let him know that you're here.
Want him on the scars?
Yeah, we'll pop him on.
Great, thanks. I don't have a car, and I was shopping for some pet food for him when he was a puppy, and I saw the harness and I thought, I wonder if I could put him in that and get him on the bike. And I checked out the laws, and then the first ride out I had a friend with me who's a keen animal lover, and he rode behind, and I said, I want you to be dead honest about how he responds to it all. And he rode behind and he said, it looks like he just dug up a bone, and which made me really happy. Want to hop on the scales? Hop up, sit, sit. Good boy. Ooh, put a bit of weight on. 10-6, Neil.
Okay, thank you.
He appears a little bit nervous, which is funny because, you know, we come along here at a fair clip sometimes, and not within the speed limit, of course, but you know, he gets around on the back of a large motorbike quite comfortably, but coming to the vet, he just is a little bit too, I don't know about this. BB, Kiss. Give me a kiss. Mr. Pettibone, give me a kiss. Oh, you're kidding. Wait.
Mr. Pettibone suddenly isn't in the mood for kisses. He knows something is up.
How are you, Henry?
Chris.
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you again.
That's the way.
Mr. Pettibone's back to see you.
He's on 4 legs instead of 2 wheels.
He's left them out in the front. You want to say hello to Chris? Yes.
Hey, buddy. Come on through.
Come in with him. Come on. Good boy.
Excuse me. Come on. We can't offer you motorised transport now. You're gonna have to do it all by yourself. Yeah.
Mr. Pettibone.
You're gonna have to come with us now.
Go on.
Even though this biker dog isn't wearing the leather jacket or the patches or doesn't have the tats, he's still showing every bit of attitude we'd expect. He does want to see the vet. Maybe one day we'll go riding together.
Come on.
It is a postie bike. Maybe that was the hesitation. Fair enough. Come on, let's go.
Good boy.
How's he been?
All right, apart from that ear.
Yeah.
I've just been on holidays, come back, and it was a problem again. So I thought I'd better bring him in and let you have a look at it.
Yeah, sure.
And there's also, just below your hand, he seems to have developed a lump, which I'd like to know about.
Okay.
Just down there it is.
All right, let's look at this lump first.
I'm feeling worried sick to the stomach at this moment. I've lost a dog to cancer before, and frankly, having that dog put down was the worst thing I've ever had to do in my life. I'm terrified of what that lump could be.
Hello, my baby. Misty. Hi, baby.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, Faith and little Hugo have brought in a tiny 5-week-old kitten.
She wasn't eating, so I've been syringe feeding her for about 2 weeks, but I've noticed her breathing has got really heavy. I don't know what's wrong with her. She might have pneumonia or something, but I do anything to save her.
Hello, I'm Lisa.
How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good, I'm Faith. This is Hugo.
Hello, who's here? Misty?
Misty Blue.
Okay, bring her through.
Higgy. I don't know, there's just something special about her, and I just think she was brought to me for a reason. Also, I just hope nothing too bad is wrong.
So what happened?
Well, I got her from the pound 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I saved her from death row, and her mum was put to sleep because she had the cat flu.
Mm-hmm.
So we had 2 really good days of her eating, but then I just noticed her breathing last night, and I thought, well, it's getting worse, and then I thought I'd bring her in because it was quite shallow.
Well, let's pop her up on the table. As soon as Faith takes Misty Blue out of the blanket and puts her on the table, I can tell straight away that her breathing is not normal. She's got so much abdominal effort, her chest is moving so much more than it should be, and this little kitten has got something seriously wrong. So she's obviously not been able to run around as much as some of the other kittens.
I've never seen her run. She'll play with a stick.
But she's pretty quiet.
Yeah, she's quiet.
Okay, well, I imagine she's not going to be able to do much with her breathing like that. I'm just going to take a listen.
It's all right, little girl.
Okay, there's definitely something sounding abnormal there.
Oh, baby.
Let's look at this lump first, because they can come up, I guess, reasonably quickly, but they have this very distinctive feel to them.
Mr. Pettibone is one of Chris's regular patients at the Bondi Clinic. Devoted owner Henry has just pointed out a newly formed lump on his little mate's chest.
How old is he now?
About 8.5.
Yeah.
I'm terrified that it could be something horrible. I've lost a dog to cancer before, so despite everything, I'm feeling very, very nervous today. It's okay. It's okay.
Owners are always incredibly concerned when they see a lump on their dog or cat, and with good reason. Sometimes lumps can mean really bad news. I'm pretty sure I know what that is. See, a lot of dogs, once they reach a certain age, they're quite prone to developing little lumps called lipomas, which are fatty lumps.
Right.
They're quite soft. because essentially they're just filled with fat.
Big question is, are they dangerous?
They shouldn't be.
Good. I love that dog more than life itself, and my head just went to the worst scenario.
Let me get a little sample out of that.
Yep.
And we'll see what we find.
Okay.
You can feel a lump all you like, but the only way of knowing for sure is by sticking a needle into that lump and drawing some cells out.
It's okay. It's okay. Good boy, good boy. Good little fella. Yeah, it's all right. Extra smoked salmon this afternoon for you. Good boy.
Did you say smoked salmon?
I did say smoked salmon.
It doesn't really go with the image, does it? Come on.
Don't tell anyone.
All right, so that's a pretty decent sample there. You can see it's quite clear.
Okay.
So, also when I put it across the slide there, it streaks across and then it gathers into droplets.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, I see that now, yep.
Yeah. It's one of the simplest facts of science that oil and water don't mix. So if this is from a fatty lump and full of oil, then putting a few droplets of water on it and mixing them together should tell us if it is actually fat. See that?
Yep.
See we've got an oil slick on top of there?
I can see that very clearly.
So that's a pretty rough test, and I'll still look under the microscope to make sure, but the thing is that oil and water don't mix.
So it's a reassuring indicator for him?
Yeah.
Lucky fella.
That should be a fatty lump.
Right. When Chris took the sample out of the lump and explained to me it was a fatty lump, as he so technically called it, my heart returned to a normal rhythm. I was so glad because I was so nervous that it could have been something horrible, but at this stage I'm feeling a lot more relief that it's just something fairly innocuous.
But Mr. Pettibone isn't out of the wars just yet.
Okay, so these ears.
Okay, his right ear has flared up again.
Yeah.
I was away for a bit and my daughter was looking after him.
Yeah.
And she did a fairly good job, but the infection seems to have gotten away a bit.
Yeah.
It really doesn't look like she's had any trauma. It's not like she's been run over or anything.
At SASH, Lisa is trying to find out why Misty Blue's breathing is so laboured.
I'm sick from worry.
Owner Faith rescued the tiny 5-week-old from the pound, and she's desperately worried because the fragile kitten is struggling.
All right, so it's pretty obvious that she's not breathing normally. When I listen to her chest, I'm actually hearing gut sounds. So that concerns me a little bit because the gut sounds should be in the abdomen. So she might actually have like a hole in her diaphragm and her organs have come out of her abdomen into her chest.
So how would that have happened to her this young?
At this young, it may have been something that she has had from birth.
It's all right, darling.
From my examination, a diaphragmatic hernia would be at the top of the list, but other possibilities would include fluid in her chest, some sort of a mass, an infection. Without taking some x-rays, I'm not going to be able to tell.
Is there a chance she can be saved?
Look, if it's a diaphragmatic hernia, or if she's got some sort of hernia into her chest space, the only way that we can really fix it is to do surgery.
But she's so little.
She's tiny.
The infection seems to have gotten away a bit.
Yeah. Okay, so he's finding that to be quite sore, and is he rubbing at it?
Scratching at it.
Yeah.
Shaking his head. Yeah. Recurringly.
Yeah. Okay.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris is investigating Mr. Pettibone's persistent ear infection.
What I find interesting about this is that it's flared up when you've been away.
Right.
Now, obviously you haven't been around to look after him, but the one thing that helps ears out, the one thing that prevents infection in ears is ventilation, is airflow.
Right.
When you're away, what doesn't he have? Doesn't have the rides on your bike.
Doesn't have the bike.
What you probably find is that when he's on the back of that bike, it's the best natural ear cleaner and ear dryer you can possibly hope for. Because that wind rushes through his hair and dries out any moisture sitting in those ears. When you're away and it doesn't happen, this happens. The fact that Mr. Pettibone's ear on this side hangs a little bit lower, I'm sure is actually playing a part, because what it's doing is reducing how much ventilation, how much airflow this ear gets.
Maybe that's the whole thing. It's not the image, it's the ear.
It's his best medicine.
Look at that, self-healing mutt. Who would have thought?
So we'll just put some drops in there now.
This is the part he doesn't like.
Along with the drops, Chris is also cleaning out the Westie's ear.
Just give that a little bit of I think that face says it all, doesn't it? These drops will work incredibly well to take out some of the inflammation, but also treat the infection. Okay, so that's looking a lot better there now.
That's looking great, very clean. And all that, what's that scientific word you used, gunk?
I think it was gunk, yeah.
Yeah, all the gunk seems to have gone.
You can look it up if you like, it's in all the major vet textbooks.
Oh, fantastic.
Mr. Pettibone was apprehensive about coming in here in the first place, but he shouldn't have worried. What I've done is actually hook him up with more bike time. That's got to be good news.
You ready to roll?
It's time for him to hit the road. And he hits the road in style. See you later, Henry.
Oh, wow. That is not good.
At SASH, Lisa has just x-rayed tiny rescue kitten Misty Blue to find out why she is struggling to breathe.
She's got a massive hernia. So she's just got all these abdominal contents in her chest with this tiny little bit of lung, and no wonder why she can't breathe normally. That is shocking.
That's really bad.
We're gonna have to tell your mum. It doesn't look very good, sweetness. No. The only treatment for Misty Blue's condition is surgery, and it's pretty risky for such a tiny little kitten. I'm gonna go tell Faith the news, and I hope that she's ready for the commitment. Hey, baby. Okay. So, we managed to take the x-rays. She was a very good little girl for them. And they do confirm that she's got a diaphragmatic hernia. Now, what that basically is that there is a hole in her diaphragm, and her abdominal organs, so intestines and possibly even a bit of liver, have come through this hole from her abdomen, and they're sitting in her chest. Oh my God. Okay. So that's why she's breathing so hard, because she's trying to use all her energy to make that tiny little bit of lung work, because there's just no space for the rest of the lungs. And you know, it's not something that she's going to get better with if we do nothing. And in fact, her breathing is just going to get worse and worse. And if more organs go from her abdomen into her chest and take up even more space, then the amount of lungs she's got to breathe with is going to be even less. And you know, she may not survive that.
Oh, she's so beautiful. She's come this far, you know, from the pound. I just wanted to have a chance.
Well, she's lucky to have you, and you brought her here, and this is her best shot.
And she's purring. She's got a big operation tomorrow.
We're gonna look after her, I promise. Breaking this news to Faith is so difficult. She's so connected and attached to Misty Blue. She loves her with all her heart. And now she knows that without this risky surgery, Misty Blue probably won't survive. And there's a chance she won't survive the surgery either. What a huge step Faith has to take.
I love you, Misty.
Okay, let's tuck her into bed. We'll look after her, I promise. Okay, we're gonna look after your little one. Okay, we make a promise to your mum. We'll do our best to get you through this. Okay, lovely. You go in here.
I love you, Bubby.
Kind of feels like I'm clearing out the clinic.
Chris needs plenty of supplies because he's off to a remote location to visit one very special patient.
Hey Neil, you might want to order in a few more sedatives. We're now officially all out.
Well, only just order them a few days. There should be plenty here.
Yeah, well, I'm treating something big.
Big?
Big.
Right, okay.
And I don't think I'm around in the books for the next few days.
Where you going?
South Africa.
What, now?
Yep.
Oh.
I'll see you later.
All right then, bye.
Thanks, mate. Every now and then you get a call to go and help an animal that you just can't refuse, and this is definitely one of those.
Chris has travelled to the vast Shamwari Game Reserve on the southern coast of South Africa. He's been invited to be part of an important elephant conservation program.
You would not believe it, but we're going to make an elephant asleep.
It's all happening now.
Chris is joining doctors Johan Hubert and John O'Brien, and the bull elephant they're searching for today is young, fertile and dangerous.
We need to dart him basically with a dart gun. So we anaesthetize the animal and then we need to do some contraceptive work in it.
So it's still up here?
Yeah, but it's out in the open. You see, when we dart, you know, what we really got to consider is it can take 10, 15 minutes for the animal to go down.
Sure.
It can also move a long way in that period of time. So we don't want to do it where it's right, even in the open, but with thicket all around, you know.
You can safely assume that this elephant isn't going to want to have its contraception or have a blood sample taken. And when you're talking about something that's the size of a small truck that can charge you, we have to be so careful here.
Is that him? Okay, this is in, Chris.
Wow.
Hi, beautiful. I know.
The team at SASH are about to start the urgent operation to repair Tiny Misty Blue's massive hernia.
Good girl, Misty. Very brave. Hopefully we can fix you.
Specialist surgeon Dr. Steve Burnside will be carrying out the delicate procedure.
The reality is with this surgery that she could die at any time. Unfortunately, being so small, being compromised to start with, it really is touch and go. Here we go, girls.
Yep, holding.
Let's do it. The clock is ticking. Making an incision, girls. Alrighty. I don't think I've done an animal this small before.
She's just so tiny.
Here's the hole in her diaphragm here. It's massive. It goes directly through into her chest. This cat only weighs, 300 or 400 grams, and yet she's got a hole the size of a 20-cent piece in her diaphragm, which is just quite amazing.
The hole in the diaphragm has resulted in Misty Blue's organs being in the wrong spot.
All right, trying to find her kidneys. Spleen, where's the spleen? Everything that should be in its abdomen is now in its chest. What do we got here going on? Yeah, this liver is not coming out how I want it to come out. It just keeps wanting to go back into the chest, which is a problem.
Suddenly, there is a problem.
What's that, mate?
We must have a leak somewhere. We can't ventilate unless we have a seal.
Come on, Misty Blue. Hold in there, tiger.
Is that him? Okay, this is in, Chris.
Wow.
At the Shamwari Game Reserve in South Africa, Chris and the team have spotted the young elephant.
This is a bull we're looking for. You'll see he's got a nice big tear in the top of the right ear.
This 20-year-old male has been singled out for contraception.
There's no doubt that the poaching and killing of elephants has been a huge problem throughout Africa.
But in recent years, certain pockets have found their numbers have gone through the roof. Now they're left with two options. You either kill the elephants or use contraception, because if those numbers stay the same, it's just too damaging on the environment.
All right, now you see he's on the bank of the river,
Yep.
and he's going to follow a road that runs parallel to the river. My recommendation is we let him walk to get into the open area on the other side.
Sure.
And we dart him there.
Yeah. So the risk is that if we do it now, that river could be where he heads.
Absolutely. If he had to get drowsy and actually go down to the river and fall in, he'll drown.
It's crucial the team gets close enough to dart the elephant so the contraceptive can be administered. But they don't want to spook him.
As with anything, humans, animals, there's this comfort zone. If I'd go too close to him, he would feel that and he'd get grumpy. He'd either run off or he'll turn around and say to us, back off, you know?
All of a sudden, the elephant starts heading away from the river, and Chris now urgently needs to get ready to dart him.
Okay, Chris, would you like to pressurise and then load it?
Yeah. So the plan is just to wait here and see if he heads into an open space there?
Yes, and I think once we're pressurised, I'll go round so that I'm in the open area itself.
Yep. There are a couple of challenges here. I mean, first of all, elephants have incredibly tough skin, so you need to be able to penetrate that with a dart. But you don't want to use so much force that it actually causes injury to that leg.
This you can go to the middle of his backside, eh?
Yeah. Okay. Is it a better position now?
Yeah, it's quite nice. It's in the open area.
Okay.
Hopefully it won't run too much once we dart it.
Right.
I'm going to go a bit forward just so that we can get a better shot of his shoulder, because the wind moves the dart quite a lot.
Yeah. The fact is, I've got one shot at this. If something goes wrong, he could turn and charge, and from that distance, a dart ain't going to stop him.
That was a perfect placement.
Didn't like that at all. It looks like it has fired. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Johan's checking to see. Did it go in?
It's fine. The plunger is down, so it's fine.
Great.
He's not happy.
Chris is working alongside the reserve's vets, Dr. Johan Hubert and John O'Brien. Now the elephant has been darted, it's a waiting game for the tranquiliser to take effect.
He seems a little bit agitated too. You can see he's spinning around and shaking his head and flapping his ears. Even though it was only 2 mils of anaesthetic, you can see just how powerful it is. There he goes.
The bull is finally down, but has fallen awkwardly, and now he's in grave danger.
Because of the big stomach, you know, the pressure of the diaphragm, we need to get him sideways.
So essentially crushes his own lungs.
Yeah.
We've got a bit of a problem here. I mean, the way he's sitting like a dog, it's fine for so many other animals, but for an elephant, it means tons and tons of weight are pressing down on his lungs. The fact is we now need to roll him onto his side, otherwise we risk losing him.
It will be impossible for Chris and the other two vets to move the 4-ton elephant, so reinforcements are called to help.
Okay, we need you to come in as quick as you can, please.
Yeah, I am coming.
All right. I think we can get out now and check.
Yep.
The big bull is in trouble, and suddenly...
Chris? Sorry, there's elephants running up behind. Okay. Sorry, guys, back on the vehicle, please.
So is the team.
Yeah, Anya, stay behind it. Let it go past us, please.
The problem we've got right now is that he's sitting in a dangerous position. We need to roll him onto his side. That's where these guys come in, but the problem is that this elephant over here that's circling it and looking quite agitated too.
Alright guys, we've just had an issue.
What's that, mate?
So we must have a leak somewhere. Lara, can you come and seal this cuff and just make sure there's no leak?
At SASH, tiny patient Misty Blue is causing some anxious moments for the surgical team.
She's just tiny. It's like anaesthetising a little mouse, and our equipment's for, you know, bigger dogs and bigger cats, but we can't ventilate unless we have a seal. Okay, sorted.
Dr. Steve Fernside is halfway through the process of moving Misty Blue's organs out of her chest cavity.
I think we've got everything out. Now I've just got to be careful here to stitch everything up.
and back into the tiny kitten's abdomen.
The abdomen's never had all those organs in it before. Everything is just so small in here. Everything just doesn't fit. It's just so small.
I'm not trying to rush you guys, but she's not doing that well.
No,
so
mate. I'm almost closed.
yeah, we kind of need to be done right now.
Ooh, righty.
Let's get her out of there.
Oh. Things have gone pretty well. It's a bit dicey, but hopefully this has been enough to give her a successful future, because she certainly was going to be in trouble without it. Well done, team. So we're just waiting for her to recover now. It's gone smoothly and she's holding in, but it's pretty touch and go here, because she's been through a lot in the last half hour or so, and this is obviously when things can go pear-shaped as well.
We need to get to that one, but we can't because of that one.
At the Shamwari Game Reserve in South Africa, Chris and the team anxiously need to reach a tranquilised elephant.
The problem we've got right now is that he's sitting in a dangerous position. We need to roll him onto his side. That's where these guys come in, but the problem is that this elephant over here that's circling and looking quite agitated too. It's all happening, huh?
The intruder suddenly loses interest.
He is going to join up with the herd.
Yeah.
So he'll go into those bushes. I think we can actually drive a bit closer.
Yep.
Just so we've got the vehicles there for safety. All right, Bruce, we're going to start putting him over.
Finally, they can get to the tranquilised elephant.
Wow, it's incredible.
Time is critical. If the huge beast isn't moved quickly, its lungs will be crushed.
That's the dart there. You can see the plunger's right to the top, so he does actually have all of those drugs on board. So that's a comforting sign when you've got this many people around an elephant. It's time to get this elephant on his side, and that means all hands on deck.
But the massive beast won't budge.
There's only one other choice. Bring in the car. It's time to exchange manpower for horsepower.
Say it a bit more, Bruce.
There are a few tense moments to be had yet, I think.
At SASH, the life-saving surgery to move Misty Blue's organs from her chest cavity back to her abdomen is over.
Just a case now of her waking up.
But Dr. Steve Fernside can't relax until he finds out if she's breathing properly.
That's her breathing?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's much slower and deeper. She's taking...
She's actually breathing properly.
Yeah,
First
really
time in
good
her life. This is remarkable. She's actually taken these breaths by herself and they're just slow and rhythmic. Whereas before it was... Now she's actually able to take a deep breath, you know. Must be a hell of a feeling. Well done, team. That's great.
Good job. Misty says, thanks, Steve.
Little Misty, she's a true champion. She's a real fighter, because I have to say I had my reservations about whether she'd make it through this, but she's a tough little kitten, that's no doubt about that.
Hey. Hey, welcome back. I know.
Oh, it's nice to see you back, girls, isn't it?
I know. We need to give you some pain relief. Good girl, Misty. Are you alright? Hey? But you just stay with us and keep fighting. It'd be a shame to get this far.
In South Africa, Chris and the team are urgently trying to roll the tranquilised elephant onto its side.
There's only one other choice. Bring in the car. It's time to exchange manpower for horsepower.
If they can't manoeuvre the elephant, it's at risk of crushing its lungs.
Okay, a bit more, Bruce. Okay, whoa. Nice and gentle.
Well done. It's amazing. He's fully out now. All right. Okay, so you can hear the air rushing out of this trunk here. This is how he's going to be breathing right now. So just so he can breathe and keep him stable, we just need to keep that nice and straight. Right, so blood samples first?
Yes, yeah, just flap it completely over. There we are.
Oh, it's a big hair.
So what we do is we close the eye, and you've got quite a nice vein to take blood from, eh?
With the elephant stable, it's time to perform some blood tests.
If I miss that, there are serious problems, aren't there? The whole point of this blood test is to measure his testosterone levels. That's the hormone we're trying to suppress, so we need to know its levels before he has the contraception.
So it's almost for two reasons why we're doing this. Is the one that we want to suppress testosterone for the behavior, and the other is almost like trials that we do to see if this is a way of contraception that we can use.
If trials are successful, more bull elephants will be given contraception. This will help control herd numbers in parts of South Africa where they simply can't sustain so many elephants.
He's a bad boy.
He's actually quite a bad boy, quite a naughty one, yeah. We were actually quite fortunate to get him in the open like this.
Yeah. This might just pull him back into line.
With the blood testosterone level determined, Chris can work out exactly how much contraceptive vaccine to give this young bull.
Right, so in the elephant world, it's the male that goes in the pill. So he's just going to get 5 mils of this drug here. The whole point of this injection is to essentially stop any of that alpha male aggressive or dominant behaviour, but also importantly, it's going to stop him from breeding. Okay. Now that all our work here is done, it's time to wake him up with a reversal agent. Now, I've been caught out in Africa before with animals waking up just a little bit quicker than I thought, so we're not going to take any chances here.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go.
She's a little fighter, a real little fighter.
At SASH, brave little Misty Blue has astounded Dr. Steve Fernside and the team.
Tough little critter, aren't you, hey?
Against the odds, the tiny 5-week-old kitten has made it through life-saving surgery.
How'd it go?
Hey, Elise.
Oh,
Good. Here she is. Here she is. Look, it all went really well. I mean, the hernia was the biggest part. The hernia was huge, the cat was small.
Oh.
It was not without its moments, but she's doing really well. I mean, she's so far, she's recovering well.
Breathing beautifully.
And she's breathing so much better, so that's a good start.
Good job.
Anyway, she's got a little way to go yet, but so far we're optimistic. It's good.
It's great. She's nowhere near out of danger, but the hardest part is done, and I've just got high hopes now that she's going to pull through this one.
Two very special visitors, Faith and Hugo, can't wait to see their precious little girl.
Oh, my baby girl. She's survived. Hi, baby.
You see how much better the breathing is?
Yeah. When I said goodbye to her yesterday, I didn't think I was going to see her.
She's got a long way to go, but so far she's definitely taking steps in the right direction.
So she got through the hardest part.
The hardest part.
Oh, you precious little thing. Go, Misty! Misty power.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go.
In South Africa, a massive bull elephant is about to wake up after being given a contraceptive.
It's not going to muck around. Within seconds, his eyes are open. He's waking up quickly, but not quite as quickly as a rhino I treated on my last trip to Africa.
Watch out, watch out.
The rhino woke up far quicker than anticipated, and Chris had to make a run for it.
Yeah, I'd go. I'd go.
Luckily, the rhino called off the chase.
Oh, got some oxygen.
Gonna get up, eh?
Here we go. Oh, up you get, big boy. There we go. He doesn't muck around. There's something majestic and almost spiritual about watching a 4-ton elephant rise to his feet and really become the king of the African savannah once more. And then kind of changes the purity of the moment.
He's quite relaxed. So all's well that ends well, eh?
Yeah. It's just incredible. It's like nothing happened at all. He's back on his feet and ready to go. And all right, away he goes. Mate, thank you. That was very special, Johan. Thank you.
That was a pleasure. Thank you, eh?
Sure, he gave us a few heart palpitations, but to be this close to the biggest of the big five has been a real privilege. But also to be able to help out a species that has been under so much pressure is something I'll never forget.
Hey, gorgeous girl.
At SASH, brave little Misty Blue has amazed everyone.
Hey, you're playing like a normal kitten.
She's fully recovered from major surgery to repair her massive hernia, and it's a big day.
Misty, are you ready to go home? Are you showing me that you're ready to go home? Misty is doing so much better. She's bright, she's eating well, she's breathing normally, she's even putting on weight, and she's behaving like a normal kitten, which is what I was waiting for her to do. So I think she's ready to go home. Aren't you, gorgeous girl? We're gonna miss you. Your mummy is gonna be very happy to have you back.
How exciting to get it back for your birthday. She can give you birthday snuggles. Snuggle me.
Look who's here.
Hi there. Oh my God, she looks cuter than ever. Look at her. Oh, she's still got that little... Oh, she's got chubby. Chubby. Hello, baby girl. Oh, she's purring already. Look who's here.
Happy birthday, Hugo.
Yeah.
Well, this is sort of a birthday present.
It is, isn't it? Look, best present ever. Best present ever. Oh, she's hugging him. Little kid. Why don't you show Misty what you've got for her to take her home in? Look, little snuggle. Hugo's made you this beautiful bed to go home in.
We've all fallen in love with her. Hey, we're gonna miss you, little Misty. The looks on Faith and Hugo's faces are absolutely priceless. They are grinning from ear to ear and they are showering her with cuddles. They just cannot believe that after all this time, after everything that Misty Blue has gone through, they are finally taking her home. Well, stay in touch. Good luck. You guys will be fine. She's very lucky to have you.
Thank you so much.
She's a lucky girl.
Okay then.
See you, Hugo. Bye.
Little bum. Misty. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
You make my world a better place.
Yes! He's walking with me.
I can depend on you.
I'm on my way to see some old friends. Now, these guys aren't just friends to me, they're friends to so many different animals who really need help.
Chris is responding to a call from Pam Ahern, who runs Edgar's Mission, an animal sanctuary located about an hour out of Melbourne.
Hello, Pam. How
Chris,
are you?
how you doing?
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Now, I can't wait to see what you've got for me.
It's a special one, this one. I've
Yeah.
never seen anything like it before, Chris.
Okay. All All right, which way is he?
Up here, she's still in bed with her friends.
Yeah. Edgar's mission, really, by their nature, sees some pretty extreme cases. So for them to call me out, given the fact that the staff here are pretty good at what they do, this must be a case that is out of the ordinary. She doesn't have hooves.
No. Bit of a technical hitch here. When I say she has a hoof problem, it's actually she doesn't have a hoof problem because she doesn't have a couple of hooves. This one and that one, she doesn't have any hooves. This one, she only has one toe. As you know, they normally have two toes, like a little back foot there. So we only have one toe here and nothing on these ones.
Wow.
Stumps. Oh.
So on the right side, she has no hooves at all.
That's right. Yeah.
Left side, the back, she has a hoof, but here,
Yeah,
this one's
it's that
not even
funny
right
one.
either.
That's right, yeah.
I can categorically say I've never seen anything like this before, not even close. The way a hoof normally works is it's kind of like a shoe. You have a protective outer layer, like the rubber in a shoe, and you have the inner layer, which is the cushioning, like the foam. With Charity, she has the foam, but no rubber. This is a severe case. Well, the thing is that her feet like that, she is going to have lameness probably every week of her life. And as you know, with sheep or any sort of ruminant, they can't lie down. If they lie down, they die. They have to be upright, moving around, feeding, for their gut to work, for everything in their body to function. So lameness isn't an option for her.
Clearly she can't go on the way that she is, and we need to find her something that will actually give her a quality of life so she can get out there, run around the farm and enjoy life with her other sheepy friends.
Can I just see her walk?
Yep.
I'd love to actually see what we're up against here.
Come on, Charity. Come on, Charity, come on. Come on, girl.
She essentially hops onto that back left leg, supports her while she very gently tiptoes across on those other legs.
Good girl.
She's a brave girl.
She is a brave girl. She wants to live.
Yeah. I mean, I want to give her every chance, but it has to be worthwhile for her. I mean, she's got to have a good quality of life. And my worry with her and the way her feet are is that being lame and sore and uncomfortable and not being able to walk across grass or rocks, that's not a life for a sheep.
No, that's right. It has to be a life worth living.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be a life worth living.
The rather sobering reality is that without any sort of help for Charity, this lameness would only get worse. She's struggling now, and she's young. So you can imagine, given a few months, years if we're lucky, she wouldn't be able to move around. And for a sheep, it means she doesn't survive.
He's very dehydrated, look at that. His skin is just staying there and not flicking back like it should. That's horrible, sweetie. Where have you been?
At the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH, emergency vet Dr. Lisa Chimes is confronted with a distressing case.
This little puppy's just come in. He was found in a cardboard box on the side of the road. I need to have a good look at him to make sure that he's not unwell. Okay, that all sounds good. No murmur? That's good. His belly just is so bloated. I reckon you got a belly full of worms, mister.
The young orphan is malnourished and suffering from diarrhoea. Lisa is concerned that the tiny stray may be carrying the deadly parvovirus, a highly contagious disease common in young pups that have not been vaccinated.
So I think we really need to do a parvovirus test. I don't think he's vaccinated, and if he's got parvovirus, it could spread through this hospital.
You're okay.
Okay, little guy. All right. Sorry, honey. I know. I just got to get this sample.
I know, you're okay. It's okay. We're done.
We're done.
Okay, come on.
It will take 8 minutes before the test will confirm if the pup is carrying the virus. While Lisa waits for the results, she looks for any other clues as to what has made this stray so ill.
Big bloated belly, huh, buddy? He's just so skinny.
Yeah, it's very skinny.
You're totally malnourished, buddy. So I think in the meantime, let's give him some worming medication, treat him for fleas. At least we can treat the treatable for now. It's going to make him feel a lot better. And hopefully get him on his way and just wait for that parvo test to come back. Yeah. When I look at this little puppy, I see a tiny little life that's skin and bones, full of fleas, and completely neglected. It just breaks my heart.
The parvovirus test is now complete. If the result is positive, the future looks grim for the baby orphan.
If he's got parvovirus, we might be obligated to actually put him down. I really hope that it doesn't come back as positive. Oh.
Good girl.
So you've tried padded shoes, you've tried bandaging, and they're not really doing the trick.
That's right, yeah.
At Edgar's Mission in country Victoria, little Charity is in desperate need of help. The 6-month-old was born with a rare deformity, 2 missing hooves. If left untreated, the future looks bleak for the young lamb.
I've never seen anything like this before. Where there should be 2 hard hooves, there's nothing. Just a stump and a bit of skin. The fact is, the longer things stay the way they are, the worse it gets for Charity. I mean, she can't stay inside a shed for the rest of her life. I mean, I want to see her out in the sunshine.
Yeah.
But to get to the sunshine, if you look out there, we've got those pebbles there. I mean, would she be able to walk across those?
No.
The other thing, and I'm hesitant about giving so many downers here, but when she walks, she has to compensate on this leg, this back one that actually has the hoof. But probably more worrying than that, she actually has to compensate and put a lot of weight on this front left leg, which has a hoof, but a deformed hoof.
Yeah.
It's just hard to know what we can actually do from here because her body's not built to last right now.
No.
Okay, so let's have a look. Oh.
At SASH, Lisa is worried this tiny pup is carrying an extremely contagious and dangerous disease.
I mean, if he does have parvo and he's a stray, we might even have to consider putting him down. Okay, so let's have a look. Yay! It's negative. Yay! No parvovirus, Bubby. Hey, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. Definitely a good outcome. And don't you lick my face with those worms. No, I don't want worms. The good news is that this little puppy has got treatable problems. He's malnourished, so we're going to feed him. We're going to give him a whole lot of TLC, which he clearly needs. Hey, buddy, do you want some of this?
You don't want it in the bowl. Do you want it outside?
But the malnourished pup is refusing to eat.
He doesn't want any of it, and I'm surprised. It looks like he hasn't eaten in ages. You would expect that he'd be tucking into it, but he's just not interested. Come on, bad.
Suddenly, Lisa discovers she's dealing with a picky pup.
He likes the chicken.
He only wants some chicken. Okay, okay. Okay. My gosh. And oh! You bit me. Oh. You bit me. Oh my gosh. When this little dog first came in, he was quiet and submissive, and then when the chicken comes out, he turns completely mad. He is laying into my gloves, pulling on my fingers. I need more chicken, people. Quickly! Gloves are being eaten. Oh my God. Ouch! I think that this little street dog's problem is that he's got an expensive appetite. He's a piranha.
That would suit him, piranha.
We call him Piranha. Perfect. I'm going with Piranha. It's very, very suitable to the dog who likes human flesh. He hurts.
Look, he's got my glove. Let it go! Let it go! Let it go!
Hey, you're a little piranha chomping on my finger. You see that? I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate having my glove chomped off. It's bad manners. We're trying to feed you and you rip my glove off.
It's been a big day for Piranha, and with nowhere for the homeless pup to go, Lisa decides to keep him at Sash overnight.
Have a good sleep. All right, Dad? We'll get you a nice big comfy cage.
But it's only a temporary solution. The harsh reality is without a permanent home, this stray's future is uncertain.
I'm really upset this dog doesn't have a microchip, which means that we have no way of finding his owners, no way of tracing them. And our only option is ultimately he's going to probably end up at the pound.
It's just hard to know what we can actually do from here because her body's not built to last right now.
At Edgar's mission, Chris is dealing with Charity, a sheep born without 2 hooves.
I'm already starting to think of ways that I can break it to Pam that, look, there isn't anything more we can do. When all of a sudden, I remember something. Oh, there is something that I have seen done. And I've seen it done overseas. And I don't want to get your hopes up about this because I'm not even sure if it's something we can do. But how do you feel about looking into prosthetic hooves?
Wow. You reckon that'll work?
Well, we've kind of got no other option because there's nothing else that's going to be firm enough to support her on rough ground.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she's going to be like this, down on her front for the rest of her life. And that's not a life.
No.
My worry is that I may have spoken too soon because the fact is, unless Charity is fit and well enough to really get through the next few years, then there's no point putting her through prosthetic hooves.
Charity. Oh, there you go.
These joints here, they're actually pretty good. And it's the same in this one. She's got young lamb legs. I think she looks healthy enough for us to try.
Good. Good news, Charity.
Because what I'm suggesting isn't going to be easy and isn't going to be something that she can adapt to straight away. It is still going to be a lot of hard work. It's not a magic fix. But she needs to be up for the fight.
We'll do everything we can to help you, Charity.
I'll make some phone calls, okay? Is that okay with you? We'll see what we can do.
If Chris's plan works, it will be the first time prosthetics have been fitted to a lamb in Australia. And for Pam, it's going to be an anxious wait.
Charity is incredibly important. We have over 300 animals here at the sanctuary at the moment, and every one of them is important to me. We have to give them a life worth living, and this is really what we have to do for Charity.
Sleepyhead. Hey, good morning. Hello. Rise and shine.
At Sash, Lisa is checking in on Piranha. The malnourished stray arrived last night after being found in a box on the side of the road.
Hi. When I look at this little puppy and I see those big eyes staring back at me, it just breaks my heart. Oh, big yawns. At 6 to 8 weeks old, a puppy should either be with its mother or with a loving family, not in a cardboard box on the side of the road. Looking much brighter. Piranha is looking so much better today. When he came in last night, he was really quiet. He hadn't eaten for a while. He was ravenous. And now he's a lot more settled and a lot happier, so I'm really glad with his progress. Is that yummy? You keep playing with your toy. I'm not going to feed you now because I actually want my fingers intact. Yeah, I don't want any chomping on my fingers anymore. Thank you very much. So I've got someone that I can call that might be able to help you.
With no home, the pound could have been the only option. But Lisa has a plan.
Hi, Alan. It's Lisa Chimes from Sash. As much as we'd all love him to stay at Sash forever, I have to now make some plans where he's going to go next. So I'm going to call my friends at the Animal Welfare League to see if they will look after Piranha for the next week. So I've got a big favour to ask. I've got this little puppy here, and I'd really love if you guys could see if his owners come forward, and then if not, can you find him a new home? Oh, great.
It's the news Lisa was hoping for. The Animal Welfare League will now take custody of little Piranha until they're able to find him a permanent home.
Hi, I'm here to get the puppy that Lisa rang me about.
Not a problem. Just take a seat. I'll let her know that you're here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Come on, well, let's go meet Alan. We'll bring your friend with for the visit. Hey? You love him, don't you? You love that friend. Alan's waiting. Should we go meet him? Let's go. Hi, Alan.
Oh my God.
This is Piranha.
So hello, you. Hello. What a beautiful little thing. Fantastic. I can't wait to find this forever home for this little guy.
Well, you've got two that you're going to have to find a forever home for. 'Cause
Really?
it's him and
That's his companion.
it's his friend.
Oh, that's fantastic.
He's fallen in love with him in hospital, so
Aw.
I'm going to give it to him as a present to
That's
take
beautiful.
to his new home.
Wow, he's so tiny. Thank you so much. We'll definitely make sure we find the right home.
I'm sure you will.
This beautiful little thing.
I just love warm and fuzzy cases like this.
You're tiny. You're so tiny. It's such a big personality. Look at you.
This little puppy arrived malnourished in a cardboard box. We gave him some TLC, some medical treatment, and now he's going off with Alan from the Animal Welfare League to find a brand new home. It couldn't get any better. Come, Charity.
So do you have to break it to them? They all can't come along?
Oh, I think you can break it to them, Chris.
It's a travelling band, isn't it? Support network,
Yeah,
family.
well, just like us, they like friends.
Yeah.
Chris has returned to Edgar's mission in country Victoria with good news for Pam and her beloved lamb Charity.
Charity, come on. Come on, girl.
The little lamb was born with 2 missing hooves, making it extremely difficult to walk.
Oh, more sheep.
Chris and Pam are now heading to a specialist vet who can help fit the lame lamb with prosthetic hooves.
I guess the good thing about being a vet for a few years is that you have built up a few contacts. Finally, I find someone that actually does this work in Australia. The prosthetics are still made in the US, but the first step can be done here.
Hold on.
Timmy the sheep is coming along to provide support for Charity.
You don't see this every day. The moral support sheep in the back of the ambulance for sheep.
Charity and her best friend Timmy are now on their way to the vet practice in Whittlesea, where the first stages of making the life-saving prosthetics will take place.
In order for prosthetics to be successful, they have to be modelled exactly to the specifications of the individual patient. So today, it's all about creating a cast. From there, they can make a mould and make these hooves.
Charity.
Come on, girl.
Come, Charity.
Come on, girl.
Good girl.
It's like dogs and cats, aren't you? Go to the vet.
Good girl.
Hey, Lisa, right?
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you. Now, this is Pam.
Hi, Pam. Hi, Lisa. Pleased to meet you.
And obviously, this is Charity right here.
Hi, Charity.
Dr. Lisa Weldon will be carrying out the first stage of Charity's prosthetics.
So, thank you so much for putting us in.
No problem.
Now, where do we need to head?
Come this way.
Okay. Come on, girl.
Charity.
Come on. This is all good. Let's go.
Charity's an unusual case. We've not put prosthetics on a sheep previously.
If Timmy was in front, he should walk.
What I love is that even though Charity is a sheep, the moment she walks into a vet clinic, she's just like any other dog and cat. Puts the brakes on, doesn't want to move. But that's where the moral support sheet comes in. Enter Timmy.
That's the way. Follow Timmy. Follow
This is
Timmy.
why you have Timmy.
This is why we have Timmy.
With Charity happy to be guided by her best buddy, Lisa can now begin the first steps in developing the prosthetic hooves.
Just going to need some photos.
You just need her standing naturally, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Charity needs photos taken of each leg, front and to the side. By doing that, they work out exactly how her legs stand in a normal position. This information is crucial. Okay, so
All right,
now...
up on the table. You all right with it?
Yeah.
But suddenly, Charity is not prepared to go along with the plan.
I'm really going to need my wits about me today. I'm on my way to meet Jace, who owns Hunter Valley Zoo, and he needs a hand moving some alligators. It could be an interesting day.
Australian Reptile Park General Manager Tim Faulkner is on his way to another zoo in the Hunter Valley.
Good morning, mate. Morning, Timmy. How are you, mate? Good. What's going on? Mate, I need a hand with these gators. They're giving me some grief.
Are they? Where are they?
Down in the park.
Righto, let's go.
I've asked him to come to Hunter Valley Zoo today to give us a hand. We've got 7 young gators here that originally come from the reptile park. And what happened in the last couple of weeks, I think, they have tunnelled underground in the edge of the dam wall. So we need to get these guys out without anybody getting injured.
The gators need to be moved urgently.
So you've called me up to help you get the 7 gators that we set up here.
Yeah.
And then you're going to move them into here.
Game plan is to drain this, get them out of here, backfill it, and it'll eliminate the problem.
Yeah, beautiful. Look, he's dropping now. Straight under.
Yep.
Right into that burrow.
Straight in that burrow with his mates, I'd reckon. They know where to go.
You got that pump?
Yep, ready to go.
Righto, let's go.
Start her up.
When gators hibernate, they naturally want to dig and put themselves into a burrow. Now, there's 2 reasons that that's a problem here. Firstly, the keepers can't see them daily to make sure that they're okay. And more importantly, this burrow could collapse. That would crush and kill them all.
As the water's going down, we're seeing the size of this burrow. A lot bigger than what I expected. All good?
Jace, you and I are going to catch the gators?
Yes, mate.
Yeah? What do you want to do then?
Then we've got a couple of guys here to wash.
Okay.
So we're going to catch them, pass them over the fence.
Yep.
Boys are going to wash them down, get them into the clean pool.
Tim and Jason have to be vigilant. One wrong move could result in disaster.
That's a good size gator.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Oh, don't go backwards, buddy.
Even though these gators are only a few years old, they can still pack a nasty bite.
Over to the boys and we'll come back for the next. Got him?
Wash him up, get him looking good for the new pool.
Okay.
The first 2 should be pretty easy. They're outside of the burrow and they're close enough that I can just reach down and grab a tail.
Whip it
Jason,
at
hand.
mate. Yep.
I'm there.
Yep, up.
The third gator's sitting right in the middle of the pool. I can't reach his tail.
Okay, here we go.
So I'm going to use a pole and rope and put a noose either over his snout or head and then take him up the bank onto the grass.
Settle down, buddy. Settle down.
So far, we've managed to stay pretty clean, but all the gators that were out have now been caught. The next 4 are down in the burrow. The shoes need to come off. We're getting dirty.
Up on the table. You right with it?
At the vet clinic in Whittlesea, Chris is trying to do a casting for Charity's prosthetic hooves.
Hey, girl. It's all right.
Obviously a very foreign position for her.
Yep, she's not going to like it.
Okay.
Good girl, Charity. Right? I'll make it with your life.
It's important to try to match up the angles we saw in the photographs with those angles in the legs. Once we have those feet in the normal position, then we can start the casting.
So once we start wrapping, if everyone that's gloved, we just need to rub it down so it sticks to itself.
We've got fairly limited time once that fiberglass goes on.
Well, to get it stuck and shaped, yes.
The casting has quite a few steps. First of all, the leg is wrapped in plastic, really to protect it from the fiberglass. This really is going to form the framework of the prosthetics.
All right, so we need to get this up into the angle that she lives at. Yep, gonna open it. We're at 105.
It's the same angle as in the photo.
Yep. So we need to make sure we don't have any rotation.
We have to get this right because this artificial hoof has to fit like a glove.
Now that should come off. Beautiful. One done.
One sheep foot. She almost looks normal at that angle.
Just missing some feet.
So the other leg now?
Other leg now.
How many degrees?
140.
So the angle is there.
That's the right angle. We should be right to...
It's not exactly a normal situation for a sheep to be in a dog and cat vet hospital on a table, having a cast put on, yet she's asleep. Wow.
Yep, we're finished. Yeah.
Apparently we have.
So she says.
She knew.
Yep.
Everything's happened pretty quickly today, but now we have casts that we're very happy with. So even though your eyes were shut, you were watching, weren't you?
Yeah, she knew.
You knew when it was up. So you happy with that, Lisa?
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, great. From here, they get sent off to the US to be measured up and turned into prosthetics. It's probably the trickiest part now, the waiting, but hopefully in a few weeks, we get a good result. So once we get Charity's magic shoes from the US, we'll be ready to go.
Right, look forward to it.
Yeah. See you later.
Go sheepies.
Time to get the boots off and get in.
Yep. No gators in here.
Well, I'll let you go in first.
Jeez, that's not pretty.
At the Hunter Valley Zoo, Tim and zoo owner Jason are attempting to relocate 7 young alligators from their pond.
I can see a tail.
Yep.
And a pointy end.
So far, 3 of the gators have been moved to their temporary home, but the remaining 4 have retreated deep into the burrow.
Jeez, I don't like putting a hand in there. I'm going to try and put a rope around the tail. That'll give us a bit more to pull on and hopefully get it out.
These young alligators can't be underestimated. They're about 1.5 meters in length, but they are full of muscle. When they have an explosion of energy, really difficult to hang on to.
Oh, got him. Let's got him. Let's go.
Move quicker than us on this mud,
Yep.
mate.
Okay, let's go right up to... Whoop. Just watch for it to swing, eh? Back up. One more.
Strong enough.
Got him?
Yep.
1, 2.
3. You all right, boys? Yep. All yours.
I'm grabbing number 5. I could get lucky. I put the rope in there, close to the gator, and it bites it. Bang. Right on the rope. Noose pulls tight, and out she comes. Bring him out a bit. Yep. That rope's gonna slip. A bit more to you. Okay, I'm gonna take that rope off.
Yeah, mate.
There we go. The last 2 gators, they're right back in the burrow, and we can only see glimpses of them. Now it gets hard. Give it a pull. You got him?
Yep.
We're on.
We've got, yep, we've got him.
We've been trying to get the 7 gators out of this pond for over an hour now. We've got 1 left, and it's a problem. We can't even see it. We don't even know where it is.
We're filling this pond back in, so he's got to come out.
Okay. Hold on, what's that? I can see him. We found him. Now we know where the head is, but there's only one way to get him. I've got to go in that burrow. The plan is, if I can grab tail, I will.
Yep.
If not, I'll try and move it where we can get a rope.
Yep.
But either way, mate, if I sing out, please drag me out by the legs.
Yep, will do, mate.
Tim is about to try to move the last of 7 American alligators.
His eyes are looking at us.
But this feisty boy isn't interested in moving to his new pool.
You right, mate?
I'm right inside the burrow. It's dark, muddy, wet, and there's an alligator in here. This is risky, and it's really difficult.
Yeah, you got a tail.
Okay, mate, I've got
right.
it. I need help out.
Okay. Help me out.
Help out.
All right.
Watch him. I've got his tail, and I can see his head, and I'm just watching that he doesn't swing around. Now, Jace comes in, his hands are on, it's time to pull him out. But that's not easy. We're stuck, knee-deep in mud. Help out.
All right.
Finally, after a major struggle,
Well, little guy's proven the toughest.
The toughest.
the gator is out.
The smallest was the hardest.
You had yourself buried in there.
Hello, mate. Wow. We hand over the last gator for a wash down. That's it, job done and job done well. A bit hairy for a minute, but ended up fine. Lucky last. Lucky last. Away you go. He's off.
Well done.
These gators have gone from a natural pond into a small artificial pond, but that's temporary. They're young, and once they grow a bit bigger, they can be moved to the big dam with the rest of the gators. Good on you, mate. Well done. Job well done. Job well done.
Thanks, Timmy. It was great to get Tim up today. We got a little bit muddy and a bit dirty, but we got the gators moved and the job's done.
Hello.
Hi Chris, how you doing?
Big day's here, huh?
Yeah,
It's
big
good
day.
to see you.
Good, good.
Good.
Got the crew?
Of course.
At the vet practice in Whittlesea, it's been 6 weeks since the plaster casts of Charity's deformed legs were sent to America.
Bit of a trade up on those shoes today.
Today, the 7-month-old lamb finally gets to try on her new prosthetic hooves.
Charity, come on,
Come on, girl.
come on.
It's trade up time.
Come on, Charity. Timmy might have to lead the way.
Come on, Timmy.
Come on, Timmy. We've been really anxious about today. The days have been building up and it's a big day for Charity and hoping it's all going to go well. A lot's riding on today.
Hey, Lisa, how you going?
Good.
Good to see you.
See you.
The anxious wait's over.
Hope so. Hope they fit.
Well, don't tempt fate. They're going to fit. They have to fit.
All right, come on through. I suppose the difficulty with this is going to be how easily does she manage to put up with new feet. I have no idea how it's going to go.
All right. It's time to reveal a new look.
Let's get it going.
So the socks go over first, I guess, just to avoid any rubbing.
Well, to make cleaning easier, they've made them without the padding.
Yep.
Put the socks on to be the padding.
Okay, so we lock the back piece in, then we get the front on.
Which almost hinges on.
Okay, so we're on.
All right.
You ready
Let's
for your first
see.
steps?
Ready.
It's going to feel strange. You ready, Charity? There you go.
This is the critical moment, and everyone is on edge.
Wow. She's almost reaching out, searching for it.
Well, it's
Because she's
gonna
just not
be
used to having that
a few
foot there.
centimetres taller than she used to be.
Yeah. She's taking big, exaggerated steps, first of all, just to almost find her feet. But then, after a few laps, she's got it. It's incredible.
It's pretty good,
It's
isn't
quite
it?
an adjustment. I mean, she is that much taller. And she reaches out almost to test if that's really there, but she
I've
finds
seen
a
dogs
feet.
put them on and shake and be bothered by them, and she's just chilled about it.
It's a positive start for the young lamb, but now for an even bigger test.
All right, you ready? Let's go.
This back hoof is posing a lot more problems simply because it has that joint there that mimics the hock, the ankle in the sheep. That has to be right, otherwise she just won't be able to walk normally. Clips in there.
Sticks there. Run with Velcro. How does that one feel?
Look at you, huh? You're a bit fancy now, aren't you? Wanna give it a try?
That one's a bit more serious.
This is really the critical moment because she has to adjust to the new way of walking and she has to do it quickly.
Not quite sure where her legs are.
No.
Charity is struggling to adapt to the second prosthetic.
Yeah, it's taking some getting used to, isn't it?
Oh my God, she's got it.
Wow, what a difference. You know who's the biggest help in all of this? Timmy.
Timmy's been fantastic, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just providing that inspiration to walk.
She got to know that sensation of her feet being where they were meant to be, but she walked into it beautifully. Oh, I'm just so proud of my sheep. I really am just so proud of Charity.
Hey, Charity.
Well, my friend.
You look incredible. You do. You look amazing. The way you're walking,
Extraordinary.
But before the celebrations can truly begin, the lamb has one final test.
So she's mastered the concrete. I think it's time to see how she goes in the real stuff, back on the farm.
Yep. You can show them off to her friends.
The fact is, it's all well and good that she can walk around here in a very controlled environment, but she has to be able to walk properly, on grass, back at the farm. That could be her biggest test.
Yeah, come on, come on.
Just outside of Sydney, it's great news for little orphan pup Piranha. Not only does he have a new home, but a new name as well.
Jesse, come on, chase the ball.
Jesse is now Bruce's best mate.
He means a lot. He's sort of just a member of the family now. So just another one of the family. My brother Brian and his wife Jade and my niece and nephew Lacey and Chase, they just live next door, and yeah, they love coming around and playing with Jesse all the time. And I think he loves playing with them too. Run. Now he's got you. Yeah, Jesse's a lucky boy, but so are we, because he's a good little dog, good to be around.
I love him so much.
He's your friend now, is he? Yeah?
Good girl. Oh, need a bit of pace up there, Charity. Come on, good walking.
Charity is now home at Edgar's Mission, where she's about to try out her new hooves.
This is really a big moment because we need to see how these new hooves really tolerate the real world. A paddock with ups, with downs, with soft parts, with hard parts, and with grass. Something she's never done before on these hooves. There's a little welcome home party over here.
Oh, looks like a bit of pace up. Look at that. Charity's just nearly running.
These boots aren't made for walking. They're clearly made for running.
What's that?
Look at you. Now, for her to be out in the sunshine, on the grass, eating, socialising, it's a different life already, isn't it?
It's amazing to think that you can have this quality of life. And if you're a sheep, you have to be out enjoying the grass with your buddies. And today we've achieved that.
The amazing work you guys do, you don't have to look far to see some lives that have been turned around. I remember this one turning me around.
Gretel, yeah.
Last year I was given the seemingly simple task of trimming Gretel's hooves. Normally with cows like this that weigh 600-700 kilos, they're in charge. They're the boss here. But here, the odds are a little bit more in our favour.
Yeah.
You'd think three-legged cow off balance should be simple. It wasn't. Just going to get the fingers into her nose.
Oh.
Yep. Didn't really get the fingers in the nose.
Are you going, Gretel?
Yeah.
You looking? Chris?
I ain't going to mess with you again. And if she can get by on 3 legs, Charity can get by on 2 plus 2. Even though Pam will say she's lucky to have animals like Charity and Gretel, the fact is all the animals here at Edgar's Mission are so incredibly fortunate to have Pam in their corner, because without her, they may have never had a second chance. Well, it looks like these new hooves have opened up a whole new world. Look at her. She just cannot get enough.
It's just wonderful. We can't thank you enough, Chris, for getting this outcome for our very special girl.
Well, you're the reason they're here, and you're the reason they actually have a second chance, so the thank you goes to you.
Shucks. I am a little bit overwhelmed today to see Charity from where she came from when she first presented to us with the hooves missing, to see her now. I've been able to fulfil my promise to her that I would give her a life worth living. I didn't think it was really achievable to start with, but we've done it. It's a great feeling.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
As a vet, the best advice that I can give pet owners is this:
Think carefully about the choices that you make on behalf of your pet, and you can literally save their lives. It may sound like a cliche, but it is true. Prevention is absolutely better than cure. Good choices for your pets result in great outcomes, and if you make healthy choices, you will have a healthier pet.
You make my world a better place.
Yes!
He's walking with me.
I can depend on
You know, I don't normally take time out of the clinic to go and visit art galleries, but today there's a pretty good reason.
My saviour of the day, Chris.
How are you?
Oh, man, good to see you. Very good to see you.
Pressure on too early, right?
No, but hey, man, anything that's going to help my bird is fantastic for me, so...
Chris is responding to a call for help from local gallery owner Maurizio.
This is Dr. Chris.
Hey, Pretty.
Say hello.
His best friend Pretty the galah has suddenly developed an unusual growth, and Maurizio is concerned.
Now, you're worried about this lump, is that the story?
On the right leg there, yeah.
The moment I lay my eyes on Pretty, straight away, I can see the lump. It's a big size. And we're talking about sort of that.
Yeah, exactly.
That size.
It's a few centimetres. It's confusing the hell out of me.
Okay, but it has come up fairly quickly.
It's only in the last 3 months.
How old is he now?
He was 42 around September last year, so he's going on 43.
Wow.
43, yeah. I've had him since I was 11 years old.
Jeez.
Old story.
It's a big part of your life then?
A huge part of my life. He's been with me the whole time. Every day. I literally talk to him over the phone if I'm away. Someone will hold a phone to him, and yeah, he's a big part of the family.
There are a couple of things that worry me. He is getting on.
Yeah.
And look, in the same way as in people, the older they get, the more likely you are to have, I guess, more serious health problems.
Exactly, issues.
So, look, I think probably that the best thing is to get in there with him. Need to get a good look at that lump, but also, importantly, get a feel of that lump too.
Exactly, yeah.
A lump that appears pretty suddenly is cause for enough concern as it is. But when you add on top of that the fact that Pretty is 42 years old, which is really middle to late age for galahs, yeah, we've got reason to be concerned.
Sweetie pie.
At the Bondi Referral Hospital sash, little Sachi is putting on a brave face after being savaged by another dog.
Was she picked up by the dog?
She was in a jaw lock.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll just take her out the back and just have a look at her.
Sachi saw another dog, and this dog was it's a lot larger than Sachi, quite a vicious dog, and started attacking Sachi and had Sachi in a headlock, and it was gruesome to see. It was vicious. It's heartbreaking. It's devastating.
Can I get a hand here? This dog was attacked by another dog. All right, sweetie.
Oh, she's really scared. It's okay, baby.
Whatever dog has attacked Sachi in the park has really injured her. She's in a lot of pain and she could have quite extensive injuries.
It's okay, you're okay. No, it's okay, baby. Sachi, it's okay.
She's really protective over that shoulder and she's just too sore at the moment.
Let me touch the leg. Or not?
Sachi's distressed owners, newlyweds Mel and Ben, can't believe how a walk in the park has turned into such a nightmare.
In a situation like this, you almost go into survival mode, or, you know, it's just gut instinct. You do everything and anything you can just to get your animal out of that situation.
Quite a scary thing to sit there and witness, yeah.
Okay, honey, can we see what's happened? Can you let me have a look? All right, doll. Really not bearing any weight on that leg, are you, honey?
The things we worry about with dog attacks are crushing injuries and puncture wounds. Puncture wounds can be like the tip of the iceberg. So on the outside we can just see a little puncture, but underneath a lot of damage can be done.
It's all right, mate. We'll get Dr. Chris to have a look at you.
In Wallara, Chris needs to examine Pretty. The 42-year-old galah has a massive lump growing on his leg, and the worry is that it could be cancerous.
Seeing the lump that's formed in the quick time that it has, it concerns me a hell of a lot. It's okay. Baby, get you. It's okay.
There's no denying it. To truly assess what is going on with this lump, I need to get in there and have a good look for myself.
Baby. Baby.
Given the fact that Pretty hasn't been handled for a number of years, it's not going to be easy.
Oh!
He's got the dominant position.
Hasn't he? If anyone gets close enough to him, he very much defends himself. It's going to be very interesting.
See, Pretty, what you don't realise is that I brought in my #1 bird controlling device. Currently, everything is in Pretty's favour. He's got the height advantage. He knows all the hiding spots, and he's got a pretty sharp beak.
You ever feel like it backs up against the wall, Chris?
Never. But what he doesn't realise is I've got the towel.
Okay, let go. Let go. Good boy. Good boy.
So we'll just keep you nice and relaxed there, buddy.
With Pretty beginning to fret, Chris has to work fast.
Even though I've successfully managed to catch Pretty, the fact is we cannot delay this examination. It has to be done quickly because stress for a 42-year-old bird could be fatal.
That's okay, baby.
Okay,
You're all right.
You didn't want to be like that?
We're not touching it. You're okay.
It's okay. You're okay.
You're all right.
It's okay. It's okay. Good girl. Good girl.
At Sash, Lisa is struggling to get a close look at Sachi's wounds.
Poor little Sachi is so terrified. She's just been attacked by a dog. She's completely traumatised, and now she's got a really sore area over her chest. Good girl, hon. Good girl. It's okay, hon.
Okay. It's okay, Mum. It's okay.
You all right?
It's okay. I know it's a bit scary.
I'm just going to give Sachi some pain relief before I get anywhere near that wound. She's really, really sore, and she's not letting us have a closer look at it. Okay.
It'll make you feel better, okay? It's all right. Good girl.
Good girl.
Good girl, Sach. Here you go. Very brave.
Good girl. You'll feel much better now, honey. All right, we won't touch you till that kicks in. Good girl. Hi, come through.
While Sachi's pain settles, Lisa reassures distressed owners Mel and Ben, who witnessed the terrifying attack.
It all happened in a few moments. So Sachi, I mean, they saw each other. Sachi went up, you know, a bit of a yap, as she does, and the other dog just attacked, just went for it.
You poor things, it's really traumatic.
And you almost feel a little bit guilty.
Yeah. I'm looking at Ben and Mel, and I can see how traumatised they are. It must have been so frightening to see their precious little girl in the jaws of another dog, feeling helpless, like there's nothing they can do. And all they want now is for their little girl to get better, and they want us to do everything that we can. She's got a puncture wound. It's not like a big gaping open wound, but it's a couple of puncture wounds there, and then very tender over her shoulders. But I'd still recommend we do an x-ray of her chest just to make sure that everything looks normal. It's much safer to keep her in, if you can, so that we can observe her. If things go badly, we can pick it up instantly and get on top of it before it becomes a big drama. But she's going to come home. She'll come home eventually. She might need to stay here for a little bit, but we'll get her back to you. Okay? All right. Hi, Miss Sachi. No jumping out. You give Mummy a cuddle.
No, it's okay. No.
Giving us all a fright.
Oh, that does look bad.
No, it's okay, Sachi. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, Sach, we're gonna look after you, darling. We'll look after her, I promise.
So this is the lump here, and it is tucked away in a tricky spot.
Chris is examining a lump on 42-year-old galah, Pretty. He's hoping it's not cancerous.
We're looking at about 3 centimetres by 3 centimetres. It's movable.
Yep.
See that?
Yep.
Looking at it, it is a tumour. There's no doubt about that. So probably the most important thing is to get a sample of that. The chances of me being able to catch Pretty again are pretty small, so everything has to be done right now, including taking a sample of that lump. There we go.
Good boy.
It's all over.
Huh? You okay?
Hopefully in that sample there'll be enough to tell us exactly what type of cell is sitting in that lump.
Sitting there. Sure.
And from there we know what we're dealing with. After feeling this lump, I've got no doubt that it is a tumour, but what kind of tumour and what this tumour really means to Pretty and Maurizio is still a mystery. Have a look down here.
Yeah.
So just picking up this.
Yeah.
This is all his food scraps.
Yes.
So everything that he's eaten. If you go through it all, sunflower seed, sunflower seed. He's having breakfast, lunch, dinner, sunflower seeds.
Yeah, mostly. Yeah.
So this is important, and this may actually be relating back to what we're seeing right now. I'm going to take that sample back to the vet clinic.
Sure.
We're going to analyse that. But I've got a funny feeling right now that what's in my hand is as big a deal as what's in that syringe. All right. So I'll let you know as soon as I have some news.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very much appreciated.
I'll see you soon.
Yeah. Not sure if he wants to see you soon, but
I'm not going to make eye contact with him right now. We're clearly not talking.
I'm always optimistic, but he is a bird of a certain age. But I am worried about it, definitely, yes.
All right, darling,
It's okay,
we're just going to put this on you so that we can have a look. I'm just putting a muzzle on Sachi because she's really, really sore. I've given her some pain relief, but I want to make sure that I can have a look at that area without her trying to bite.
At Sash, Lisa is urgently trying to get a closer look at Sachi's injuries following a dog attack. And the petrified pooch needs a lot of gentle coaxing.
Little Sachi has been through so much in the last few hours. She's been attacked by a dog 4 times the size of her, been thrown around like a rag doll, and now she's in a vet hospital being poked and prodded around, and she is in agony. Honey, can I have a look at your leg?
Okay. It's okay.
I think what we're seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. The skin wound doesn't look too bad, but I think it's the damage that's underneath there that's causing our problems.
It's okay, baby. I know, it's a little sore.
It's
a shoulder.
All right. I'm also really worried about Sachi's leg. She really doesn't like me touching it at all. I think what we're going to have to do is take an X-ray of her and examine her under sedation.
All right. Let's see what we've got. Really, when you're dealing with a 42-year-old bird, I guess anything is possible when it comes to a lump. So I'm nervous because we just don't really know what we're dealing with here, and there's a lot of emotion at play.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris is about to test the cell sample taken from Pretty the galah. The beloved pet of Maurizio recently developed a lump on his leg, and the concern is that it could be cancerous.
It looks like a kid's science project, but what I'm doing is actually using different coloured stains to essentially illuminate different parts of this sample. By doing that, I get a clearer picture about what's happening. Okay, let's take a look.
That's interesting. So wherever I go, I'm seeing two things. Red blood cells, which are obviously meant to be there, but these white-looking cells, and they are everywhere. And even though they look like they're thousands of bubbles of nothing, they are something. And what they are is fat cells. And right now, that's all I need to know.
Oh, look at this bruising. Oh, darling, that looks really sore. Hey, the doggy really got you.
At Sash, little Sachi is now anaesthetised, so Lisa can finally get a really good look at her injuries.
Now that she's asleep, we'll be able to get some proper x-rays. X-rays of her chest actually look all right. It doesn't seem like that dog has punctured into her chest, which is a good thing. Now I'm just worried about the actual wounds and that shoulder. Sachi's x-rays don't show any obvious abnormalities. There are no signs of fractures or breaks in the bones. I'm worried that she might have some torn muscles or torn ligaments that are causing her not to be able to use that leg properly. I need Andrew, one of our surgeons, to have a feel and see what he thinks.
It's really swollen in here.
Just baffled to work out why she's in so much pain.
With the swelling over this area here, she's had a nasty bite to the pectoral muscles just in there. And I think that might be contributing to feeling a little bit floppy. She's certainly got a little bit of ligamentous damage in here, but I wouldn't be rushing to surgery in the first instance. I think we just need to give it a little bit of time and then reassess.
Okay. So Andrew's examined Sachi and it looks like her injuries are not surgical at the moment. She has done a lot of soft tissue damage to that right shoulder. So we're going to flush out that wound, keep monitoring her and hope that she doesn't deteriorate.
Pretty, look who's here.
Hey, Pretty.
Il dottore.
Hello. How are you?
In Wallara, Maurizio is about to find out what the future holds for his best mate of 42 years, Pretty the Galah.
So I do have the results from that sample we took. It is a lipoma. Essentially, Pretty has a lump there that's made up of fat cells.
Okay.
Now, that can continue to grow, and it can get to the point where it starts to affect his life. What's happening is that he's eating like a king. He's eating sunflower seeds day in, day out. They're all over the base of his cage there.
That's right.
Which are 30–40% fat.
Yep.
So for him, he's eating all the calories he can possibly squeeze into that little body of his, but he's doing nothing about burning them off.
About burning them off.
And what happens in a glass body when they get to this sort of stage is they actually start to produce these fatty lumps, almost out of desperation, as a way of sending the fat somewhere. So I could get in there now and operate, remove this lump. But he's 42 years old. What I think is going to be as effective is doing something else. So this is essentially the best medicine we can buy for Pretty right now.
Yeah.
Take these.
Jeez.
Silver beet. And spinach.
Wow. Wonder drug.
Some kale.
Kale?
All right. So,
oh, good.
That is going to be what keeps him happy during the day.
Not happy with this. And then one thing I have to ask you too, let's for argument's sakes, not for argument's sakes, he loves his pasta. He loves pasta.
Tell me this.
He really loves pasta.
Maurizio is now telling me everything that he's ever fed Pretty. It's like some sort of confessional. And it's shocking. So what else does he love?
He likes steak too. He likes the fat off the steak as well. If I can give him sort of spinach and ricotta agnolotti, he doesn't mind it, but he likes a good veal tortellini. Baby, tell him that you like pasta. Tell him it's not my fault. Will you say something in my defence, please?
The tricky thing here is that Maurizio truly believes that he's been doing the right thing for Pretty by giving him what he sees as being a balanced diet. But there's no other way of looking at it. Pretty and Maurizio have ultimately been feeding this tumour. So he's going to eat himself skinny with this correct diet.
He's not going to like me.
He's going to get a dessert spoon of millet. Stalk there. Pretty's path to enlightenment is pretty simple. A dessert spoon of millet twice a day, and then green veggies. Kale, silver beet, spinach, readily available. Do those and Pretty will be sitting pretty.
It's just hard to imagine going from pasta, cannoli, steak, fish, chicken, nuts, fruit, to what? 3 different types of grass, basically, and a little bit of millet seed. It's going to be very interesting, very, very interesting.
But the reality is simple. Unless Maurizio stops feeding Pretty fatty food and puts him on a strict diet, the senior citizen won't survive.
You have to promise me, no matter how much he complains, no matter how much he talks to you, no matter how much he probably asks,
and he will,
possibly in Italian, for pasta.
Exactly.
You cannot give in. Because if you give in, you shorten his life.
Yeah, exactly. Look, whatever needs to be done, as you said. You know, it'd be ridiculous to take his life to this extent and not let him live it out.
Did you just go?
It's a bit of an Italian thing when you sort of go, yeah, baby, huh? What's going on? Oh, it's going to be difficult. Definitely going to be difficult, but difficult versus health and life, there's going to be no comparison between the two. So I have to do something about it, and we are.
This Italian Australian is now eating salad. Pretty's already diving headfirst into his new diet and his life plan. But I really feel like the big test here is Maurizio. If he can not give in to temptation, if he can stay strong, then we've got a real hope of shrinking this tumour.
Ta-da, ta-da, baby. Thank you, Dr. Chris.
Hello, Elvis. It's your lucky day.
At the Australian Reptile Park, General Manager Tim Faulkner and his fearless keepers are about to feed Elvis.
Hello, Elvis. Look at this, buddy.
On the menu, a massive side of beef.
All animals require enrichment, and that's stimulation that is something different than what they do on any normal day. Now, this big food item for Elvis, it's going to get him excited, it's going to get his blood boiling, but it's also going to stimulate him into doing some natural behaviours, grabbing it, drowning it, and, exciting for us, death rolls and head shakes. So the idea is, once he grabs it, hopefully he rolls, breaks a bit off, and that's our cue. Get in there, get it out. He cannot eat that whole thing or he's not going to eat for a year.
That's the plan. But for Tim and Mike to get the meat to the edge of the water safely, Mick needs to distract Elvis.
Come on. Come on, mate.
Luring him to the other side of the pool.
Come on, buddy. Yeah, come on, come on.
It's a dangerous task. One wrong move and Mick could end up an entree.
Elvis is fired up, he's in attack mode. Mick is trying to get his attention, splashing the water, trying to get Elvis to turn. I don't want to move before he does because he's going to launch out of the water.
Come on, mate. Good boy. Come on.
And if history is anything to go by, this cranky croc won't think twice about making a meal of Mick.
Elvis has eaten a lot of strange things. A lawnmower, his girlfriends, and he's even eaten a camera. Where is he, Mick?
Oh, he's at the corner, he's at the corner.
Okay. Tell us when he's coming, Mickey.
Yep, very good.
Sit him down, nice and close. Okay, he's at the corner.
Just gonna bring him around. I'm just gonna jump in front of you for a second.
Yep.
Come on now. Come on, mate.
Mick's done his job beautifully. Elvis is fired up and he's coming fast. Now, Mike and I have got to grab the side of beef and launch it to Elvis. But who knows what he might do? I don't want him charging out of the water at us. That's what I'm worried about.
Now, the call I'm about to make, it's not so much an animal in danger, it could be more the family.
Chris has just received an SOS from a mother in northwestern Sydney.
Hello, how are you?
I'm I'm so relieved you're here.
I heard. Here you go, Chris.
Nick.
Nicola and her family are being held hostage by a snake that has taken up residence in their roof.
These are my 3 little ones. And this is a good friend of mine, Louisa. And then this is my mother-in-law, Trish. She's out from the UK at the moment. So.
This happens all the time in Australia, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm pretty sure finding a big snake in your backyard is every parent's nightmare. When you're English, it's even more so. All right, shall we have a look at the snake now and check it out?
Oh, Lordy. Oh, it's moved.
It is awake.
Oh, wonderful.
The moment I see the snake, I know exactly what I'm dealing with. It's a diamond python.
Do they bite or?
Oh, they can if they're pushed.
Provoked, but it's not venomous. I absolutely can't bear snakes. I'm very snake phobic. I'm really hoping that Dr. Chris will be able to bring it down safely and take it away, far away from our house.
The mystery is what it's doing here, I guess. It could be resting.
Yep.
It could be pregnant.
Yep. It did have a very full belly yesterday.
Really? Going on that, it may be pregnant and
Okay.
about to lay a whole lot of eggs.
Oh, great. That's super.
You know, you thought having a litter of puppies was cute. Wait until you have a litter of snakes. Diamond pythons are found in coastal bushland areas. So the real mystery for me right now is what a large diamond python is doing under the eaves of a house in the suburbs of Sydney. It just doesn't make sense. So the plan's going to be to get up there and just have a bit of a look, and then I just need to move the snake in a few different ways until I can get a hold.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
What I don't know is what sort of state he or she is in and what sort of mood the snake is in. Does the snake have a name?
What do you call it?
Charlotte.
Charlotte the
Charlotte.
snake.
Okay.
To catch Charlotte, Chris is going to need some help.
Who's going to be brave? Come on. Good on you.
Oh, Trish.
Could you just hold on to that for me?
Oh, Trish.
I might need that at one stage.
Despite being absolutely terrified of snakes, Nicola's English mother-in-law Trish is determined to make this a holiday to remember.
You good there, Trish? Still with me? Don't go running away on me.
Snakes just make my blood run cold, they really do. Snakes are not me at all.
I'm just trying to get a bit of an idea about how big she is and what sort of mood she's in and what she's up to here.
Oh my gosh. She's quite long.
It's big. Normally a diamond python is, say, 2 metres long. This one is pushing 3. Wow, okay, she's very big in the middle of the belly there.
Charlotte is turning out to be a bigger challenge than Chris anticipated.
The fact is, this snake likes its location. It's chosen it for a reason. So for me to get in there and try to move it away, it's not going to like it.
But as soon as Chris attempts to grab Charlotte, the cranky snake is on the run.
So she's just trying to edge away there.
I certainly wouldn't want to be up there because the snake's looking like a bit cross that Dr. Chris is pulling on it. It could turn around and have a bite.
Not many people are happy about being dragged out of bed, and this snake is no different. She's not happy, she's showing it.
Oh my gosh.
Where is he, Mick? Oh, he's at the corner. He's at the corner. Okay. Tell us when he's coming, Mickey. Yep, very good.
At the Australian Reptile Park, Tim and the team are about to feed Elvis.
Sit him down, nice and close.
The scary 5-metre croc is going to be fed a massive side of beef to try and stimulate his natural predatory behaviour.
Come on now. Yep, ready? Right. He's
What's
coming
that
in.
rope on?
3. On the rope. Nice.
Once he grabs it, the first thing he does is takes it straight underwater and tries to drown it.
He's got it.
Oh, look at that. While Elvis is drowning his prey, we need to now get the rope around the tree, tie it off, keep some pressure on it, because that's what he wants to feel, that there's still that pressure there, that it's a big food item. It'll make it feel bigger, and he'll go into a death roll. How good was that? And powerful. You can see him starting to move. Here he goes. Wow, that was incredible. Now, he didn't just roll once, but a few times. Crocs use the death roll because they don't have a knife and fork like us. They need to be able to roll and break through bone, muscle, tissue, sinews, and break off a piece that's small enough for them to swallow. And that's about the size of a basketball.
Oh. Straight through the ribs.
Good boy.
That's where we want.
Jeez. Hey, there we go. That's a good one. All we're waiting for now is for him to break that last corner off. He might do another roll or two, but then he's just going to shake it off. That's when we take cover. Here he goes.
Okay, boys, got it. Let's get it.
Elvis has ripped a piece off about the size of a football. Now, he has to come up to swallow it, or it'll take a lungful of water. Now, before he does that, we got to get that big chunk out, or he's not going to eat for a year. Chunk out. Yep, chunk out. Beauty. That was amazing. Crocs, truly awesome. And he's unharmed, we're unharmed. We got to see a side of Elvis that we wanted to see. And what makes me happiest is just thinking about how Elvis must feel right now.
Good.
Well done.
Yeah. Got it, rolled it, ate it, and burped.
Yeah, classical croc, eh?
Yeah, that was great.
Thank you. Good boy.
Gosh, oh my gosh.
In suburban Sydney, Chris is struggling to catch Charlotte, the diamond python that has taken up residence in Nicola's roof.
This girl is bigger than I thought, stronger than I thought, and is holding on tight, fighting against my every movement. But all of a sudden, let's go.
Oh my gosh.
And comes crashing down and nearly lands on Trish. Not scared of snakes, Trish? Okay, now she's annoyed. It's all right, guys.
After a struggle, Chris manages to get the feisty intruder under control.
So before we put her in, what we might do is just check her out.
Dr. Chris is just having a look to see if she's okay.
Feeling down her scales, there's the occasional small lump, which is most likely to be a skin parasite, which is common in wild snakes. But it's the big lump that I'm most interested in. That's most likely a meal that she's had. There's no other way of putting it. Charlotte has a pot belly, and given the location, about halfway down her body, this is her stomach. So sitting in that stomach is a meal she's had recently.
I do hope it hasn't got that little dog next door.
I would say, looking at the size of that, we're talking about either a bird or even a small possum. So I'd say what's happened is she's had a big meal and she's been trying to digest that. And so rather than just sit idle out in the bush where she's vulnerable, she's actually come and sought some shelter here with you guys.
Well, I'm glad we helped.
Fortunately for Charlotte, it's a clean bill of health.
Whilst this has been exciting for the kids and the adults, I think everyone would be a lot happier once Charlotte's in the bag. Well done for fighting your fears.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You've helped me overcome them.
You can tell the folks back home all about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be famous for 5 minutes.
Yeah, and they'll probably never ever come to Australia hearing about this.
No. Australian wildlife. Well, I think I've seen enough for now.
See you later.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye, Charlotte. Thank you. Bye.
We've all overindulged at dinner time, but now it's time for Charlotte to go and sleep it off in a more suitable location. It's time to find you a rock rather than a roof. Let's go.
Later that afternoon, Chris has found a new home for Charlotte, the diamond python he captured at Nicola's house.
Someone's a bit fidgety.
The enormous snake's new address is nearby bushland, not too far away from where she was found.
Yeah, this looks good. It's got plenty of trees around, which they like to climb through, but also plenty of rocks to obviously lie on and get some warmth from, but also have a bit of protection from any sort of predators. Oh, you are keen. After that big meal, Charlotte certainly got a taste of the big city, but now I'd say it's time for a big sleep. Maybe just small, bite-sized meals now. Seeing how quickly she's managed to get up to the top of that tree just shows you that getting up into Nick's roof there, it wouldn't have been a stress whatsoever. Somehow I think this tree is where Charlotte's going to stay until she feels a bit lighter. See you go.
Hey, Sachi. Guess what time it is, hon? It's time for you to go home. Do you want to go home? Come on. Oh, good girl, Sach. I know, we won't touch the leg. That's a girl. Oh, good girl. Hey, how's that looking? Hey, that's so much better.
At Sash, it's good news for brave little Sachi. Her bite wounds are on the mend and she's well enough to go home.
Should we go see Mum? And see Mum? Let's go.
Owner Mel can't wait to be reunited with her little girl.
The whole dog attack incident has been extremely hard. It's made us really realise that anything can happen in a split second and just how, you know, precious, you know, a life is. So just can't wait to have her home.
Oh, look who's there. Hello. Sachi. As we walk down the corridor and she sets her sights on Mel, Sachi practically jumps out of my arms, starts running around the place like this little puppy, so excited to see her mum.
It's good to pat her. She's so crazy excited though.
But the experience doesn't seem to have tempered the tough pup.
Sachi.
Clearly she hasn't learned her lesson.
Sachi, what did we talk about? As I'm sitting here explaining to Mel Sachi's home care, Sachi starts yapping and barking at every dog that walks into the waiting room. Mel has got a big job ahead of her to control this little one. Hey, you're going to be on a lead all the time, you know that. If you keep behaving like this, no more dog parks. That's it.
Sachi, no barking, no barking. No barking?
You've already been chomped. You don't want it happening again. No, you don't. You've been very lucky this time. If you go do that to another big dog, things could be a lot worse. You're lucky it was just your leg.
Come on, say goodbye.
You're gonna be a good girl for Mummy? You be a good girl, okay? You be a good girl.
Thank you for helping me.
Our
fixing
pleasure.
me.
You're a very lucky girl. My job is done here. I feel confident that Sachi's physical injuries will heal with time.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank
and
you.
I hope it never ever happens again. But it's Mel that's got a big job ahead of her to train Sachi to make sure that she never picks a fight with a big dog ever again.
Where's my little girl? Where's my little girl?
You know, I don't think anyone enjoys being on a diet, but with Pretty, the hope was it would actually help him avoid a surgery. I'm just not sure he's going to appreciate that fact.
If you find out you haven't been eating your greens, you know what you're going to get, don't you? More biopsies.
It's been 4 months since Chris last saw Pretty and Maurizio.
Hey, Dr. Chris.
How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm not checking up, but I am checking up.
Now Chris is back to see whether these two best mates have stuck to the prescribed diet and whether the tumour on Pretty's leg has shrunk.
Pretty used to be on a diet of almost everything, but the highlights, cashews, pasta, ravioli, sunflower seeds, salami. Now, just kale, spinach, silver beet and millet. I think you look amazing. I just want to prove it to myself. There's not much of a swelling there that isn't his leg. Whereas before, there was a real separation where you had a big, thick bubble coming up.
But it was huge before.
He looks healthier. You know, I would think that healthy living has its advantages.
Eat your greens.
Even for someone like me who works with animals all the time, I find it amazing that you can actually shrink down a tumour just by using the right food. But it's exactly what's happened with Pretty.
It's great news for both Pretty and Maurizio.
As hard as it has been to stick to this diet, I'm very happy, obviously, that I've seen the tumour go down myself. Well, I'm happy because he's going to have a longer life.
Yep.
And hopefully a better quality of life. Chris, thank you. I do appreciate it very much.
Good luck. For Maurizio and Pretty, they've been together for 42 years, and thankfully, this simple change in his diet could give them 42 more years.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
He's walking with me.
How you doing?
So cute. Can we cuddle it already?
Absolutely. This is Monty.
Oh, Monty, hello. I don't really know how to hold a goat.
Matt has brought Monty, a miniature goat, into the Bondi clinic for a routine consultation with Chris.
So sweet. Can we steal him?
I've brought Monty in today because when I bought him, he had a registration tag through his ear. So I thought it was time to come in and get him chipped. So he's all registered. So your dad?
But Monty is finding it hard to make it past reception.
What is going on here? Of course. Is this yours?
Yeah.
How you going? I'm Chris.
G'day, Chris. Matt.
Hey, Matt. You're a very brave man to bring...
Yeah, it's a present.
It's not yours.
No, it
Watch
is.
this one here.
You struggling to take him over, look?
He's not coming home. I'm already telling you now. Come on. Step away from the goat. Let's go.
I can't pass him up
Come on.
to you.
You know, in here, some of us have to keep their cool and maintain a focus because we're working. But all the same, it's hard to deny that Monty is a cute kid. Okay, look, you've got to say goodbye at some stage.
Okay, I'll show you. You put him down, Jackson.
Thank you. So, aside from driving the nurses crazy, what's the reason he's here today?
I've brought him in basically so I can get him chipped. And just the last couple of days, I've just noticed him scratching away at himself a little more.
Okay.
So I thought, look, while we're here, get that checked out as well.
Matt was always due to bring in Monty for a microchipping, but in the last few days, he's really noticed that he started scratching. And even here right now, he just goes a few seconds before he can't help but lift that hoof through and scratch away. That's not entirely normal.
Police dog Doc is lucky to be alive after recently falling from a 3-storey building.
Yeah, good luck. Come on.
The German Shepherd is at the Bondi Referral Hospital sash because his death-defying fall has caused serious damage to his right leg.
We got him emergency help where they casted it and did all that for a couple of weeks, but it's got to a point now where it hasn't completely healed. It's so there's still some healing there to go, and we're a bit worried that there might be something else going on.
G'day. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Andrew.
Chris.
Chris. Who's this?
This is Doc.
Doc. How you, Doc? How you, big fella? It's very exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, you've been doing high-rise jumping. Given what we know's happened to Doc, i.e. he's gone for a high dive and landed 3 stories down, I'm really worried that he's trashed the supporting ligaments of his wrist joint.
Attaboy.
You know, he's sideways he seems okay, but he really just doesn't like you doing that. But yes, you're a good boy, hey? Yes, this is your sore one, I know. Yeah, no, look, it's really, it's quite obvious that he doesn't like me sort of trying to extend his wrist. And that's pretty typical for dogs that have done that sort of a high dive thing, because they land and they damage those ligaments. So I think that's what's going on. And I guess the other thing is the one leg you can get about that far, the other leg that's damaged, we're sort of pushing it even further, and that sort of suggests to me that he's ruptured those ligaments. So with that sort of injury, if we do nothing, he'll always be lame, and he'll only get worse and worse and worse until it's totally collapsed on him. So what we've got to do is we've got to prove whether I'm right or wrong, and so to do that I think we need to get him anaesthetised and get some x-rays. That's it.
If Doc's leg can't be repaired, his career in the police force is likely to come to an end.
The bond between a police dog and its handler it's very important for a successful team. You know, it's irreplaceable, and you know, you can't really describe it. It's very, very important, and it's something that the handler treasures.
See, every 10 seconds or so, he's having a good scratch. Yeah. A lot of the time it's around that neck area or across his shoulders here.
At the Bondi Clinic, miniature goat Monty has been brought in to get a microchip.
He really shouldn't be scratching that much.
But Chris is now concerned about the kid's excessive scratching.
As I part the fur on Monty's shoulders, I've got a funny feeling I know what's going on here. But rather than going for some sort of scientific test, I'm going to reach for some stationery. Let's try something with him. So, it is what it looks like. It's just sticky tape. This might look like some sort of kindergarten craft project, but using sticky tape is actually the coolest and most precise way of seeing exactly what's on Monty's skin. I've got my sample, but the fact is whatever is there is just going to be too small to see with my own eyes. We need some help with a microscope.
Matt has only had Monty for 10 days, but they're already inseparable.
He's fantastic. He's very affectionate. He comes with me to work, and he's been getting the privileged life, I guess, for the last 10 days. He's been in, lying on the bed, and he just snuzzles up to you, and then it's the chewing noise I wake up to most mornings.
You said you share the same bed?
Yeah.
Matt's chosen an interesting time to tell me about the sleeping habits of Monty and the fact that he shares the bed, because if my hunch is right, he's going to freak out when he sees exactly what's on Monty's skin.
Oh, there's a go. Oh boy.
At Sash, police dog Doc has badly injured his right leg after falling from a 3-storey building.
You're not going to catch any bad guys looking like that.
Specialist surgeon Andrew Marchevsky thinks the horrific fall may have caused serious ligament damage.
What I've actually got to do is get him anaesthetised so he can't feel anything, and take some x-rays of that joint whilst I'm really wrenching on it to see if it can bend too far, and then we can figure out what we've got to do to fix him. And pretty much that's straight, I can't, and that's how it should be. There's no bend at all here. And then we can look at this one. You can see how much more that bends. So we look at his x-rays here, that angle is about 25 degrees more movement in there than there should be. To me that says he's ruptured those ligaments.
This diagnosis means Doc's career as a police dog now hangs in the balance.
He'll have to have his joint fused permanently, so it can't move at all, but at least it'll be in the right position for him to walk and run. And I don't know how he's going to go as a police dog.
Andrew now needs to break the news to Doc's best mate and partner, Senior Constable Chris Hill.
He's done enough damage that it's not going to get better. Yep. That's a problem. And I said, now we can talk about what to do. With these cases, generally, we fuse the joint.
Yep.
And that's the only way we'll get it so that it's functional. I guess the question you've got to try and answer, and I can't, it's hard for me to answer, is he going to be a working dog after that?
Okay.
Chris will need to get approval from the police force before the surgery to fuse Doc's joints can go ahead. Until this decision is made, the hard-working German Shepherd is now officially off duty.
So he won't be 100% and possibly not be able to return to work. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. A lot of work's gone into him, and he's your mate, so you just want him to be the best that he can be at what he does, so as I do. Come on, buddy. Time to head home.
I have a feeling I know what this is and what's causing Monty to scratch.
At the Bondi Clinic, Chris is analysing a sample taken from Monty's skin.
It's all right, mate.
The 4-week-old miniature goat was brought in to be microchipped, but owner Matt was worried about Monty's incessant scratching.
You said you share the same bed?
Yeah, not really by choice, but...
The only reason I ask is because the thing that's making Monty itch is that dirty big louse.
Wow, okay.
So he's got a lot of them.
Right.
Now, they would have come with him. They're not something he obviously picks up in his new home.
Right.
They're spread between goats and between sheep.
Yeah.
So
he's off the bed straight away. Not a chance Monty will be sharing the bed anymore. I think the time's come where tough love this week. So he's going to start learning the hard rules of being a goat.
So we'll give him his treatment. Funnily enough, because not too many baby goats get diagnosed with lice in city vet clinics, there isn't actually a treatment specifically for this problem. But thankfully, a dog and cat flea treatment has a drug in it that works perfectly and quickly. So we're taking care of the lice. Okay, so we'll give him his microchip and we're done.
Great.
It's okay, mate.
All right, mate.
Okay, so now that one's in, we can get rid of the earring.
Yep. Well done, bud.
And just when Monty thought he was out of here, it's time to remove his ear tag. Something I thought would be a favour for him. He doesn't see it that way. He's just taking some time to process all of this. Oh, don't show me that face. Excuse me? Monty's not too keen to hear words. He feels that my actions have spoken louder than any words can. And right now I can tell that Monty isn't a big fan of mine. I'll see you soon, Mont. Things will improve, I promise. Right.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
Wow.
Cheers, mate.
Run, all right. Quickly, don't turn back.
Dylan, you silly boy. Why did you eat the chicken wing?
I know.
Marion's afternoon sitting duties have been interrupted by a trip to Sash.
Xavier, Lola and I are at Sash today because this afternoon Bailey, my beagle, got into our bin and pulled out a whole stack of chicken bones, and Dylan ate them and started coughing, and turns out he's got one in his throat. So we've rushed here to hopefully get it out.
So you're worried that the bone is stuck in his esophagus?
That's right. He seems to have a very sore patch on his throat when you're kind of feeling around, and he doesn't like you to press on it.
If Dylan has a chicken bone stuck in his food pipe, that's potentially life-threatening, because if it pierces through his food pipe into his chest, he could develop severe breathing difficulty.
It's okay.
Okay, so what we need to do is take an X-ray of his neck and of his chest and work out, is there anything stuck there? If it's a bone, it will be pretty obvious if it's sitting there where it shouldn't be. And if it is stuck there, then what we'll need to do is give him an anaesthetic and pull it out with an endoscopy. So that's a special camera that we use. We put down his throat, and if the bone's there, then hopefully we'll be able to grab it out.
If it just want it to get out and him to be okay. So whatever you can do.
Okay. Dylan seems uncomfortable, he's really frightened. I need to take that X-ray of him to work out if that bone is stuck in his throat or not. Dylan, come on. Dylan, good boy. Right there. Wow, there it is. I'm looking at Dylan's x-rays and straight away it is obvious that he's got a chicken bone stuck in his esophagus or food pipe. Now that's going to be causing him a lot of pain, and every minute that it sits there, it's causing damage. Now we need to take it out or he's going to be in serious trouble.
I've got a funny feeling today is going to be, well, different.
Chris has been invited to the Sea Life Melbourne Aquarium for a shark encounter with a difference.
Rob?
Hey Chris,
How are you? Hey, good to see you.
Doing the same, nice to meet you.
Today, as part of Rob's team, I'm undertaking artificial insemination of sharks. It's safe to say they never taught us this at vet school. It sounds like you've got an interesting day planned.
We do, Chris. We'll catch a couple of these white-tip reef sharks that are just here. We'll get a male and a female and we'll bring them up to the lock, and with the males we'll try and extract some semen. And then after we've done that, we'll examine the female, we'll ultrasound her, and then we'll probably put the semen into her.
Aquarium vet Dr. Rob Jones is a world leader in shark artificial insemination.
Today we're going to inseminate one of our female sharks, and the idea is that through these procedures we develop the techniques that we can then use to save the endangered shark species. The main one that we're concerned with is the grey nurse shark, which is critically endangered on the east coast of Australia, and we're down to less than 1,500 in the wild.
There are only a very small number of grey nurse sharks in captivity, so Chris and an aquarium dive team will enter the main tank and capture a male and female white-tip reef shark. These sharks will be used as a surrogate species on which artificial insemination techniques can be perfected.
I'm sure when I walk in here today, Rob's thinking, this has to be the first time Chris has ever caught a shark. It's not true. A little while ago, I had to pull a live shark at a Bronte ocean pool. That wasn't easy, but today I've got a funny feeling the sharks are going to be bigger and possibly more of a challenge.
At SASH, it's a big day for Senior Constable Chris Hill and his faithful partner Doc. After a death-defying 3-storey fall, the German Shepherd has been given the all-clear for surgery to try and repair his severely damaged right leg.
Doc's career is on the line here. He's basically busted all the ligaments in the back of his wrist, and they'll never heal, so we've got to fuse his joint. So unless we get in and do something now, and unless this is successful, he's going to have to be retired as a police dog, and I think that'd almost kill Doc.
I am a bit worried now that he might have to retire at such a young age. He's only 3 years old, so he's still got a lot of work left in him, and we've got quite a good bond now. So to have to retire him and start over would be devastating for both me and him, I suppose, because he enjoys his work. He really does.
So there's nothing subtle, unfortunately, about this surgery. With Doc's surgeries, the major risks, I guess, is that we're trying to fuse a joint that doesn't want to be fused. And so the risk is we'll do all this, come back, and it won't have done what we want it to do. It won't have fused. And that can be really problematic. So we've got to make sure we're really meticulous with what we do. It's not a healthy joint. So basically what I'm going to do here is cut out all the joint capsule, all the joint cartilage, burr it down to bone basically. So we're going to turn this joint into just one single bone. And can we just have the suction on, please? Okay, we're just going to go to this joint here. So we've basically exposed his joint, so I'm looking straight at his joint cartilage. And now I'm going to start burring that out. And once we've got rid of all that, we'll pack it full of bone graft. Then we'll put a big plate across it to keep it nice and stable whilst it's healing. Yeah, so this is the plate that we're going to put on. I'll put a little bend in it like that, so when he runs, his leg won't be totally straight. It'll be sort of kicked up like that a bit, so that'll be a little bit more anatomically normal for him.
Securing the plate in the correct position is crucial. Otherwise, Doc has little hope of returning to the police force.
So we've now got this plate on his leg and across that joint, so now it's stiff, it can't move. But at the moment, the only thing keeping it like that is the plate. Give him 12, 16 weeks, then all that bone graft will have caused that whole area to fuse together, and it'll be like he's got one big long bone there.
After 2 hours on the operating table...
Right, last stitch.
Finally, Doc's surgery comes to an end.
So we've finished him now, he's stiff as a board. We'll just take him into X-ray to see how all the implants look and make sure they're in all the right spots. We'll put a bandage on him and then we'll start waking him up. Looks good so far. I'm really happy with the surgery. The X-rays look great, so everything's gone well. Now we've just got to wait for this whole thing to heal, and then we'll see if we can get him back to doing the stuff he loves doing.
John, this is Chris.
Hey Chris, all set to get suited up?
You bet.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Chris is at the Sea Life Aquarium in Melbourne.
This should just about do it, I reckon. Is that the biggest you've got? No, you'd stretch out. They're pretty good at stretching.
He's taking part in a groundbreaking shark artificial insemination program.
Fit you like a glove.
Chris and a dive team led by John Lau will enter the aquarium's main tank to try and catch a male and female white-tip reef shark.
I've handled a lot of animals, but when it comes to handling sharks, it's entirely different. Everything is on their terms. You're in their environment, plus they're incredibly unpredictable. So today, there's going to be some tense moments.
Great thing is, now I look like a seal. Sharks hate seals, right?
Once they've been caught, semen will be removed from the male shark and used to artificially inseminate the female. If successful, the hope is this insemination technique can then be used to breed the critically endangered grey nurse shark.
Get this on now?
Yep, let's go.
Once we've entered the tank, theoretically, the plan is simple. We locate the white-tip shark. It should be sitting underneath a rock. That's its usual hiding place. From there, we give a bit of a tap on the nose. As it rushes out, net on front of it, net on the back of it. Hopefully, then we put a shark.
The first shark to be caught will be the female. Fortunately for the team, it's an easy catch.
Here they come. No, you got it. Well done. Good on you, Chris. That's fantastic.
The female will remain in the holding tank until the male is caught and his semen removed. But the male shark is proving much more difficult to capture.
Sharks have been around for hundreds of millions of years for a reason. They're cluey and they can almost sense when something's not quite right. This shark's no different. The moment we start to surround it, it makes a run for it.
The shark darts off, but he must be caught quickly before he becomes stressed. Finally, Chris and the team catch the shark.
Once we can get one net around him, it's a matter of getting another net on top, and from there, he shouldn't be able to escape. The moment I grab hold of the net, I can really feel the raw power of the shark. He's thrashing around and clearly doesn't like his situation. He's got no idea what's coming next.
Chris and John are carefully taking the feisty shark to a holding tank.
Here they come.
Where Dr. Rob Jones and his veterinary team are waiting to begin the semen extraction procedure.
Well done. Number 2.
Now that this shark is out of its normal tank, stress levels are starting to rise, so we have to move quickly. Got to move double speed.
Come on, Dylan. To get this out of you, buddy.
At SASH, 13-year-old Dylan is about to undergo an endoscopy to try to remove a chicken bone stuck in his esophagus.
We're giving Dylan an anaesthetic right now because we're going to put a camera down his throat to have a look in his food pipe and see if we can pull that bone out.
All right, let's get it out.
Medicine specialist Dr. David Collins has the extremely difficult task of trying to remove the bone without causing permanent damage.
Dave is guiding the camera down Dylan's esophagus, and I really hope that we're not going to see any sign of blood, inflammation or trauma from this bone, because if that has happened, there could be long-term problems for Dylan. There it is. That's the bone sticking there, right in the centre of the esophagus. We can see the bone and it looks sharp, and I'm worried that we might not be able to get it out with ease.
David must slowly and carefully try to pull the bone out without causing any damage.
The esophagus or food pipe is a really soft muscular organ, and that sharp bone could be cutting the inside of his esophagus, which could lead to long-term scarring and potentially permanent swallowing problems. And if we can't take it out with the endoscopy, Dylan might need to have his neck cut open to have it taken out that way. I really hope that it doesn't end up going that way for this little guy. It would be a disaster.
Just when you thought things couldn't get any more different, these are the examination gloves. Steel mesh. Your sharks bite.
At the Sea Life Aquarium in Melbourne, Chris is about to help extract semen from a white-tip reef shark as a part of the aquarium's artificial insemination breeding program.
The reason we started getting involved in this process is the plight of the grey nurse shark on the east coast of Australia. They are critically endangered. Their numbers are diminishing. They're going to be extinct in 10 or 20 years' time. Our goal with this process is to be able to be a contributing factor in saving the grey nurse shark.
One question. Who is doing the act to get the sample?
Yep, that will be me.
Good.
We'll give you the tube to put it in.
Jonathan Daly will be carrying out the delicate task.
Another steering net.
But first, the team must catch their sperm donor.
Keep it in water. Keep it in water.
You got it?
Nah, that's it. Right, take him in out. Hold that back end of him so he doesn't kick as he comes out. Yep. Okay, we're good to go.
The team have just 10 minutes to perform the procedure. Any longer and they risk the shark becoming too stressed.
So we've got some water running over his mouth there with some oxygen.
Okay.
To keep him oxygenated while we work on this.
Because normally you have to rely on swimming to get the oxygen through his gills. Yep. Now we've managed to get this shark stabilised, onto his back and oxygenated. It's time for John to work his magic.
So what we're doing is we're just feeling for the lower reproductive tract and just putting a little tiny bit of pressure on that, and then we're able just to express some sperm into our tube.
It's pretty delicate at both ends now because obviously the front end's got the teeth, but the back end's where all the action's happening, and you just don't want him to move too much at the crucial moment. Done.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. So it's really just a little tickle over the important part there.
Yeah.
And it stimulates him enough that he actually produces the sperm there.
Are we done, John? Yep. We've got a good sample, that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, wow.
With the procedure now over, the shark can be released.
Roll him towards us.
Yep.
And then on the count of three, we let go. So
Okay.
1, 2, 3. That's it. Beautiful.
Well done.
But before insemination, the sperm must be examined to make sure it's a live sample.
So now the big test, huh?
Yeah, we'll find out.
Let's see how this looks under the microscope.
One of the things we have to do is to actually mix the sperm with the salt water. That actually activates the sperm and wakes them up, and that replicates the actual mating process when the two sharks mate.
Is there a certain percentage you're looking for of sperm that are actually moving?
Preferably up around 80 or 90% moving would be good.
Look like long corkscrews.
They do, don't they?
They're busy. Dancing. They're ready for action.
Absolutely.
The moment I see all those twisty little guys doing their thing in there, I know it's going to happen. We're ready for the next step.
There it is. Now the tricky part is trying to pull it out.
At SASH, Lisa and medicine specialist Dr. David Collins are using an endoscope to try to remove a sharp chicken bone stuck in Dylan's esophagus.
Let's see if we can get it. Poor little guy.
Yeah.
But it's an incredibly delicate procedure. One wrong move and the bone could tear open his food pipe.
We've got to move fast to get it out with the endoscopy because every minute that we delay, it's causing more and more pain and damage to Dylan.
Finally, after 15 minutes of painstaking work, the bone comes out.
Oh, that is sharp.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
Look, it's not over just yet. We've put the endoscopy back down his throat. We're having a look at his esophagus just to make sure that there's no damage because that piece of bone was really sharp. We need to make sure that he's not going to have any long-term problems. That's pretty good. Amazing. The really good news is that there is no sign of injury. It doesn't even look like there was a bone there in the first place, which is amazing news. We're going to wake him up now, and I can't wait to tell Marion the good news. Dylan has been through a lot. He's absolutely exhausted. So I'm just going to let him rest, and in the morning I'll give him some food. And if he eats well, then he'll be able to go home.
Okay, so same situation as before. Catch our shark, female this time, roll her over. Then you work your magic of a different kind. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
At the aquarium in Melbourne, Chris and the veterinary team need to catch a female white-tip reef shark so she can be artificially inseminated.
The thing I noticed straight away with this female is she's a lot bigger than the male, almost 50% bigger, which could mean 50% more of a challenge. She comes. You got her? Yeah.
With the female now under control, the team will conduct an ultrasound of the shark's ovaries to make sure they're healthy. But they will have to work fast.
So same rules here, 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yep.
Clock is counting.
All right, okay.
Lots of water flow up the front, lots of oxygen. So the first thing we'll do is ultrasound it.
Yeah.
When we're working on the female, it's the same as the male. We set a ceiling of 10 minutes, and that's really for the welfare of the shark.
So we're searching for the ovary now?
Yeah, we're looking for the ovary.
Yep. The fact is there's no point putting her through this whole procedure unless she's actually ovulated recently. If there are no eggs, there's nothing for the sperm to find. And just looking for follicles and...
Yeah, egg follicles. If we can see some good ovarian development, some good egg development, then we'll be putting the semen in.
Yep. Thankfully, the moment we look at the ovaries, we can see they've just ovulated. It's perfect timing.
5 minutes, all right, the clock's counting down, we've got to keep going.
All right, so this is really the critical moment now.
Yeah, time to inseminate.
The shark has now been held for over 5 minutes,
Start by loading up the tube.
meaning that it's crucial the insemination takes place right now.
Okay, she's just tensing up a bit. Okay, here we go.
Yep.
All right, in the right spot. With a simple push on the syringe, that's it there.
That's it, there we go.
Semen's gone in, she's inseminated with not much time to go. Well, there we go.
We'll roll her back over. Just point her away from the wall.
With the procedure now over, the shark can be released back into the tank.
She's away?
Yep, she's off.
Well done.
Well done. Good.
Good job, mate.
There we go.
Very good.
It's definitely not every day you get to inseminate a shark, and in fact we've probably only done it a handful of times. But Chris has actually done very, very well and can be pretty proud of himself actually after today.
Good stuff.
Yeah, excellent.
Job done.
Yeah.
The hope is that the shark will fall pregnant and eventually give birth to the aquarium's first ever shark pup to be born in captivity by artificial insemination. If it works, the program will help threatened shark species in the wild, in particular the critically endangered grey nurse shark.
That was an anxious time for all of us, but now it's another nervous wait for 3 or 4 months before we know if it's been successful, if she's pregnant.
Hey,
Dylan, how are you feeling?
You're a good boy.
The following day at Sash, Dylan has recovered from the endoscopy to remove a chicken bone stuck in his throat.
Good boy.
And he now needs to pass one very important test.
I've brought out some chicken for Dylan without any bones. I want to see how well he can eat and if he's swallowing normally. And if he can do that, then he's ready to go home. You want it?
Here you go, mate. Good boy.
Before I could even blink, Dylan had devoured all the chicken in the bowl. He's swallowed normally, he's not gagging, he's really comfortable. And this means that he's ready to go home.
Outside, Dylan's extended family, including his canine buddy Bailey, have arrived to take their little mate home.
So I'm really excited to see Dylan because I know he's going to be so excited to see me. His little tail's going to wag like crazy and he'll probably run over and give us so many licks because he just really loves to be around his people. So I know when he sees us, it's going to make his day.
Dylan, look who's here.
Hello. Hello. Oh, I missed you. He's so happy. Look, it's Bailey.
It's pretty obvious that Marion and the kids absolutely adore Dylan, and I think Bailey loves him too. Even though she put him in here in the first place, she's sorry and she's ready to be his best friend again. I have a souvenir for you.
Oh, wow.
And look how sharp that is.
Ouch. Well, you are so lucky. When I saw him, he was so happy and just licking and really, really excited to see us all. So it was really good to see that he's completely back to his usual self and all happy. What do we say to Lisa? Thank you, Lisa. Thanks for looking after Dylan.
No problem. Bye.
Bye.
See you later.
All right. Hey, Doc. How you doing? There you go. Was that exciting, mate? Was that exciting? Hey, come on. Just take him for a wander up there. We'll just see what he's doing.
At Sash, it's hard to believe that police dog Doc recently underwent major leg surgery.
Good boy. Come here. Sit.
Duck, sit. Duck, sit.
The German Shepherd ruptured the ligaments in his right leg after a death-defying fall from a 3-storey building.
Doc is running around like a dog who's never had a surgery, he's never had his joints reamed out, he's never had his bones drilled. And he's just belting around like the crazy thing that he is.
Before Andrew gives the all clear to go home, he does a final check on the German Shepherd's leg.
There you are.
Hello.
Look at that. You're just a happy dog, aren't you, mate? Really? Doc's an amazingly good patient when you consider how he runs around as a total noodle when he's on the ground. I put him up here on the table and he's just gone, okay, I'm having something done to me, and he's just let me do it, and he's just amazing. There aren't too many dogs that I don't have to sedate to do that sort of a procedure, and he's just lied there and gone, okay. Oh, he's a great dog. I mean, if the police didn't want him, I reckon I'd take him. Hey?
Look at that tail.
You need to... Hey, Doc. Hey, Chris is here. He says, what? Who? Doc.
Waiting in reception is Doc's partner and best mate, Senior Constable Chris Hill.
I'm looking forward to seeing him again, of course. You know, we spent so much time together that you're missing that element of your life when he's gone. Pretty much lost, you know, without your dog.
Come on, Doc. Kick. Go. Oh, good boy. Yeah, I know. It's even more exciting. Hey, mate. How'd you go? Oh, I'm fine. Thanks.
How'd you go? You dropped his lead.
Yeah.
How are you, buddy? Good. How are you?
Good boy. You look at Chris and Doc together and you sort of can tell they're best mates. And you get the impression that Doc will just do anything for Chris. Like he's already leapt over tall buildings and it's ended badly for him. But you can just see if Chris said do it again, he'd do it again. It's an amazing relationship.
So basically the prognosis, will you be right to come back and work again, full duties, you think?
Look, I've never done this surgery on a working police dog. You know, we just got to get him to heal first and then let him go and see what happens. But I think he's got to go. Certainly if we hadn't have done this, yeah, no chance, he'd have had to retire him.
Fair dinkum.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's good then.
So...
it's a good result.
That's a good result, exactly right. So.
It will be at least 3 months until Andrew can confirm if the surgery has been a success. But for now, Chris is just happy to be taking his best mate home.
He realises that he's not 100%, but it's good that his spirit's still the way it is. I mean, that's him, that's his character, and that's what we love about him. Wait, come on, wait.
It's been 8 weeks since Chris helped out with the shark insemination program at the Sea Life Aquarium in Melbourne.
So this is really the critical moment now.
Yeah, time to inseminate.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. All right, in the right spot. With a simple push on the syringe, yep. That's it there.
That's it, there we go.
The semen's gone in, she's inseminated. She's all right?
Yep, she's off.
Whew. Well done.
Aquarium staff are yet to confirm if this shark is pregnant, but there is some good news. A baby shark in the nursery.
Patricia is a small baby brown banded bamboo shark. She's the first shark born in Australia from artificial insemination. It's the first time in the world that species has been bred with artificial insemination, and it's the first time for any shark or ray species that semen has been transported from one facility to another with a successful insemination and a live birth.
Dr. Rob Jones and his team are keeping their fingers crossed that there will be more babies on the way.
Look, the fact that we've had this success with this brown banded bamboo shark means that when we did the white tips with Chris here, we can now be a lot more optimistic about the outcome of that insemination.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
He's walking with me. I can't depend on you.
Normally when you get a call from the Animal Welfare League, you're thinking it's going to be about a dog or a cat, but Alan from the AWL has just called me because he's worried about a small horse with a lump on the side of its face.
Chris has been called to the Animal Welfare League in West Hoxton outside of Sydney.
Oh, boys.
Shelter manager Alan Norris is caring for 2 surrendered miniature horses.
How you going?
Hi.
Alan, is it?
Yeah. Chris, how are you?
How are you? Good to see you.
Thanks for coming.
Using the bucket to offset the arrival of the vet, are you?
Yeah, I'll keep him nice and close.
Hey guys, how are you?
One of the horses is in need of serious veterinary attention.
So which one's Charlie?
Charlie's a little white one there.
Yeah.
And this is Magic Mike.
How did you end up having Charlie here?
A pair of these coming together from an inspector seizure where someone couldn't care for him, and he's got a number of issues ongoing. We called Chris in today because Charlie has difficulty eating and he has a large lump on the left-hand side of his mouth.
Thank you. Hey, Charlie. Hey, buddy. There are a few problems there. I can see the feet straight away. So, was Charlie essentially a cruelty case? Is that why he was brought in?
Charlie's more like a neglect case. He was left in a paddock. The grass was quite long, so no one was monitoring his feet. So that's the reason he was picked up and brought to the Animal Welfare League by the inspectorate.
It's going to be a tough time of it.
Yeah, he's been treated by a farrier for the feet, so the feet aren't the issue at the moment. At the moment, we've got something going on with his teeth.
Yeah. While the hooves are hard to ignore, the real reason why I am here is also pretty obvious. You look at his mouth and he does have a big swelling on that left-hand side, and apparently he's also having trouble eating.
We noticed when he was dropping food at the corner of his mouth instead of maintaining it, and then this lump appeared.
Charlie's years of neglect have made him difficult to approach in the open.
The best chance is get him in the stable. Yeah. He's quite comfortable in the stable.
It's okay. It's all right. It's okay.
The two rescue horses are inseparable.
Easy, guys.
Good boys.
We're good.
Chris will have to win over the dominant Magic Mike before he can get close to Charlie.
It's okay. Magic Mike runs the show. He may only be a bit over 2 foot tall, but he's the boss. It's okay. It's okay. You see that open door there? It's good, doesn't it? Hey, it's okay. It's all right, guys. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's all right.
They'll settle down, they'll go straight through.
Eventually, the skittish horses seem to be calming down.
That is the ticket right there.
Really? Shall we try again?
Boy, it's low. Yeah. I'm used to this being underwater.
At a small river 240 kilometres southwest of the Australian Reptile Park, General Manager Tim Faulkner and 3 of the park keepers are on a very important mission.
This little river is home to a great population of platypus, and we come here to monitor that population, make sure it's healthy.
A harsh drought has caused the river level to drop to an all-time low. To understand how the little Aussies are coping with the dry conditions, Tim and the boys have no choice but to get wet.
There is nothing easy about catching platypus. They swim under the water, they're nocturnal. We've got to set a net across the river. Now, that in itself is tricky because we need to find where there's no snags, find a perfectly straight run, a deep hole of water, wait for it to get dark, and the platypus are going to swim in. And just keep your eyes on the water, boys. That's it. It might get a little bit dry, hey?
Catching a platypus is an extremely dangerous job.
Platypus are venomous. They have spurs on their back legs on the inner thigh. Now, what happens when that gets put into a human is that is one of the most painful stings on Earth. There is no known pain treatment. People in hospital actually ask for their hands to be cut off. It can last for days, weeks, or months.
Adding to the pressure, it's the first plat catch for Tim's 3 rookies, Mike, Andrew and Mick.
In all honesty, I've got no idea what's going to happen tonight. You know, Tim's been here many times before, and us 3 newbies will definitely be taking direction from him and trying to ensure that we do everything right.
Even though they don't expect to catch the nocturnal mammal until later, the boys are on alert.
All we can do now is just wait, and we never take our eyes off that net. The danger is that if a plat gets in there and we're not looking, it'll drown underwater. We will not let that happen.
Hey guys, hey, slow down. Slow down, such a hurry, come on.
It's all new and exciting.
I know, oh, they're having fun.
At the animal welfare shelter, Chris and Alan are attempting to corral wary rescue horses Charlie and his pal Magic Mike.
It's okay, it's okay.
Charlie has a problem inside his mouth that requires urgent attention.
I think they've been together for quite a long time and maybe neglected and haven't had a great deal of interaction with people. So any of that interaction, Magic Mike comes in to protect him. Just stand still.
Easy, guys.
Okay, comes Mike.
There you go. Well done. See? You get your food.
Good boys.
He's actually okay now.
Yeah.
Now that he's...
Can you see the swelling on the side there?
Yeah, we'll walk him outside where there's a bit more light, where we can actually have a good look at that.
Good boy. Come in.
Sure. Slowly does it, mate. There we go.
Good boy. Well, I'm hoping Chris can get to the bottom of what this swelling is. Whether it's a quick fix or it's a major job, we don't know. We just need to make sure we can make him more comfortable eating and maintain his health.
And out in the light now, you can really see this swelling here. To see a swelling that big in the side of a horse's mouth, you'd immediately think something like an abscess. Feeling around it though, it's soft and you can push your finger into it, which doesn't really make sense. What I'm going to have to do here is open up his mouth and get right in there and have a look.
I'm really just looking for any areas that are going to be sore. Okay, it's all right. Finally, I get a good chance to actually have a look inside Charlie's mouth, and not surprisingly, he's not happy about it. The moment I get his mouth wide open and feel with my own fingers, I can sense something that shouldn't be there. So what's really interesting is that this side is fine. When I put my fingers inside his mouth there's no discomfort there at all. In fact, he doesn't mind it. Go to this side though, and all of a sudden, my fingers hit sharp points. He starts to pull away because basically these teeth over here have worn in an uneven way. They've produced sharp points, and these sharp points are actually starting to stick into his gums. Feeling these sharp points, they hurt my fingers. You can only imagine what they're doing to the inside of his gums. So that really explains why he's dropping his food and why he's having difficulty eating. He's going to need an equine dentist to come in and smooth off these teeth so they're no longer sticking into the side of his mouth. Because if nothing's done, he's going to get more swelling, he's going to get more pain, he's going to get more infection. Feeling how sharp these teeth are, they must be a huge source of pain for Charlie. Every day, eating must be a nightmare. They need to be sorted out right now.
You're not feeling good at all. It's okay. It's all right, you know.
Little Jack Russell pup Scout has been rushed into the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH after becoming ill and collapsing at home.
This little dog's only 3 months old. He's been wobbly in his back legs, he's groaning, he's had some vomiting. I'm really worried that he's got a tick.
It was devoted dog sitter Kathleen who brought Scout in, convinced he's suffering from tick paralysis.
We're looking after these two puppies, Scout and Bella, and we got home and there was clearly something wrong with Scout. So we phoned SASH, we rushed over here and they're busy looking after him at the moment, so we'll see what they're going to say.
It's okay. Something is seriously wrong here. His voice is paralysed and he's really swollen around his mouth. Hey, buddy. I don't like how you're making that noise.
It appears that poison from a tick has already begun shutting down little Scout's system. It's now a race against time to find the tick before it begins paralysing his breathing muscles.
Where is the tick? Where is your tick, buddy? Every minute that we wait, it's injecting a lethal toxin into his system, causing this paralysis. We need to get it out of him and treat him as soon as we can. Okay. Oh, here it is. All right, buddy, we found it now. That's okay. It's right around his lip. There we go. Oh, sweetheart. So we've taken the tick off Scout, but the treatment is nowhere near over yet. Now we need to sedate him, keep him as calm as possible, give him some life-saving tick anti-serum, and hope like hell that he doesn't deteriorate.
Hi, Gary.
Good, thanks, mate. How you doing?
Good to see you, buddy.
Long time no see.
Mate, thanks for this.
Not at all.
He's going to appreciate it.
Chris has called equine dentist Gary Lay to join him at the animal welfare shelter to work on Charlie's teeth.
So, we think he's about 20.
Okay.
I can just feel some discomfort on that near side.
Yep.
And so, I'd love for you to have a look and just see with your gear what's actually going on at the back there.
Okay.
I've called Gary in because he's a genius when it comes to horse teeth. It's like his belly being rubbed.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
The key with Charlie right now is just to be very gentle, very calm, and a sedation will also help.
You like a bit of the old neck massage, don't you? Good boy. Here we go. His head's dropping a bit.
It's more like it, isn't it?
Much more manageable.
Yeah. The issue you're always battling with a horse's mouth is just a lack of space, and with Charlie, it's even more so.
Open up, young man.
Dramatic set of braces.
Yeah. That's good. All right.
So by putting him in, first of all, a dental gag and then a bit of a harness, you can actually open up that space and also get the best angle to have a good look inside there. It's dramatic, but it should work.
This is the area I was worried about.
just up alongside there.
Yep.
Now, I reckon I can see those sharp points that I was feeling.
So you can see on the mirror there, he's got ulcerations on the side of his cheek.
Yep. So he's just not wearing those teeth in a normal way.
Yeah. And
which is a common problem with these guys, isn't it? 'Cause
yeah.
Their teeth are really too big for their head.
Yeah, they're bred to have smaller heads, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But you can have a look here, how sharp that is. So that's just going to dig into the side of his cheek every time he chews.
No, he wasn't giving too much away, just a little bit of soreness, a bit of food impaction, and just you can just feel those sharp points.
Yeah.
So he's got hooks, he's got sharp points, he's got uneven wear, and he's got ulcers.
Yeah.
But for a small mouth, he's got a lot going on, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Now I can finally see what's happening. It's quite dramatic.
At Sash, the poison from a deadly paralysis tick is shutting down little Scout's system.
All right. The worst is done.
It's now a race against the clock to get the tick anti-serum into him before he is completely paralysed.
We are under the pump here. We've got to get this into him really quickly because if we delay it any longer, he can get worse and fast. It's all right. Hold on. Scout's had his tick anti-serum, and next we need to shave off all his hair to make sure that there are no other ticks hiding there, and then we'll give him a spray with a tick treatment just to be safe.
He's a brave puppy. You're all right. Good boy. Sorry, Scouter, we've just got to make sure you've got no ticks left. I know you're sick of it. You're being very patient. Just got to make sure we've got them all so you're not going to get any more sick.
Suddenly, the nurses discover 2 more ticks burrowed deep within Scout's skin.
That looks like a baby tick. Just right there on his belly. Oh, sweetheart.
The poison from one paralysis tick is enough to kill this tiny puppy. With 3 ticks, Scout is now in serious trouble.
Scout is really anxious and distressed. The most important thing I can do now is sedate him, keep him as calm as possible, because if he stresses out and panics, he's at risk of aspirating, obstructing, and that is life-threatening.
Devoted dog sitter Kathleen and her 3 children are allowed in to see the sick pup.
I feel really sorry for Kathleen. I can't guarantee 100% that he's going to survive. He could deteriorate in the next 24 to 48 hours, and all I can do is hope that it doesn't happen.
Sharp points, he's got uneven wear, and he's got ulcers.
Yeah.
But for a small mouth, he's got a lot going on, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Is that a filing that we need to do there?
Yeah. We'll get the power float out and we'll take that down.
At the Animal Welfare League shelter in West Hoxton, Chris and equine dentist Gary Lay have a radical technique to tackle Charlie's dangerously sharp teeth.
Good boy.
Charlie's teeth are so big, power tools are the only things tough enough for the job.
Very little room in this mouth.
In years gone by, this job had to be done with steel files. They were cumbersome, they were tricky, and they always ran the risk of actually digging into the horse's mouth and causing pain. Using this equipment, it's a whole lot better.
Just work your way down. You're doing pretty well there. That's just bit by bit, that's the most you want. Probably take it down about 1 to 2 mils maximum now.
Really, if there's one problem with a file like this, it's the fact that it's so effective and so efficient. You can actually file down too much of the horse's tooth and also cause heat to build up, which can actually burn the tooth. So you have to go slowly, but be measured in what you do. All right, I'm pretty happy with that, mate.
Let's have a look, eh? That's the offending tooth there.
Yeah.
So you've taken that very nicely. You're much more comfortable now. Much nicer on his soft tissue in his mouth. You know, his tongue's not going to be in pain. His cheeks aren't going to be getting pinched and scraped.
Even though Charlie's not coming out of this with a bright white smile, the result is actually fantastic. We've managed to remove all those sharp points. Given a few days' time, that mouth will heal up beautifully. and he'll be eating perfectly.
He's been a good little boy.
He has actually. You bravely kept your eyes shut for most of it. Yeah, it's been good though, mate. It's been very good.
With the dental procedure out of the way, it's time to remove the harness and test out Charlie's smooth teeth.
End result, perfect. Very happy with the end result. He'll be a much, much happier little pony now.
It's early stages, but you can see that he's already starting to have a bit of a think about food.
We're feeling a lot better very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's already been through so much in his life that hopefully this will be just a small hurdle for him.
It's fantastic.
So maybe Charlie's going to get his head around eating a lot quicker than we thought. His head's in the bucket, and he couldn't be happier. He's going to take a few days to get faith back in those teeth of his and know that it's not going to hurt him to eat. But I reckon within a little while, he's going to be wanting to eat as much as Magic Mike does.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no worries.
Cheers.
We just gotta wait, they'll turn up.
At a small river west of Sydney, night has fallen and Tim and the team are on alert.
Well, I mean, there's been splashes and stuff, so...
The boys have laid out nets in the hope of catching the elusive platypus. Tim is worried a harsh drought is taking its toll on the much-loved Aussie icon, and he wants to make sure the plats in this river are healthy.
Something's swimming there. Something's swimming there right now.
Suddenly, there's movement in the water.
Once we catch a plat and the buoy's going up and down, there's no easy way of doing it. In the river we go, all of us. Scissors, lights, gloves. Yeah. Okay, keep an eye on the rest of that net, Nico. Got to get that plat out of the net quickly, above the water, and then bring it out. I mean, it's possible that a plat trapped underwater can drown. It's our first plat. It's a big female. Now, the first thing we check is always, are there spurs? Females don't have spurs. Look at that. Have you ever seen anything as beautiful as that? Hello. Okay, Nicky, got a bag there, mate? The female now goes in a bag on some grass in a box. Now, we do that because we can't get the data from her now and release her because we'll catch her over and over again. We don't want to put her through that. That's it, mate. Close it up. Now, do you want to just take a couple of metres up there where she's nice and quiet? That's it. And we'll get ready.
It's not long before the boys are back in the water, and this plat is putting up a big fight.
One more. Should have him. Should have him. Okay, one leg. That's it. I knew we'd get a big male. There's always one, a territorial male. As soon as you see it in the net, you can see it is massive. Look at this. How big is that? But how good is that to get something of this size, this age? This is a big male platypus. And those spurs right there are one of the most painful stings on earth. You take him, mate. You got him? You did well out in the water there. Good.
Yeah,
got him?
good, I'm good.
Right, mate. 1, 2, 3, in. Beauty. Let's go and sit down and wait for another one, hey?
With 2 successful catches, the boys wait in anticipation for another platypus. But as the night draws on, Tim is growing increasingly concerned by the lack of movement in the river. He fears the drought has affected the platypus population.
It's been a long time now and there's still no plats. But been around long enough to know that patience will normally pay off, but I'm getting nervous.
Just got to keep waiting, mate. Be patient, it'll happen.
Got something?
I'm not sure. No, maybe a fish. Maybe nothing.
False.
False alarm. It's hard, isn't it? You want the net to go. We've been waiting a long time. This is not what I'd hoped for. I had hoped that we'd just get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plats in a row.
After another silent hour, suddenly Mick spots something.
Something in the net, guys.
It's another plat, and this feisty Aussie takes an instant dislike to rookie Mike.
Now, female plats don't have the venomous spurs like the males, but they've got a trick up their sleeve I've never seen before, and that was she had an amount of poo in there that when we caught her, squirted right out in Mike's face. Good on you, darling.
One of the more unpleasant things I've ever had to deal with. Yeah, I might just go get washed up.
Something in the net, guys. Might be a plat.
Before they have a chance to pull in the nets, there's some unanticipated action.
Just when we thought that the night was over, we got another plat. Another male. Big male. He's heavy too. How's that bag, mate? You open the bag? Yep, good on you, mate. The plats put up a fight. I mean, it's a little frightening for them, so they defend. And as soon as you put your hand near those spurs, they know it, and they just rake backwards. They're incredibly strong. Just really got to be careful, and it's just safe to use gloves.
Okay, you're nice and cozy there. We're going to get you feeling a lot better, sweetness.
At Sash, Lisa's worst fears are realised. Tiny tick victim Scout is in the oxygen chamber, fighting for his life.
Scout's taken a turn for the worse. He's developed breathing problems. He's now in the oxygen cage, heavily sedated. I was hoping that it wouldn't go down this path, but it might just be a sign that we've caught him too late.
All that Lisa can do now is hope and pray that Scout can find the strength to pull through.
I'm just really upset that he got to this point. He's such a tiny little puppy, and now his life is really hanging in the balance.
Have a little rest now, honey. It's a good boy. Have a little rest.
Physical condition is just great.
Yeah.
The next thing we've got to do is collect the data, establish how old they are, how much they weigh, and gain some measurements, just get a better understanding of the plats here.
Way out west of Sydney, Tim has caught 4 platypuses.
Lovely. That's what we wanted.
A thorough health check will determine if the relentless drought is taking its toll on these delicate Aussie icons.
We're looking here for the bend in the tail, and it's an indicator that's fat storage. So it's telling us what type of condition the plat's in. So, I mean, I don't think that the plat's necessarily too overweight. I mean, I'd probably give that a 3.5.
It's a good score for this female platypus. A ranking of 2 or below would mean these unique animals may be struggling to survive.
Total length. 450 to the dot, 45 centimetres.
With the older female given the all clear, it's time to check the youngest catch.
Yeah.
She's calm.
Okay, 4.4, smaller than the last. Catching a juvenile is everything because it means that everything is moving forward. The next generation is here. We're pretty lucky to see you, aren't we? We're pretty lucky to see you. Now we've handled the girls, got a bit of practice. It's the gloves on, extra precautions. Look at that. I mean, the girls are cute, but that's pretty impressive, hey? And let's sit him down, Mike, you on the tail?
Yep. That's just a different feeling animal.
Big,
Yeah. Yeah.
Strong.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the thing to check for us is the spurs. Hey, there's venom on the end of that spur. This big boy, he's ready to unleash that venom. I look down at the spur and there's droplets of venom just seeping off the end. I think it's hard to say how old he is, perhaps 5, 6, perhaps 9, 10. I mean, we know that he's mature. I think we're going to have to leave it at that with him.
He's the king, though.
He's the king.
Yeah.
That was good. 4 plats, all different ages and sizes. Main thing is they're all healthy. That's brilliant. We've even got a young plat that says this whole system is ticking over. Now for the special part, letting them go. There you go, buddy. That was a good release, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild plat.
Yeah. Off you go, sweetheart. They're calm, hey?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They're settled.
She knows where she is. Okay, when you're ready, mate. How good's that?
Absolutely gorgeous.
That was the big boy, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's time for the final release. Although this grumpy girl gave Mike a hard time earlier in the night,
Unbelievable.
it seems that the rookie holds no grudges.
That's your special little girl?
That's my special little girl, yeah. Time to go. See you later.
Coming down here tonight and seeing the plats in the wild, I think has been beyond all of my expectations. I'm wrapped. It was just unreal.
She knows where she is. That was a good night.
Mate, that's got to be one of the highlights of my life, I reckon.
Good. Same time next year?
So yeah, unreal. I'm here.
How you going? It's Chad, isn't it?
Yes, it is. G'day, Chris.
How are you, mate? Good to
Very
see
well.
you. Got a good one for me today, huh?
I've got an interesting one for you, yeah, a death adder.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
The following morning, Chris is at Featherdale Wildlife Park in Sydney's west. He's answering a call for help from the park's senior curator, Chad Staples.
So we called Chris in today basically to help us solve a bit of a mystery. Fifi, our death adder, has a very obvious swelling in an interesting part of her body. Although you always hope for the best, I'm a little concerned about it. This is her, Fifi.
Wow. She's either really let herself go or there's something that's going on. Death adders are renowned for being quite short and almost stumpy snakes, but the moment I look at her, I can tell straight away, yeah, there's a problem here. Has she been quite active or?
No, and I mean, you know what death adders are like. They're the lure hunters, so she's not active, but she's off of food.
Okay.
And so the fact that she's still swollen was, like I said, a bit of an alarm bell for me because she loves her mice.
How long since the last mouse?
3 weeks. Okay. So a considerable amount of time. Like, she should have passed everything that she's had.
Yeah. There are a few reasons to be worried, I guess, and certainly if she is suffering some sort of indigestion or impaction, then it would explain it.
Yep.
The location of the swelling, that's I guess a little bit interesting because
it's pretty high, isn't it?
High, yeah. And then that's not really where we'd expect to see mice that have stayed undigested.
Yep. Honestly, my worst fear now with Fifi is that this swelling is some sort of blockage, whether it be digestive or some sort of gas. It's concerning because of where it is and how big it is, and the fact that it really hasn't dissipated in the last 3 weeks when she also hasn't eaten. Yeah.
Fifi needs an urgent examination, but getting close to this snake is extremely dangerous.
We're going to have to get in there and have a look, aren't we?
Absolutely.
What are we talking about? What, the 8th most venomous snake in the world?
Yep, she's definitely top 10, the death adders. Yep.
When this is the 8th most venomous snake in the world with the fastest strike of any snake, you've got to be on your toes.
Hey. You're looking better. Hey, buddy. Who's feeling better? Yes, hello. Hello.
At Sash, little Scout has made an amazing recovery after being bitten by a deadly paralysis tick.
As soon as I lay eyes on little Scout, I can straight away see that his demeanour has completely changed. That little tail is wagging 1,000 miles an hour. He wants to play, and that's how a puppy should be. Oh, you're a cutie pie.
I think you're feeling better. Yeah, not eating my finger. What about some real food?
The final test in his recovery is to see whether or not he can eat. Wait, look what I've got. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Scout's doing so much better. He's full of energy and has now just eaten a full bowl of food with no problem. So I think he's ready to go home.
No one is happier about the 3-month-old's recovery than his anxious babysitter Kathleen, who's waiting in reception with Scout's sister Bella.
When I heard the news, I just felt a wave of relief. This little beautiful thing is fine. He's young, he's 3 months old, he's full of vitality. Thank goodness.
Let's go. Come on.
Ah, look at him! And he's better. Hey! Look at them. They're saying hi. Hey, you survived. You're okay. I can't believe
very close at one stage.
Hey?
I didn't know if he was going to even pull through, so...
Yeah, I was very worried. And here he is, himself.
Even though Kathleen and the family are not their real owners, the thought of them losing Scout would have been absolutely terrifying, and they are so excited to have him back in their arms.
Here we go, a happy couple.
You guys ready to look after them?
Yes.
Especially this one. Now, you're a handful. You be good.
Can you see?
And be nice to your sister, please. The amazing thing here is that when Scout's owners left him to go overseas, he was healthy. And when they get home, he'll be healthy too. It's like none of this ever happened.
Push, push. Okay, let's go home.
See you later.
Okay.
Good luck. Bye.
Crazy one. He's just full of...
Here she is.
Behind lock and key.
Behind a lock and key, that's right.
Chris is at the Featherdale Wildlife Park in Western Sydney.
Oh, look, she knew you were coming.
Fifi the death adder has developed a mystery swelling around her middle and now requires an examination.
Chris is going to have to be really on his guard now that it's coming time to handle Fifi, because she is very fast when she wants to be, and of course in the top 10 most venomous snakes, so he's really going to have to be on his game.
Easy girl. Easy does it, girl. Here she comes. Handling a venomous snake, it's obviously incredibly risky, but we've got one thing in our favour here. It's a tube. Snakes will instinctively want to slither up the tube, so if we can use that, all of a sudden we turn things around in our favour.
Well done. Perfect.
It's always a nice moment when she's in there. With her head safely up that tube, I can now get a good feel of her. Hopefully we can get this examination done quickly and work out exactly what is going on. So I guess I'm looking for a few things. It's her withdrawing in pain and really getting agitated by that, but also it's just the texture of it all. What I'm feeling, it doesn't feel like gas. It's kind of spongy, kind of soft, almost like it's a build-up of fluid. The location is really the critical thing here. If you think about it, you know, heart would be here, lungs in this first bit here, stomach's down the middle, and then intestines. But you've got to remember she's a female.
That's right.
So her reproductive tract is going to be sort of through this middle area here, because she's either got some sort of impaction in a lower part of her stomach, or she has something filling up her reproductive tract, which you would think would be a pregnancy. So the only way to truly know for sure is going to be to actually have a look inside there. Despite a lot of looking and a lot of prodding, to be honest, I'm no closer to working out what is actually happening here. So it's time to take this examination to the next level. Thankfully, these guys do have an ultrasound machine, so by using that, I should be able to get an answer as to what's happening. Okay, so I reckon we start around this middle area here. Okay, so we're getting a bit of stomach here, but it's empty stomach, which is hopefully a good sign. Just working our way down here. That area up the top of the screen there, where we've got the little circle, that looks like a gallbladder, and I think it's a liver around it. We still don't have anything that's causing this swelling yet. So far, we've found a liver, a gallbladder, but no answers as to what's going on here. Okay, so that area's moving. I'm pretty sure that is actually intestine there. Now, if we had a blockage there, that shouldn't be contracting.
Okay.
Chris is now certain that gas or a blockage isn't causing Fifi's problem.
So we're going to have to keep on searching because right now we actually don't have any answers.
Yep.
See that?
As Chris moves the probe over Fifi's belly, he notices something very unusual.
Something in there is about 1/2 centimetre wide, but a couple of centimetres long with vertebrae. Finally, after all this searching, we've got an answer. Turns out it's answers. Mate, I think she's got babies.
That would be fantastic because Fifi didn't breed last year and she was in a breeding program last year, so you do start to wonder if maybe she's too old now. Oh, that's unreal.
We don't just have babies, we've got live babies.
Which is the best kind. Yeah. So what about how many?
Yeah,
Any idea?
I knew you'd ask that.
Well, I need that now to better prepare. I mean...
So they're venomous the day they're born, aren't they?
From day dot. Yep, as soon as they're out, they're ready to go.
Wow. You've got, I'd say at least 16 and I'd be thinking more like around 20.
Well, I'm ecstatic to hear that Fifi's actually pregnant. You do worry that that swelling was going to be something nasty, but the fact that it means that she's got potentially 20 babies there that I've now got to prepare for, I'm over the moon.
Considering what that swelling could have been.
Fantastic outcome.
That is a great outcome, and not just that, I mean, she's carrying them and carrying them very well.
Yep.
So Fifi, congratulations. Normally there's a kiss involved at this time, but I think we'll pass on that.
Maybe not today.
Normally a pregnancy ultrasound is an exciting time, and it's an emotional time, it's a happy time. But for Fifi, it's a time that she wants to be over. She'd just rather go back right now.
It'll be another 4 weeks before Fifi's babies are born. She will spend her time resting in her enclosure until then.
Good luck, girl. I think with 20 on the way, you might just need it. Rest up.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
Yes!
He's walking with me.
I'm on an extra special mission today. I've received a call for help from a parent at a local Melbourne primary school. Now, she's actually made the SOS on behalf of the school principal who has a puppy that sounds like it's in quite serious trouble. So I'm heading there now to see if I can help.
Chris is on his way to the Our Lady of the Nativity Primary School in Melbourne's northwest. School principal Anne Doherty is waiting anxiously with her beloved 4-month-old puppy, Juno.
Hey Juju, how are you feeling? All the kids want to see you and they keep asking after you. I had to tell them you're too tired today. Just need a rest, hey?
I've had Juno since she was 8 weeks old, and I'd bring her up to school and the kids just loved her. Come lunchtime, there's a knock on the door and, you know, can we take Juno outside? And they loved it and she loved it too. But then as she got sicker, she just didn't have the energy to do that, although the knock would still come at the door.
In the last 3 weeks, little Juno has become gravely ill. She can't go outside and now spends most of her time sleeping in Anne's office.
In a short period of time, I noticed a lot of change in Juno. She didn't have any of the energy that you would expect a puppy to have, and then started vomiting, but her stomach was swelling at the same time. So they were signs to me that all was not right and we needed to investigate further.
Hello.
Oh, Chris.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks.
Great to finally
Welcome.
meet you.
It's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming.
Too, little miss. Look at you.
Yeah, this is our Juno.
Those eyes.
Oh no, they're something, aren't they? Hey Juno, this is Chris. He's come to say hello to you.
Normally when you first meet a puppy that's Juno's age, you get bowled over by their energy and their enthusiasm. And with Juno, it's just not happening. She looks thin, she looks like she's not thriving, she has that big belly. There's a lot to be worried about.
Every year I get a special job. I come up to Devil Ark and with the keepers, we trap the female devils, hoping to find the next generation.
Australian Reptile Park General Manager Tim Faulkner is on his way to Devil Ark, about 6 hours from Sydney. He's meeting up with Ark keepers Corey and Dean to see if their Tasmanian Devil breeding program is working.
You got all the traps?
Ready to go for you.
Ready to go. Well, we're going to lose light soon, so let's get down there. I'm up here today because this time of year now is when we do our stock take. And what that means is we've gone through a breeding season, we've witnessed matings, but we haven't actually trapped the females and counted our joeys.
With devil facial tumour rapidly wiping out the species, a captive population is crucial to the devil's survival.
With no cure and no vaccine in the near future, it is very likely that we could see devils extinct, absent from the landscape in the wild in as little as 5 to 15 years. And that means the only devils that will exist will be in the captive population at places like Devil Ark. That's it. 4 females, but 15 traps. And I don't mean to scare you boys, but the traps need to be set properly. We need to catch them, and if we don't have joeys in the morning, we've got a problem.
And no pressure, Tim.
No pressure. Let's pick a spot, hey? Yep. I like this face along here, guys. I'm going to head down this way with this one.
Traps containing fresh meat will be left out overnight in the hope of luring the 4 adult female devils.
You right, Dino?
Yep, this one's good to go. I've got a really good feeling about it.
Oh, I hope you're right, mate. These little joeys, they're the future of the species. Devils only live for 6 years. They only breed 2 or 3 times in their life cycle. So you've got a really quick generational turnover. And if we miss a year of breeding and we don't get joeys, your whole population is non-existent. Last trap. You've done all the hard work, boys, so all we can do now is wait for the morning. Fingers crossed. It's going to be an uneasy night. This is pioneer conservation, and it's simply to ensure the future of the Tasmanian devil. It must work.
How long would you say she's been quite like this?
Probably noticed signs of it about the last 3 weeks before it reached that peak, that everything just started to go haywire with her.
And that's when you took her to the vet,
Yep.
had the blood test taken, had the x-ray taken?
Yes.
And at the moment, we're still trying to find our exact answer as to what's going on.
That's right, yeah.
Chris is in northwest Melbourne. His patient is the gravely ill 4-month-old Juno.
So if you look at her now, see what happens when I touch here? Yep. It bounces.
It flows, yeah.
So that's how we know what we have in there is fluid. Now, what I think we need to do is take a sample of that fluid and just run some very basic tests on it, because wherever that fluid's coming from,
it'll give you the clue.
I think is at the heart of this issue. So I'm going to put this needle into her belly and drain some fluid there.
Nice belly scratch. Oh, nice belly scratch. That's a girl.
So I know Juno has fluid in her belly. The key now is working out exactly what type of fluid it is.
And you can see there's plenty of it.
Yes.
You can't look at that, can you?
Oh, yeah, I'm not too good with needles. I'm just thinking how great she is, though. She's never flinch. Tough little staffy.
So look at that. It's very clear. So straight away, I can tell you it's not coming from an infection in her belly, because otherwise it'd be pussy.
Okay.
It's not coming from a bleeding blood vessel. It'd be red or pink. Okay, so this is a special kind of fluid. If it has a lot of protein in it, it tells us something else. So best way to tell if there's protein in fluid, shake it.
If the fluid changes consistency, it's a telltale sign there is protein in it.
Looks like it did before. So there's very little protein in that. This kind of fluid comes from blood vessels that are under pressure. We know that she's quiet, she's lethargic, we know she's not putting weight on. Now, there's one organ that controls all of these things. And there's one organ that, when it's under pressure, produces extra fluid. It's the liver. And my feeling is that over the last week or so, it started to lose the battle. And that's when you're starting to see the problem.
I wasn't going to do this. Sorry.
I really wanted to come in today and be able to give you a very simple explanation and a very...
I was hoping it would be.
The way I would like to work out exactly what's happening with her liver is by doing a CT scan. I'd love Juno to go and see Andrew Marchevsky at SASH. What she has isn't simple. What she has, I hate to say it, isn't going to be easily fixed.
Look, I'll do whatever it takes. I need to. She's got to have a chance.
I'll be honest, what my gut says is that what Juno's facing here is serious. But at the same time, I hope like hell that when we do this CT scan, the result is a good one. Because when you look at how much Juno already means to Anne, it'd be heartbreaking if it's tough news.
This way. Here we go.
Denise from the animal rescue group Paws is bringing Denzel into the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH for an urgent examination.
Denzel's a little Shih Tzu who's come from the pound, and he has got something going on with his eye. It appears to have hair coming out the middle of his cornea, and we really need to see exactly what's going on.
Denise is hoping emergency vet Dr. Lisa Chimes can find a solution so that little Denzel can be adopted into a new home.
We just want to get him right and get him into a new family so that he can start to enjoy his life. Oh, Lisa, he's got something wrong with his eye. Oh, no. Looks a bit strange. Looks like it's got something growing out of it. What do you think?
do too, sweetheart. I'm looking at Denzel's eye, and this poor little dog has got a piece of skin growing long hairs out of the surface of his eye. Now that part of the eye should be completely clear. So when I look at the eye, it's pretty obvious what he's got. He's got something called a dermoid cyst, and it's a developmental abnormality. Okay, so the skin has actually started growing on the eye, and that's happened from when he was an embryo.
Without treatment, the dermoid cyst could cause Denzel to go blind.
All right, so this is Mark. He's one of our ophthalmologists.
How are you?
Very well, and yourself?
Good, thank you.
Lisa is hoping ophthalmologist Dr. Mark Bilson can confirm just how severe the pup's problem is.
All right, let's have a look. I'm looking at Denzel's eye, and I can see that unfortunately the dermoid cyst is right on the cornea. There's already changes, and some of those changes are going to be permanent. Unfortunately, he's starting to get pigmentation of the cornea. If that keeps going on, it's going to blind the eye.
So what do we do?
So I'd recommend surgery.
Okay.
The good news is if we get in now and we take the lesion off now and remove the hairs and the source of irritation, then we can stop further damage. So we can maintain what vision he's got, and we may be able to also allow some healing and repair and improve the appearance.
You'll be right. And then you'll get a lovely new home.
If you're happy to go ahead, we'll take him through and we'll go ahead with surgery.
Denzel's already been through a lot in his life, and this is just another thing that he has to go through. But we hope that the result will be good, and then Denzel can go on and have a great life.
It's almost like she's showing off.
You're talking, hey?
Later that morning at SASH, Chris, Anne and sick little pup Juno have arrived from Melbourne.
Let's hope from here on in, everything's okay.
It's just a bit of a wait and see, isn't it?
Yes.
Chris suspects the Staffy's liver isn't functioning properly, and he's hoping specialist surgeon Andrew Marchevsky will be able to confirm the exact reason why.
She's only 4 months old, and to be this sick, I've got to find the answers to really what's wrong with her.
That Juno?
Certainly is.
Okay, Chris.
Hello. Good to see you.
This is Andrew.
Hi, Andrew. Nice to meet you.
Of course. Hi. What's up? Hey.
She's clocked up some miles.
A few miles to get here? Well, come on in, we'll have a look.
Thanks, Andrew.
I know that Anne's very anxious right now, but I guess hearing what I had to say at the school probably brought home her biggest fears, and now she has to confront them.
What's going on? Had a big trip, didn't you? Okay. Juno's really skinny. Like, she literally is skin and bone, and she's got a big tummy. All right, well, I think that we'll get her in, just do the liver function test. And then I think we'll be looking at doing a CT.
We'll do whatever we can.
Andrew's plan really is going to be, first of all, get as much information as he can with a CT scan, and then try to map out some sort of path ahead.
Well, that's weird. I think what this is we've got an abnormal direct communication of an artery with the portal vein, or the veins within the liver, and they shouldn't join up at all. And what that is causing is a build-up of pressure in the liver, so it can't do its job properly. Her blood vessel plumbing is up the wahoo.
Probably the best way to explain what we're looking at is that if you consider the blood vessels inside a dog's belly to be like a road map, roads go one way, then come back the other, and the blood should do the same. Here, there's been no design. The roads are going in every single direction. We've got roundabouts where there should be intersections. There's very little that you can say is normal. How many have you seen?
Counting this one, one. Unless we can fix that, she's not going to live past, I don't know, she's not going to live into adulthood.
Just because that pressure is just too great?
Her liver will go into failure. Yeah. So we've got to stop that.
The only way of saving little Juno's life is with high-risk pioneer surgery. To give the pup the best chance, Andrew will need to assemble a specialist surgical team and schedule the operation for 2 days' time.
The risks of this surgery are really high. There's probably, if you want to be an optimist, 60% chance you'll get through. This is not going to be straightforward.
It's that complicated.
This is really complex.
There's a few traps down.
There's a few up as well.
The plan, boys, Corey, you want to hit that left side? Yep. Bring him into the holding yard. Dino and I will get this side. And full traps on the right, empty traps on the left. Cool. Good luck.
At Devil Ark in Barrington Tops,
set off.
Tim and Rangers Corey and Dean are about to find out if they've lured any female devils into their traps.
We do everything we can to encourage the devils to breed, but there's an amount that has to be leapt up to the devils, and this is the chance we get to see if what we're doing is working. That's lucky last.
Yeah.
And the moment of truth for you boys. 4 females, we could have 16 joeys or 0. Let's see if your hard work's paid off.
Make me feel nervous.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Nice and gentle. Good, beautiful. Corey, you got that microchipper? There's the head. You got her?
0174. First one's Bella. She's 2 years old, this one.
Nice, quiet female. Just turn them gently into yourself. Mate, now just press apart that pouch very softly and have a look.
Oh, wow, Tim, we got 4 joeys.
You see him, Corey?
Wow, they're amazing.
How big?
At least the size of your thumb.
Oh, good. Okay, so they're probably 60 days old. I can see that pouch and it looks nice and full. One peek inside and it's confirmed. She has joeys. How good is this? Number 2?
1 female down, 3 to go.
6077.
Tell us who you've got.
This one's Candace.
So, nice and easy, mate. She's a bit more fiery than Bella.
Yep.
With devil numbers dangerously low in the wild, it's crucial that every female at the Ark delivers a joey.
No joeys, boys. Now, she doesn't have any joeys to add to the tally. Now, that's really, really scary. If we don't breed devils and then reboot the species in the wild, there will be no devils left.
With the last devil not producing any joeys, the pressure for this girl to have babies is now greatly increased.
OK, that's beautiful. Easy, girl. Easy, easy, easy. OK. We got joeys.
Hey.
There you go. And there's another 2 on the inside.
I've never seen one so small before.
That's about 70 days old.
Wow.
We checked the 3rd female, and there's joeys. 4 of them. Jackpot. This is our last girl, boys. 3 out of 4 would be a success story. Hey, hold still, please. You got 3 joeys, but they're tiny, smaller than a jelly bean. You got 2 on the top, 1 on the bottom.
Wow.
They're too small to see, maybe only a month old. What can you say?
It's a great job.
Speechless, Tim. It's outstanding.
A success story, hey? The final tally from this yard is 11 joeys from just 4 mums. See you later. The breeding season has been a success. It's a win for us and a win for the devil.
You're a good boy.
The next day at Sash, homeless dog Denzel is about to undergo surgery to remove a dermoid cyst which is damaging his eye. Ophthalmologist Dr. Mark Bilson has the tricky job of cutting the mass out and saving Denzel's eyesight.
The aim of today is to remove this abnormal lesion and make Denzel a happier boy, give him better prospects for the future in comfort and vision, and help Denise find him a good home. All right. So with surgery, the key things we're going to be thinking about is how thick that cornea is. It's only 1 millimetre thick, and hence we're going to be working under the microscope. And biggest thing we want to make sure we don't do is go into the eye inadvertently, so we don't want to puncture the eye.
It's an incredibly delicate task. Mark must now slowly dissect the cyst, gently removing it from the cornea.
Onto the sclera, which is the white part of the eye, and that is a lot more vascular, and that's why we're seeing more bleeding.
With blood flooding the eye, the risk of perforating the eyeball is now greatly increased. The next few minutes will be crucial.
So we've pretty much got the dermoid clear now. Just a couple more little snips. There's some... And there it is. There's our dermoid removed.
Mark must now place a contact lens over the eye and stitch the wound closed. Finally, with the last stitch in, the delicate surgery is finished.
All right. And when Denzel wakes up, he will certainly feel a little bit of pain from the surgery, but hopefully his view of the world's already a little bit improved.
Hello.
Very happy at this point. We'll see how he's going tomorrow.
Hello. Don't have to ask how you're feeling because it's written all over your face.
It's supposed to be tough, you know?
Later that afternoon, Anne is back at Sash to admit little Juno in preparation for the life-saving surgery to fix her failing liver.
In the most simple terms, Juno essentially has a blood vessel directing blood where it shouldn't go. We need to be able to get in there tomorrow, block that off without causing major problems for the rest of her body. It's a simple explanation, but it has a very, very complicated solution.
This operation is so risky that the pup must be admitted 24 hours before the surgery so she can be monitored.
Chris, how are you, mate? Yeah, good to see you too. How you going?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, let's go and find her a bed.
I think what makes this moment so hard for Anne is the fact that every step of the way she's been there for Juno, but now she does have to step away and let Juno rest up for the operation.
It's okay. Your mummy's only leaving you here because it's best.
For devoted owner Anne, saying goodbye is almost too much.
All right, you brave, Mum? No.
In terms of sleep tonight, there'll be about 8 hours, but I think it's 8 hours between all of us, Anne, Andrew and myself. There won't be a lot because tomorrow, it's a big day.
Don't you worry. There you go. The harsh reality is the risks of this surgery are really high. I mean, she's probably got a 30–40% chance of dying during the surgery. But if we do nothing, she's got a 100% chance of dying of this condition.
Oh, that's like pathetic.
Not pathetic. Wake up.
I've got to hand her over, but yeah, it's hard. I want her back again too. You know, I want to see that face, that quirky eye, and yeah, just want her home.
Hi, Lise.
Hi.
It's looking pretty good, eh?
It is.
Hey, little man.
Did you need to have a look at him?
Let's have a quick look
Okay.
on the table, yeah.
The next morning at SASH, Lisa and ophthalmologist Dr. Mark Bilson are checking up on Denzel.
Hey, Denzel.
The little rescue dog had a dermoid cyst growing on his eye, and it had to be surgically removed before he went blind.
So I really like how he's got that eye nice and open. I've made the lid a little bit smaller, so just to give it some protection and help keep the contact lens in place. And it's comfy, it's looking good, it's looking good.
So he's ready to be picked up by Denise?
Yep, I'm ready to get him home.
And I think ready for a new owner, huh?
I hope someone's waiting.
Mark is really happy with his progress. He managed to cut that dermoid cyst off his eye, and everything's looking really good now.
In reception, the pup's guardian angel Denise is waiting to be reunited with the tiny stray.
Hi.
Hello, how are you? How is Denzel? Hello. Oh my goodness, look at that eye. You handsome now or what? Denzel looks absolutely fantastic. He's happy, I'm happy, so, you know, it's all good.
So how's the search been going for a new owner? Any luck?
Well, as a matter of fact, Denzel has a new home.
Really?
Yes,
Denzel, that is amazing.
Denzel
Did
is
you hear that?
very excited.
You're going to a new home, buddy.
Yes.
All right, Denise, so that's it.
Thank you again.
So lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you too.
Love the work that you do. Good
Thanks.
luck. Thanks, Denise.
Let's go, Denzel. Time to go home.
Little girl.
Put your brave face on, haven't you? And see.
Finally, it's time for courageous Juno's surgery.
You're looking all serious, aren't you? You've got to get through this.
Andrew Marchevsky and his specialist surgical team have the incredibly difficult task of trying to fix Juno's failing liver.
In Juno, we've elected to go non-invasively because if we try to open her up, she's got these huge, really delicate blood vessels that I fear if I go anywhere near them, they'll just burst open and she'll bleed to death.
A CT scan has confirmed the staffy has an abnormal artery connecting directly into a vein of her liver. This is causing a massive build-up of pressure. Unless Andrew can fix the problem, the pup will die.
The first thing we're doing here is just putting a catheter into the femoral artery so that we can feed a longer catheter up to near where the problem is so we can inject some contrast so we can visualise it properly. Ready?
Yep.
So we're injecting the dye, we take some real-time x-rays, it's like a movie. We can actually see where these blood vessels are going and more importantly, where the bad one is. I think we need to advance that. Yeah, that's it. Next one. So I think this one coming towards us.
It looks pretty big. That's the one.
It looks pretty big, but that seems to be the one that's feeding the abnormality. The really tough part about this particular procedure is finding exactly the right branch of the artery that's causing the problem. That's what we're having difficulties with now. Is that it? No. Try it again. Is that it? Oh, yeah, no, hang on. That's it.
Okay. Lero. Are you in stop?
Stop. Ooh. Yeah, that's the one we're aiming for.
With the abnormal artery identified, it's now time for the next critical stage of Juno's surgery. Andrew must carefully insert a minute coil into the blood vessel to try and stop the flow of blood.
So this is actually a coil of wire in there, just straightened out, but when we push it out into the blood vessel, it'll coil up into a tight little spring, and that's going to obstruct the vessel. I've got 20 centimetres. So we're just about to push this coil into that, and hopefully the right spot. There it is. There it is. There it is. Oh, so that's it.
There we go. We have a coil.
We're not relying only on the coil. We're relying on the body reacting to the coil and saying, I don't like it, and putting a whole lot of blood clot around it and then forming a solid plug. It will be a solid plug in the end. And that's the body helping us out.
But the team can't relax. A crucial dye test will confirm if the coil has started doing its job.
Ready?
Yeah, let's go. Okay, stop.
Well, it's a lot better. Yeah.
It's certainly got rid of all that mishmash of vessels, and it's definitely in the right place. And I think if we try and do anything else now, we could potentially make things a lot worse. We might end up blocking off an artery we don't want to. So we're going to leave it as it is.
After more than 3 hours on the operating table, the surgery is finally over. But there are no guarantees that it has worked.
I've got to be honest, I think Juno's future is still a little uncertain. You know, everything's gone really well, but you know, we don't know how her liver is going to respond. That's the time will tell thing. I think she thinks she's ready to go out and play and be a normal dog, but I think we've got a little while to go.
She's trying to mount a strong case, isn't she?
Yeah. No.
At SASH, it's been less than 24 hours since the operation to try to repair Juno's failing liver, and Andrew and Chris are anxious to see how well the little pup is recovering.
Juno's looking remarkably good. I mean, we're less than a day after surgery and she's bouncing out of her skin, trying to chew out a catheter and wanting to go for a run. So, I mean, I'm really, really pleased with her. Come on, Juno. See you, Juno. We'll see you in a second.
It's going to make someone very happy, huh?
Juno's owner, Anne, hasn't seen her little girl since she underwent surgery.
I'm really looking forward to being able to give her a bit of a hug and twiddle those ears again. It'll be great. Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh. Hello, yes. Oh, that's a nice kiss.
I think that's how you say thank you.
Nice kiss. Oh, I missed you. You've been a good girl.
Even though Juno looks like she can go home right now, the fact is that inside her body, some big changes have been made. We need to make sure that her liver and the other organs have adjusted to that.
It's just been a tough month. Look at her. Yeah, you're a good girl.
Despite her improvement, Juno still isn't out of the danger zone. But Anne is trying to stay positive.
She's come through the operation. Yes, there's a bit of a road ahead because the liver's now got to learn to function properly. But yeah, we're in a good place at the moment, and hopefully she'll be in the car back to Melbourne before I know it.
Go going to see your new mummy.
While Juno continues to recover at Sash, Denzel is about to begin the next phase of his life.
Who lives here? Hello. Hi, Denzel. Hi, Denise. Oh, your new home, little Denzel.
The rescue pup has found a new home.
I feel particularly happy for Denzel today. He's had his surgery, you know, he's a healthy dog. He came to us in pretty bad condition, as a lot of our dogs do, but we've been able to fix him all up, and the piece de resistance is that he has this wonderful home to go to.
Good boy. It's nice to be able to give a dog that probably didn't have a lot of hope a new home, and he'll be loved.
You're going to love living here, Denzel. It's a great home, and you've got Anne all to yourself. She will spoil you very much, won't she?
We'll be able to take him for walks, and we could go to the beach, and he would sit and watch TV with me, and it'd be nice to have a little bit of company. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, you're gorgeous kid. Aren't you? Gorgeous boy.
5 weeks later, and there's some devastating news about 4-month-old Juno. Although she survived the surgery to repair her failing liver, the courageous pup developed a serious setback and required further surgery. Despite a brave battle, sadly, she didn't make it.
It is very heartbreaking. But I remember when I was searching for her, I thought if I was meant to get the dog I got. And I firmly believe that for some reason she chose me and I chose her. She's probably taught me a lot in a short time too about what it is to really love a little creature that depends so much on you but then get so much back from her as well. I can't imagine life without her.
You're the best girl. Yes, you are. You know that, don't you? Hey? Number one girl.
There's no doubt the last few days have been incredibly hard, but the fact is that the pain, it doesn't go away. All you can do is try to keep yourself busy. And quite fortuitously, I've had a call from some special girls who happen to have an old friend of mine who might just be ready to go home. So that's where I'm heading now.
After a very emotional week, Chris has arrived in Queensland to meet up with Bridget and Paula, who run the Twinnies Pelican Rehabilitation Centre.
Hi, Chris.
How are you?
Good.
Hey, it's good to see you.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Now just watch your head in here.
Oh, it's not really made for me, is it?
No.
It's more pelicans.
Yes. And for short people.
Now, I can recognise it straight away.
Yes.
It's a small one, right?
Yes. Can you remember Chris, Johnny?
I think she does.
Last year, Chris helped save Johnny's life.
That problem there is pretty visible, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
The pelican's air sac was torn during a fight and surgery was needed to repair the damage.
Here we go. It's now been over a year since Johnny had her operation. It should have been enough time for her to regain some condition, regain some strength and get to the stage where she can be released. Today is all about making sure that's going to be possible. Okay.
You remember this place, Johnny? I haven't been in here for a while.
So you've been trying to spend not too much time with her?
No, we get in, we clean of a morning and then of an afternoon feed.
So when she goes back to the wild, she knows she's a pelican, not a human?
Yes, that's right.
All right, let's have a look over here. So her heart sounds good.
That's good.
This is obviously where the problem was before,
Yes.
but when she really stretches out, that neck of hers,
Perfect.
it's a proper pelican neck, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So, checked her out from beak tip to tail tip.
Yes.
I think she's clear for takeoff.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah?
Yes.
Looking over Johnny, I just can't fault her. I've got no doubt she's going to be right to fly. Big question is, are the 20s ready to let go? How's she feeling, do you know?
I think she's roaring to go.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny. Hi, Johnny.
Later that afternoon, Chris and the Pelican twins, Bridget and Paula, have arrived at 1770, a coastal town in tropical Queensland. This stunning peninsula will hopefully become Johnny's new home.
The great thing about this spot here at 1770 is that it's kind of like Pelican Paradise. You've got waterways absolutely full of fish and sandbars, so a nice mix of areas that the pelicans can live in. You guys organised this?
Yes, with Neil.
Of course. How are you? How you going, Neil? Chris. Good to meet you. You're the pelican courier.
It looks that way.
Yeah.
I'll be her minder for a little while too, I think.
All right, should we load up?
Yes.
This whole release has been planned like a military operation by the 20s, so it kind of makes sense that we're going to travel in a military vehicle to release Johnny, an army duck.
Chris and the team are now heading to a nearby sandbar where a colony of pelicans are living.
One thing's for sure, the 20s wouldn't release Johnny just anywhere. They would have been researching for the last couple of months non-stop to find the perfect spot, and it's here.
Here's Johnny.
Thanks, mate.
Good on you, Chris.
Cheers, Neil. Mate, thanks for that, buddy.
All of a sudden, the prospect of saying goodbye to beloved Johnny is too much. The twins have hand-reared her since she was just 2 weeks old.
Our hearts are pounding and we know this was going to be our last time that we'll able to handle her and probably not to see her for a long time. Good luck, kiss.
Yes, and you've been a little brat, but you've ended up being a beautiful pelican. But look, you're back out here in the wild where you belong.
Long thanks to Dr. Chris.
Because you wouldn't have been here if Dr. Chris didn't operate on you.
No.
So Dr. Chris better give her a kiss too.
You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for these two very special girls. You know that, don't you? It's got to be a massive moment for the girls. They have put in over 14 months worth of work to make sure Johnny has this day and then many more days to come. Stretch those wings.
Good girl. Good girl. Oh, they love her.
She's just blended right in.
So well. We're feeling over the moon and we know that she has made this home
and I think we've made the right choice of bringing her
here. Good girl. Good girl.
So well done.
Yes, yeah, well done to you, Dr. Chris.
We appreciate it so much.
I'm so happy for you guys. I know that's meant a lot. That really is the end of what's been a pretty remarkable journey for me, the 20s, and of course Johnny. But it kind of feels like more than that. It feels like a really important reminder that no matter the odds, you've always got to take a chance. You've always got to try. You've always got to put that love on the line, because if you don't, you never know exactly whose life you might change.
She loves it here.
She's got a new family now.
Yes, right.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
Yes!
He's walking with me.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about why I've been invited by a vet practice in Cornwall to go and do a stint there. And I think I've just worked it out. This may be Britain's answer to Bondi, just a little bit older. Same number of poms though.
Chris is on the south coast of England in the seaside town of Newquay in Cornwall. He's been invited by vets Peter Murrish and Philip Harris to work as a locum at the Penmelon Vet Clinic.
Hello, how are you?
How are you doing? All right?
Yeah, good. So, what have you got lined up for me? You've been saving the special cases, haven't you?
We've got a fair few for you.
Okay.
You're going to love them.
There you go, sweetheart.
This busy coastal practice looks after both domestic and farm animals.
We've got a fair few things planned for Chris. Certainly some cases that he won't have experienced from back home in Australia. He should find that it's quite an exciting time over here with us, and it'll be an experience he won't forget.
Chris has hardly settled in before Philip gives him his first patient.
Hi Chris, all right?
Hey mate.
Yeah, got a call for you.
Yeah?
Calf with swelling in the umbilical region for one of my really good dairy farmers. I'd like you to go and have a look at it if that's okay.
Okay. He's really good, as in really valued to you and your practice.
He's one of the best farmers in the county, if not the country.
Okay, look after him is the brief.
Exactly. Take care.
Thanks, mate. So, a calf with a lump sounds fairly straightforward, but country people have a way of, well, understating things. So, either the calf isn't small or the lump isn't.
Hey, yeah, I'm Chris.
All right, I'm Paul.
Hey, Paul, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
All right, so don't laugh, all right?
You're cold, are you?
Freezing. So what's going on? You got one of these little
Yeah,
heifers?
so I rang surgery out this morning. There's this calf there that wasn't eating, and she's very agitated.
Okay.
She has got a lump there, which seems to got bigger. It's come down more, so that's affecting her, I think.
Okay.
It's 4-month-old Walnut that dairy farmer Paul is worried about.
You can see he's got the lump there. It's got worse over the last couple of days.
It's quite big, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
The moment I walk into the pen, there's no mistaking the problem. Just looking at that, Paul, I mean, it could be a number of different things. I mean, she could have a growth there, she could have an abscess.
Yeah.
It could be a hernia, but for me the worry is the fact that she's off of food today. With lumps like that, you usually have time, but if she's not well today, then...
That's right, something needs to be done sooner rather than later.
Exactly. The thing about any cow is you can't just walk up to them and ask politely to feel between their legs. It doesn't really work that way. So we are going to need to push her into a corner, hold her there while I'll take Walnut's temperature, because that'll tell me straight away whether we're dealing with an infection here or something else entirely. Okay, so that's normal, which is interesting. I guess it makes something like an abscess a little less likely.
Yeah.
Doesn't explain why we're seeing what we're seeing though. All right, let's have a little feel. So it's right down the middle, which is interesting. It's quite soft. So the fact that I can put my hand in there, get rid of that.
Big hole there.
Yeah, so I think she's got a hernia.
Hernia, yeah.
A hernia is really a hole in the body wall, and it doesn't sound too serious, but the issue is that things can then fit through the hole and cause these lumps. The real danger with a hernia like Walnut has is that it's very easy for a bit of intestine to sneak through and then get stuck, lose its blood supply, and all of a sudden, she could be dead in hours.
Well, we need to get her sorted out sooner rather than later, don't we? So what do you suggest, taking her up to the surgery or? Yeah.
I'd love to be able to tell Paul that this hernia will actually find a way to fix itself, but going on the fact it's grown so much over the last few days and Walnut isn't well today, it's not going to happen. She needs an operation and she needs it now.
I'll go.
Chris needs to urgently transport the calf back to the clinic for life-saving surgery.
I'll go. There you go. Go on, there you go. There you go.
Operating on cows is always something that, as a vet, you become a little bit worried about because there are so many things that could go wrong. Obviously, you have the anaesthetic risk, but on top of that, cows can so easily get bloated during the procedure. If that happens, we could lose Walnut.
Good girl. Good girl.
Chris is at the Penmelon Vet Clinic in the UK, where he's about to perform life-saving surgery on 4-month-old Walnut.
A little bit of a sleep, sweetheart.
The calf has a massive hernia growing out of her stomach, and it needs to be removed urgently.
Usually where a cow falls asleep is where she stays, but thankfully we've got a hoist, and that means I can actually get Walnut into the exact position I need for the surgery. Obviously removing the hernia here is the main priority, but at the same time, with any cow anaesthetic, you have to be so conscious of two things. First of all, they produce saliva constantly, so unless you're getting rid of it, they can essentially drown in their own saliva. But also, they produce a lot of gas. If that gas doesn't get released, they can bloat, essentially blow up like a big balloon, and that can kill them.
Vet Peter Murrish has the critical role of anaesthetising the calf and monitoring her vital signs. He has to ensure that Walnut's airways remain unobstructed.
Right, nicely asleep. We use an inflated tube and we keep their head low so that any saliva drains out to stop the calf from drowning. Fairly well settled at this end.
She's at a nice level.
Yep, she's doing well.
Yeah.
Breathing and happy.
Right for me to start?
Yep, go for it.
Yeah. So I'm really at the moment just trying to make a few cuts just to get a bit of an outline about where we're trying to focus this operation and hopefully get in and around where this hernia is. So the key is now just to cut essentially around the hole, remove what's been sticking out and then stitch it back together. But the problem is it's been out for long enough now, it's starting to all stick together and everything's a bit inflamed. So breaking all this down is going to take a bit of work. I'm really focusing on trying to get through this surgery as quickly as possible, but each time I look over to Pete, he seems worried. And I know why he's worried. I can hear the sound that he's concerned about. That crackling sound could mean that Walnut is starting to have some fluid build up in the lungs.
There is now enormous pressure on Chris to remove the hernia and get Walnut off the operating table as soon as possible.
And there we have it. Okay, so looking around, I'm pretty happy we've managed to get rid of all the nasty tissue. We're only left with healthy stuff, so now it's time to close her up. That's the last of the stitches there. Ready to wake her up. Fantastic. As soon as the surgery's finished, the first priority is to try to lift Walnut up so we can try to drain any extra saliva out through her mouth.
She's quite dry there, so that's good.
Not much fluid coming out?
No.
So now she's going to come down onto her side, and from there we hope that she wakes up nice and quickly.
She'll sit up.
Walnut's woken up in world record time and seems like she's in a hurry to get back to the farm.
Good girl.
Well done.
Excellent.
Well done. That's what we like. Look at you go. That's what I like to see.
Absolutely.
Let's just check. Yep, stitches are still intact. That's really what I like to see.
That's the recovery. The sissy vet, he did very well.
All right, we'll see you back on the farm, okay? Good girl.
Walnut will go home with her owner Paul later this afternoon. But there's no rest for the Aussie vet, with his next patient, Caramel the duck, demanding his attention.
She's ripped her foot. It's the webbing that she's cut, and we show her, so it's quite vital that we try and get it to knit back together.
Notice here, duck.
She was missing her friend.
When I walk out into the waiting room, I see a lady trying to corral a duck into a cage. This one's not going to be straightforward. And who's this?
Caramel.
And what's the problem with Caramel?
She's caught her webbed foot.
Oh, she has too.
In some wire.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent tear, isn't it?
Yeah. We show her, and it is quite important if something can be done with that. Otherwise, you know, we won't be able to show her anymore.
When you say you show her, she's a showgirl. Does the country show
Yes,
circuit?
she has. She's the best caramel call duck in Great Britain.
Really?
Yeah.
So how far off is her next show?
A month. That's the Royal Cornwall show.
That's a big deal.
Yes.
Repairing a tear in the webbing of a duck's feet is already enough of a challenge. Without this being a champion duck just 4 weeks away from the biggest show of the year. Whew. This is a big ask. How do you feel about me using tissue glue to stick that wound back together?
Yeah.
My plan centres around the fact that almost every vet clinic has something called tissue glue. It's like medical super glue. It's normally used in complicated internal surgeries to stick organs back together. But in this situation, it could be spot on. The first step is I'm going to need to clean that wound there.
Good girl. Good girl. Good girl.
When I look closely at the wound, it's already started to heal. And the fact is that scars pushed up against scars simply won't stick together. So I need to actually remove those by making tiny little cuts.
After a local anaesthetic, the radical procedure begins.
Okay, so we're going to now start to stick that foot back together.
Brilliant.
While my idea of doing this procedure on the stainless steel table should reduce the risk of me sticking her foot to the table, there is a flaw. If I get blood between her foot and the table, the glue will stick. Just want to make sure there's no blood
underneath
the foot, because that glue only sets when it comes into contact with biological materials. You're doing good. You are. So I'm just going to put some pressure on her toes just so she doesn't move those. The glue's finally looking like it has set, so it's time to inspect whether it's worked. So let's just very gently.
It's not stuck to the table, is it?
There's a problem. The foot isn't moving off the table.
It's stuck, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit stuck. I've managed to glue the British champion call duck's foot to a stainless steel table. The one thing you don't want to do is stick a foot to the table, but I think we've managed to do that. Thankfully, I'm confident I can unstick Caramel's foot from the table using the blunt end of a scalpel. I've never had to do this before. Just going to slide that underneath it. Okay, we're free.
It's a lot better.
Yeah. So there's no gaps there. We've got the wound edges nice and stuck together. The key now is keeping it this way.
Yeah. Looks to me as if Chris has done a really good job, and fingers crossed the wound will knit back together and we'll fulfil the showing career with Caramel. Thank you very much.
All over to you.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon. I expect a photo of a certain duck with a certain ribbon.
Colour rosette. Hopefully a red one. Cheers, thanks very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You could say this visit's all about catching up with Walnut, but you could also say that this visit's about checking those stitches have held.
How
are you?
All right, very good.
Good to see you.
Come and see the calf again.
Where is she?
Oh, she's here in the pound. You wouldn't know which one it is, would you? No, she's.
There's a lot of heads in troughs.
That's right. She's right back there.
It's been 48 hours since the operation to repair Walnut's hernia. Chris is back to see how Walnut is coping after her life-saving surgery.
Go on, Walnut. I think you've earned this. Come on.
The important test now is to see if she'll start eating.
It's all yours. It's all yours. No strings attached. No, nothing at all. Now there's a good sign. Walnut doesn't just look good today. The moment that head of hers goes into the bucket, you know, she's feeling a lot better too.
With Walnut concentrating on breakfast, Chris can get a close-up look at those stitches.
Well, there's a bit of relief there. All those stitches have held.
Yeah, that's right. It looks a very, nice, clean, smooth wound there, like, isn't it? And, a few days it'll heal out. Chris has definitely earned our approval, and we're very happy with how it's gone, and it looks very successful. so she'll have a good future with us on the farm.
All right.
It's great to see you here.
Thank you very much,
Right.
Paul.
Thanks a lot.
All the best and everything.
Right.
With Walnut on the mend, Chris is heading north for a few days to the picturesque countryside of Yorkshire.
My dad came and worked in Yorkshire back in the 1960s, and I've always felt compelled to follow that journey 50 years on. So here I am today, back where he started, in Midland. There are a couple of things that Midland does very well. One of them is history, which they have plenty of. The other one is horses. They've got over 600 racehorses here to train in the area.
Today, Chris is catching up with Ben Haslam, a leading trainer at Castle Hill Stables.
All right. Oh, yeah. Come on. How you doing? I met the guard dog. How are you?
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Good to see you.
All right.
Good. So you're training a few this morning?
Yeah, we've got a few to go out. The weather's a little bit temperamental, but
I noticed.
Yeah, it should be. It should be a good morning.
All right.
There have been racehorses trained in this area for over 200 years. And Chris is just in time to join the training session, heading out to the vast moors surrounding the town.
Pretty amazing when you think that the horses have been walking through these streets for, what, over 500 years. I mean, it used to be when they had knights on their back, and now it's just jockeys going to training.
Yeah, it's good. It's good practice for them walking through the town. It gets them used to cars, crowds, people. They get more confidence in new surroundings.
So what I see as just being a picturesque spectacle is actually part of the training.
Absolutely, yeah.
I guess it's almost a warm-up too.
Yeah, no, this is good. I mean, the hard surface as well that we're on, this helps the bones develop stronger.
Yeah.
Ben trains over 30 racehorses on the moors, but Chris is here to assess one special mare.
The horse we're particularly interested in today is one called Operator. Now, she's about 5 years old. She's been in training for about 6 months. She's had a few runs recently, but she's preparing for a big one in a couple of weeks. Today's really about making sure she's going to be ready for
that. Maintaining fitness.
I mean, that's a pretty good training run, though, when you're running up a slope into the wind.
Yeah.
I mean, she's going to feel that. So I guess the challenge now is to make sure she's feeling it, but I guess it's not too much of a test for her.
Exactly. She's got her head down, and that hill's really making her work.
Yeah. You can hear her blowing now. Yeah. Oh, I might have a bit of a look at her now. Okay. Yeah, about 180.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
So it's been a good test.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not through the roof, so
yeah.
She's handled that. And yeah, she's breathing up, but there's no abnormal discharges there. She's not bleeding. It's pushed her, but at the same time she's handled it.
She's recovering quite quick, isn't she?
Yeah. You can see the blood vessels are nice and engorged, and she's got good circulation running through her skin there.
And does Chris think Operator is race ready?
Pretty good, mate.
Happy?
Yeah. It's what, 10 days?
10 days.
Race.
Yeah.
No, she's in good nick. She is going to go home sideways, though.
Yeah.
Coming up to the moors was a big part of why I wanted to come to Midland and to Yorkshire. It is a spectacular setting to watch an animal doing something truly amazing, like galloping up here, and to be able to help out Ben in some small way and assess where Operator's at. Yeah, it's special.
Chris has returned to Cornwall from Yorkshire and is heading to see Rachel at the Screech Owl Sanctuary.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
This place is a haven for dozens of sick and injured wild owls.
You're Rachel, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, how you going, Chris?
Nice to meet you, Chris.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Now, you've got an owl for me.
Yes. We've got this chap here called Boris.
Yep.
Boris is a Western Siberian eagle owl.
Big Boris is in serious trouble. His right eye isn't functioning properly. The keepers are worried because Boris is one of the sanctuary's longest residents and a star attraction.
He's sort of one of the founding owls of the sanctuary. And about 15 years ago, he famously had a cataract operation. And it was actually the first ever owl cataract operation carried out in the world. So he's quite a celebrity. He's had lots of attention over the years, and we need to look after him. Yeah, come in.
Thank you. I'm guessing he's called Boris because the species is from Russia.
Absolutely,
is that right?
yeah. And we've got Nadia as well.
Chris needs to get a good look at Boris's right eye.
He's got these little sort of bumps of skin in his eyelid on his right eye, and we believe it might be a sort of scratchy feeling on his eye. It definitely seems to irritate him.
So we're going to catch him, don't we? Have a look.
Yeah. Now, do you fancy having a go at that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Catching owls has to be done the right way, not just for their safety, but also your own. I mean, if I don't get those claws in the right way, then they can turn around and grab me, and that's not going to tickle.
But Chris has to win over Nadia before he can capture boyfriend Boris.
He's hiding behind his girlfriend now.
Excuse me, Boris, when you're using Nadia as your enforcer, what is going on? Nadia is a serious-looking woman. If there was ever a Bond villain that was an owl, it'd be Nadia. You're quite intimidating, Nadia. Look at you, all fluffed up.
Perhaps if you step to the left, Nadia might actually come down.
Look about that, huh? Look at that. It's amazing, isn't it? Huh? This hand here, yeah?
There we go, that's the way. Now you want to tip him down. That's the, it's backwards, sorry, that's it. So we can get those wings in.
You fell for the old other hand trick, didn't you, Boris?
Yeah,
I think you were better than that. Looking into Boris's eyes, you can see that he has these growths around his right eye, which is starting to really push across his eyeball. And also, the eye isn't comfortable. He blinks a lot, and he just doesn't look happy with it. Anyone that's ever had dirt or sand or even just an eyelash in their eye can tell you that it's incredibly uncomfortable. For Boris, though, this is a round-the-clock issue. That little bubble you're worried about, that area in the corner of his eye,
Yep.
it doesn't seem to move. It's not like it's free floating or anything.
No.
I guess I don't want to muck around with this. Eyes are obviously incredibly important for owls, and I think if we can get him into the vet clinic, have a really good look underneath there to see what's actually happening, make sure there's nothing stuck, and then from there work out a plan.
Okay, yeah.
All right, big man, you and me, it's on tomorrow. You okay with that? You look excited. Little wink. I'll take that as a yes.
I think you've bonded now.
Yeah. He just, as long as he doesn't bond with me with those talons.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wearing something warm, and this is Fistral, but I do really get the impression I'm getting stitched up.
The next morning before Chris heads to the surgery, he's been asked to a local beach to meet Dawn and a group of girls from the vet clinic.
What is going on here?
Hi, Chris. So we just want to see how tough Chris can be in the water. It's pretty cold here, not like Australia, so we just want to see how he goes.
He's being challenged to a surf competition where catching waves doesn't matter.
So this is a surf competition where it's not about the points.
Yeah.
It's about how long.
How long you can stay in for.
Over the years, I've been lucky enough to surf in quite a few pretty good surf spots. But there's one thing about those they all have in common. Bondi, 22 degrees. Hawaii, 26-degree water. Fiji, 27 degrees. Today, Cornwall, 9 degrees.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
When you get in the water here, immediately freezing. So we've got a great chance against Chris. I think he's going to lose.
At 9 degrees, lasting more than just a few minutes in this icy water, is going to be a massive test. But the Poms, they're enjoying their day at the beach. After just 5 minutes, the Aussie is almost ready to give up. But he heads back out because he knows his reputation is on the line.
Not even wearing a full wetsuit, no booties. Just like a good game of Ashes cricket. Go through a lot of pain. I don't think I've ever been colder in my life. If that was a surfing competition, I scored a perfect 10. 10 minutes. I think what hurts the most, apart from the cold, is the fact that when the girls get out, they're not even shivering. They're laughing, they're talking, they're reminiscing about the waves they caught. And there's me, shaking like a leaf.
So you got too cold, eh?
There's so much to say about how amazing you guys were out there, but I'm kind of too cold to say it. I think when you look at the fact that I'm not wearing a full wetsuit, I think we can safely call it a draw. This isn't shivering, this is just shaking with excitement.
Yeah, right. Chris thinks it's a draw. I think everyone could see that we were.
Let's never talk this moment again.
Hello, Rachel. How are you?
You right there, Chris?
I'm good. I'm good.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, you too. I'm sure Boris feels exactly the same
Yeah.
way. I think this time apart is probably good for us.
Later that morning, Chris has thawed out from his surf and keeper Rachel has arrived with Boris, the Siberian eagle owl.
The whole idea of getting Boris into the clinic today was to really run some tests and work out exactly what is happening with that eye. We still don't know exactly why those lumps have appeared and why that eye is so sore. Big. That's something. Yep. Hello, oh yes. It's me again.
The hissing that Boris does is bravado, basically. He's, especially when he sees Chris now, he associates him as a vet, I think. The hissing is basically just a warning.
Okay. All right. I think really the plan initially is to try to give that eye a good flush.
Okay.
Make sure that nothing comes out from inside of it.
Yep.
It's starting to lift up those little growths that we can see.
Yeah.
When I lift up his eyelid and flush essentially under the eye with saline, importantly, nothing comes out. So it's unlikely Boris has had anything stuck in that eye. What I want to do now is just check there's no scratches across his eyeball.
Chris is using a special dye that will help highlight any problem areas on Boris's eye.
The blinds have to come down, the lights have to go off, and I have to get a UV light onto that eye. You can see that there's an area that's really absorbed that stain
Yeah,
quite
definitely.
strongly.
Yeah, quite clearly.
He actually has a corneal ulcer.
Right. Which would explain the irritation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're sore. When that happens, it's very sore.
Right.
This is a big, raging, ugly ulcer, and it would hurt. You always really worry with ulcers simply because the lining of the eyeball is quite thin. It's already been eroded, it already has an infection. If it's left untreated, there is a chance that eyeball, it could burst. We've got an eye that has an ulcer.
Yep.
It also has some pretty serious inflammation in the actual eyelid itself.
Yep.
At the Penmelon Clinic, a dye test has revealed what's causing Boris's painful eye condition.
There's one thing that really ties both of those together, and that is a conjunctivitis.
Okay.
So a serious eye infection,
Yeah.
and a chronic one as well. There's no doubt in my mind we need to hit that today with some pretty strong antibiotics.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident that with the right antibiotic ointment, we can actually fix it.
Brilliant.
My worry is that if I do nothing apart from treat this infection, then Boris is still going to have these lumps on his eyelid and they could still cause some sort of irritation. So they have to go. Now, I don't really want to put a 36-year-old bird under general anaesthetic. But what we can do is put some local anaesthetic into his eye
Okay.
and then burn them off
Right.
with him fully awake.
Okay. Chris is going to be using a highly powered cauterising tool within millimetres of Boris's eye, and obviously we don't want to make that ulcer any worse or cause any more damage. So yeah, I am a little bit nervous.
First, the anaesthetic drops have to go in. Then Boris has to be securely wrapped. Chris is using a cauteriser to burn off the excess skin.
I'm being incredibly careful to remove the lumps, but at the same time not damage Boris's eyelid, because that will hurt once the local anaesthetic wears off.
This one's a little bit more tricky. There's just one more in the corner here.
Yep. He didn't even flinch either,
No, he
which is
didn't.
brilliant.
Okay, so it's going to feel a little bit gravelly.
Yeah.
You can imagine if you had a little scar on the inside of your eyelid, you'd feel it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's going to be on antibiotic drops.
Yeah.
And they're going to be a bit of a lubricant for that eye as well.
It's kind of funny that it's taken an Australian to fix a Russian bird in England, but hopefully now that he is fixed, his future's going to be a lot less complicated. Not that he's showing his appreciation.
You're not thrilled with me, are you? As far as you're concerned, I can go right back to Australia right now.
Oh, yeah.
Seagull, huh?
Absolutely. Oh! You don't want to get your fingers too close to a seagull.
Don't do that back home unless it's a chip.
What are you doing? You will. You have to be a bit careful.
So what's next for me?
Well, the Cornwall Seal Sanctuary would like a vet to go and have a look at 2 seals that they have. They've been caught up in recent storms and they want to release them. And we wondered if you want to go down and have a look for them.
Just check out if they're ready to go.
Absolutely.
All right, I can do that.
All right.
If it gets me away from this one, I'm in for anything.
Yeah, just be careful as you turn.
All right, thank you.
See you later, Chris.
Okay. A few months ago, this area got absolutely hammered by some pretty serious storms, and seals really bore the full brunt of it. So hopefully today we're going to see evidence they have recovered.
Chris is meeting with Jenny from the Cornish Seal Sanctuary. She's one of the carers helping nurse injured seals back to health.
So these storms were pretty full on, right?
Yeah, they were really bad. Pups just don't stand a chance. They're so small and they're trying to feed. Tides are really high and then the waves are getting really high.
They just become exhausted, do they?
Yeah, and then they're also getting bashed against rocks.
Which of the 2 we're hoping to release today?
The one at the back there, just bobbing up and down, that's Rose. And then this one here that's just laying out on the side of the pool, this is Mercury.
The 2 seals that I'm looking at today were both found on beaches, incredibly malnourished and on the brink of death.
These guys were quite skinny when they first came in?
Yeah, they both were, yeah.
I mean, they look like they put on a bit of condition.
Yes, they have, yeah. I mean, they need to be between 35 and 40 kilos before we can release them.
The plan now is to fully drain the pool so Chris can get a closer look at these 2 Atlantic grey seals.
They're very at home, swimming around in the sea and in the pool. So once you've got rid of that water, they do feel very vulnerable. So us going in there, they're going to get quite aggressive. Okay, let's go.
Everyone thinks that seals are all cute and cuddly, but they do sometimes have a darker side.
Watch your manners.
Chris and Jenny need to corral both Mercury and Rose into a cage for the all-important weigh-in.
See if we can get that one in the corner. There we go. Just close the lid.
Mercury is first on the scales.
Okay, put this bar in and then just kind of lift it up. She feels a bit big.
Good news. 51 kilos.
So the cage weighs 14, so 41, 37?
37 kilos.
That's good, bang on. Okay.
Now Mercury's done, it's time for Rose.
We need to
Get moving.
get a wiggle on. Good girl. There we go.
All right, let's get the weight.
Yep, 2, 3. Oh, she feels bigger as well.
54 kilos.
So she's 40 kilos. Good girl.
So she gets the tick as well.
She does.
Hear that? You're going home.
Chris and the team need to move fast.
Right now we're actually running out of time because we have to release these guys on a high tide. High tide has just passed. We have to get to the beach as quick as we can.
on tight, baby seals.
Bit of a bump here, guys. Hold on. Yeah. See? It's been a wild ride, huh? Lucky you got that inbuilt padding.
In Cornwall, Chris has just given rescue seals Mercury and Rose a clean bill of health.
You see their faces. They're just getting excited now.
And finally, after months of rehabilitation, it's time for them to be released back into the wild.
The really special thing for me is you look into those big eyes of theirs and they're suddenly wider than they ever have been before. Their nostrils are flaring. They know they're home and it looks like they can't wait to get in the water. This is the end of a pretty amazing journey.
But this is what it's all for, you know, all those long days and 6 o'clock starts and midnight feeds. This is it. This is the best part, to get them back out in the sea.
Are you ready to say goodbye?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right. My job here is to essentially act as a bit of a human shield to try to stop them from going back up the beach. Sometimes they're a bit confused and they go the wrong way. Time to show off that new body. Can we hit the beach? What are you guys waiting for?
Making an assessment, aren't you?
You're a bit sensitive about showing off the beach body? Don't be, you look fantastic. When we open the trailer, there's a lot of looking around, a lot of looking at each other going, well, what do we do next?
Here she goes.
You're ready, aren't you?
Come on, babe.
You're more than ready.
Good girl.
Finally, they make the decision to go for it. And when they do, there's a whole lot of bouncing, a whole lot of sliding across the rocks. Finally, they make it to the water. That is amazing.
There you go. Both together.
I've only come into Mercury and Rose's life right at the end of their hospital stay, but even for me, to be here on this beach now and seeing them released, it still feels incredibly special to me. So I can't imagine how Jenny's feeling right now.
It's quite emotional.
Yeah.
It's you know, it's the whole reason that we do the job that we do, is to, you know, rescue them, make them better, and then get them back where they belong. And it just makes everything worthwhile, and it's where they should be. They should be back out in the wild. So to see them swimming around is amazing.
Little head popping up to say goodbye.
Yeah, little head. They don't always look back. Some of them look back.
You know what means something when they look back?
Yeah.
Incredible.
This makes it all worthwhile.
It's very special, thank you.
It's cool. Thank you for helping.
It's finish time. I'm out of here. So really, all there is for me to do is say my goodbyes. Owls, seals, cows.
Yep.
You know what the hardest thing of all was, though?
What's that?
Your cold water.
Thick wet seats, that's what you need.
No, more Cornish pasties.
Probably.
More padding.
It's what the rest of us do.
Seriously though, thank you.
No problem. We really enjoyed it. It's good having you here.
We'd happily have Chris back in Cornwall anytime.
If things don't work out in Bondi, I'll be straight back out of here.
Might hold you to it.
Hey, thanks so much.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
Chris.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
All right,
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers.
Working in England, it had always been a big dream of mine. While calf surgery can be uplifting, you can't keep a good walnut down for long.
Excellent.
Boris the owl was sent from Russia with love and kept an eye on me constantly. You're not thrilled with me, are you? And show champion ducks
Doing good.
can put you in a sticky situation. But above all else, I learnt that the working life of a vet in England, it can send a shiver down your spine and grab you in ways you never expected.
This makes it all worthwhile.
Hi, I'm Dr. Danny Dusek from Bondi Vet. If you love our show and want to see more, plus some amazing content about pets and how to care for them, hit the subscribe button. Click that little notification bell and we'll see you on our next video.
You make my world a better place.
Yes.
We'll get you walking again soon.
That's good. I'm on my way to what I'm sure is going to be a really tough situation. Overnight, a mare has passed away and she's left a foal orphaned. Now, foals need a lot of attention and a lot of care, so I'm on my way there now to see if I can help.
Chris is on his way to Glenworth Valley, about an hour north of Sydney.
You poor little boy. It's okay.
At the stables, a heartbroken Mia and her mother Kerry are keeping a vigil over the little orphan foal they've named Brule.
This morning I went into the paddock and I discovered that our mare Buffy was lying down. She doesn't usually lie like that. When I called, she didn't sit up and I knew there was something drastically wrong. I went over and she'd passed away not long before I got there. Hi Chris, how you going?
How are you?
Yeah. Average?
Yeah, I bet. Hey, I'm really sorry to hear what's happening.
Yeah, pretty devastating news, huh?
I bet. I'm falling here. Wow, look at you. All right, I might get in there and just see how he's going and then see if we can work out a plan.
Plan to be good right now.
Yeah, I bet. The moment I meet Kerry, the urgency is written all over her face. And the reason for that is obvious. Brule hasn't had a proper drink for a number of hours. So how old is he now?
He was born 3 days ago.
Yep.
And he was a very large foal, as you can see. His mum appeared very healthy, placenta was healthy, everything looked great. And yeah, I was really happy with the way they were progressing, and then arrived this morning, and most unfortunately she'd had a big bleed overnight, and we lost her.
You're pretty sure that the reason she passed away was just from a bleed? Sorry, I need to ask these questions to make sure that whatever's affected her isn't something that could have been passed on to him. Anytime a mare dies, you're immediately concerned that maybe the same thing may be affecting the foal. If it was a virus or a serious bacterial infection, then the concern right now would be for Brule's safety. Any small problem can become a massive issue for their health very quickly.
Hey, buddy.
It's okay, darling.
4-year-old Charlie has been rushed into the Bondi Referral Hospital SASH after getting a bit too greedy at a birthday party.
Oh, Charlie. You're a silly sausage.
Charlie's bad boy behaviour has a history of landing him in serious trouble.
This is not the first time that he's done this. We've brought him in before for eating hair ties, and he ended up in surgery, unfortunately. It's really upsetting that it keeps happening.
What's happened?
Charlie has eaten a ribbon that was wrapped around one of my daughter's birthday presents.
Okay, did you see him do it?
Yes.
Okay. We see it really commonly in young cats where they eat foreign objects, pieces of string, ribbon, bits of toys. But you would think by the age of 4 that a cat has grown out of that. Not Charlie. He knows he's done something wrong.
He does.
Hiding with his head in the corner. While I'm examining Charlie, he's really scared. I think he's feeling a little bit sheepish. He knows he's done something wrong. He knows he's at the vet and he does not want to be here. I need to have a look in his mouth. You're terrified. Time is of the essence. It's highly likely that that ribbon is still in Charlie's stomach. If we wait, that ribbon could move out of his stomach into his intestines, and that's when he would need surgery. What we need to do now is make him vomit. All right, so wish me luck. Hopefully we will be able to make him vomit. If he needs to have an endoscopy, I'll come back out and talk to you, but we're just trying to prevent him from having surgery.
Fingers crossed.
Okay.
So fingers crossed he doesn't need surgery, because that's quite traumatic for him, for us. Don't want to go down that route again.
I think that the best thing is obviously just to give him a check out now, see what sort of condition he's in, because essentially, you know, the clock is ticking for him, as I'm sure you're aware.
Very aware, yeah.
We need to find him a source of milk, but also a source of company and someone that can really look after him, because even though he's a big boy, he's still a fragile boy, isn't he?
Very.
Chris is on a rescue mission at a farm north of Sydney, where a frail little orphan called Brule is in serious trouble.
It's almost instinctive that any time you lose a mare, you immediately worry about the foal, because maybe there was a virus or a bacterial infection that could be affecting them both.
The concern I have is that perhaps there is some deeper medical problem still lurking within him that could really threaten his health immediately. His mucous membrane colour is nice and pink, so he's obviously not lost any blood himself by the looks of it, which is encouraging. Let's have a little listen to any gut sounds here. Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. Okay, we are getting some gut sounds there, but they're probably spaced apart a bit longer than I'd like. So, you know, the worry I have is that if his gut isn't turning over and isn't moving as quickly as it should, then he is at risk of becoming constipated or developing a colic there. Colic is probably the #1 fear of any horse owner, and essentially it refers to a whole group of conditions that cause a horse's gut to stop moving. When it stops contracting, it's at risk of developing these toxins which can then spread around their body and kill them very quickly. The last thing I want to do is just get his temperature. Okay. All right, 37.6. At the moment, his temperature's in a normal range, which is good news.
But Chris is now concerned Brule could be dangerously dehydrated.
He's really seeking out a drink. My feeling is that his blood sugar levels, his glucose levels, as a result of just that lack of milk, are probably falling fairly rapidly. So really, if we're going to get his gut moving and avoid any risk of him going into that hypoglycemic situation just from a lack of energy, we need to find him a permanent solution. We need to find him another mother. Because sure, milk is important, but he needs that company, he needs that nurturing that only a mother can give him. And that mother has to have 4 legs, it has to be a horse, because he needs that round-the-clock care. Yeah. So, do you have any other mares on the property that are really good mothers and could actually handle another foal? Or any that have lost their foals?
I've only got the old girl out the front there, and she'd love to take him on, but unfortunately, she hasn't had a foal for a few years, so her milk's dried up. Good boy, good boy.
The fact that there's not the perfect mare on a property of 400 horses really shows you just how hard this search is going to be. The added pressure here is that time's ticking. We have to find a solution and find it quickly.
Hey Mark, this is Charlie.
At Sash, Lisa is about to deal with ribbon-eating cat Charlie. The ribbon has to be retrieved before it can cause a potentially life-threatening obstruction.
Sweetheart, we just want you to not have surgery, honey. The first step is I need to get Charlie to vomit up the ribbon. Now that can be quite unreliable in cats. They don't all respond to the medication. All right, let's give you your injection.
Lisa hopes a shot of apomorphine will make Charlie vomit.
Hey buddy, just a big vomit and it's all over, that's it.
It's hard waiting. I'm getting a bit stressed now. It's been a while.
Hey buddy, come on little man.
After 30 minutes, Charlie's still not showing any signs of bringing up the ribbon.
He's looking sleepy and I really don't think it's gonna happen. I've got to go now and tell Caroline the news that he's got to have an endoscopy. She's not gonna be happy. It's been a long wait, I'm sorry.
So what's next?
So next we're going to give Charlie a general anaesthetic and we're going to put a camera down his throat and we're going to try and pull the ribbon out of his stomach. I'm just hoping that the ribbon is still in there. Okay, there's a small chance that it has moved further along, and if that's the case, he may need surgeries. Okay, but there's no guarantees, as you know.
Okay.
All right.
This could be surgery for the second time, so I'm really stressed. I don't want him to go into surgery again.
If you don't mind, I'd like to see if I can make a few phone calls, see if I can actually find a mare that might have just lost a foal or a mare that's amazing enough to handle 2 foals.
Sure.
In Glenworth Valley, north of Sydney, Chris is trying to help 3-day-old Brule. The little foal lost his mum Buffy overnight. It's now a race against time to find him a surrogate mum.
My biggest fear is that if we don't find Brule a foster mum, that he can die. And yeah, I certainly don't want to lose
both of them.
This isn't going to be easy.
Hello?
Hey, Rebecca, it's Chris. How you going?
Yeah, good, thanks. You?
Yeah, good. Hey, a really strange request, but I'm hoping you can help me out. I'm looking for a mare that you may have that we could loan that can act as a bit of a foster mum to a foal that's just lost her mum.
We've got mares, but none have recently given birth.
Yeah, so nothing that really fits that.
No, sorry. You wish I could help.
It's a disheartening start, but with time running out for Brule, Chris tries another local stable.
I'm looking for a mare that can possibly... The foal's a little bit older than Brule, but she's still got plenty of milk. And she's on her way right now.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Right now, it's probably all too easy to get excited and assume this is all problem solved, but it's so far from that. It's not funny, because once this mare arrives, we have to make sure that she does actually accept this foal, because if she doesn't, we're back to square one.
Good kitty. You're a good boy.
At Sash, it's now plan B for Lisa and the team. Ribbon-eating Charlie has to have an endoscopy.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to make Charlie vomit up the ribbon, so what we're left with now is we're going to put a camera down his throat into his stomach. Hopefully the ribbon will be there, and if it is, we'll try and grab it with some forceps and pull it out of his mouth. It's apparently this long and bright pink.
If it's that big and that colourful, we should be able to see it if it's there.
Medicine vet Dr. Chris Greenwell is performing the endoscopy.
Having a piece of ribbon that's 50 centimetres long inside a cat that's only 4.5.
How you doing? Sorry, I'm Chris. Steve. How are you, Steve? How did you travel?
Yeah, really well.
Yeah?
In Glenworth Valley, an hour from Sydney, Chris is about to get his first look at the mare he hopes will be able to save 3-day-old Brule.
Good girl.
Easy girl. There we go. Feel your way, that's the way. Good girl.
Zarji has been floated in from a nearby farm. She lost her own foal 3 days ago, and Chris is anxious to see if she can become a surrogate mum to orphan Brule.
Now that we have a mare, it's so easy to think that it's all problem solved, but unfortunately, that is far from the truth. Been through a lot, haven't you? Yeah. Every moment of this introduction has to be perfectly stage managed, because if one part goes wrong, the whole arrangement flies out the window. It just won't work.
Zarji can't be introduced to Brule just yet.
Yeah, it's all right. It's okay.
She's agitated from the trip and needs to be walked. And Chris has an urgent job to do, starting with a bucket of the mare's urine.
Brule's obviously had a pretty tough time, but this is probably the last thing you think he needs, but it could be the best thing for him. This urine will actually be used to disguise the scent of Brule, so hopefully Zarji accepts Brule as being her own foal. So we're essentially going to cover him in urine. Unlike us, horses use their sense of smell as their primary sense. So how Brule smells will form 90% of our mare's judgment over whether this is her foal or an imposter. How's that? How's that? It's been a tough day, hasn't it? They won't get much tougher than this. But you still want to do that. Okay. You won't want to do that after this.
The next indignity for little Brule is a liberal coating of Zarji's faeces.
So I'm just trying to target the spots that Mum is most likely to smell. By doing all this, we're trying to fool her into thinking that this foal is somehow part of her, because it has her smell. And if it smells right, maybe it is right. So I think it's probably time to start to get our mare prepared for the big introduction. There are horses out there that do this for a living. They are professional foster mums. But you've got to remember, Zarji has never done this before.
To minimise the risk of Zarji kicking or seriously injuring the foal, Chris is giving her a sedative.
Little prick here. The whole idea here is to help her relax and really focus on being open to being a new mum.
Yeah, good girl.
She does it. Now that she is looking relaxed, we can lead her up to the yard, and that's where our introduction is going to take place.
Yeah, good girl.
Up until this point, we focused a lot on Zarji's sense of smell, but she is still going to use her eyes to look at the foal and realise, hey, that's not mine. So we need a blindfold.
Ready to roll?
Yeah, we are.
All right, let's go.
All our plans are now in place, but really the most crucial part is the next few minutes, because that decides whether Brule has a new mum or stays an orphan.
Come on, kitty.
At Sash, the minutes are ticking by, and there's still no sign of the ribbon in Charlie's stomach.
The worry is that that ribbon will move out of his stomach and into his intestines. We can only get it out with an endoscopy if it's in his stomach. If it's moved past that, well, the only option is surgery. Come on, Charlie.
Hold still there. Yeah, there it is.
Seeing something. There it is. All right.
Yeah, that's our ribbon.
Removing foreign bodies with endoscopes can go two ways. They can be really difficult or really easy.
Okay, so back a bit.
When it comes up, there's a chance that it could cause an obstruction. Hopefully it won't end up going that way.
Cool. All right, so here we go. We've grabbed it with the forceps, and now we're just pulling it back up at the stomach now. All right, it's now into the esophagus, and so if we just keep coming up, it should come out the mouth shortly.
There it is. It's like a party trick. As we're pulling out this length of ribbon, it just keeps going and going and going.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Wow.
Holy hell.
I cannot believe how long this piece of ribbon is, and I cannot believe that Charlie managed to swallow it. Far out.
A whole lot.
It is longer than the cat. Caroline is going to be one very relieved and happy owner. You're awake. Did you see what you ate? Look at this. Do you remember this?
Charlie will spend the next few hours recovering from the procedure, and then hopefully he'll be able to go home.
Okay, Charlie. All right. And you just have a good sleep, sweetie pie.
At the Glenworth Valley Horse Farm, it's the critical moment for orphan Brule. Will surrogate mum Zarji accept the little foal?
Go right in. She's calling and go for it, yeah.
The real danger here is that if Zarji truly rejects Brule, she'll let him know about it, and she'll do that by kicking him. And a kick to him in the wrong place, it could be fatal.
Owner Kerry knows that Brule's future depends on the foal being able to suckle.
Okay.
You just find it there, the one. You find it.
I'm feeling very nervous because this could mean the difference between life and death for Brule. Yeah. It's all right. He's here. Your baby's here.
It's okay. It's okay.
The baby's here.
This is clearly the critical time. They're giving each other little sounds. They're clearly aware of each other's